Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Camryn. The sound of Giselle's laughter pulls me from sleep like the world's sweetest alarm clock. I crack open one eye, then the other, letting the morning light filter through our apartment's thin curtains. The sun catches on the dust particles floating lazily through the air, and for a moment I just lie there, listening. "Mama, the pancakes are asking for you." I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips, that girl and her imagination. "The pancakes are talking now?" I call out, pushing myself up from the bed. "Yes, and they're very demanding." I pad out of my room, bare feet on the worn linoleum floor. Our apartment isn't much, just 2 small bedrooms, a kitchen that's barely big enough to turn around in, and a living room that doubles as Giselle's art studio. But it's ours, and that makes it everything. Giselle's already in the kitchen, standing on her step stool by the counter. Her curly hair bounces around her shoulders as she examines the mixing bowl with the seriousness of a chef on one of those cooking shows. "What are these pancakes saying exactly?" "They want chocolate chips, obviously." "Obviously." I move behind her, wrapping my arms around her small frame and pressing a kiss to the top of her head. She smells like the lavender lotion I rubbed on her skin after last night's bath. "And what do we say about chocolate for breakfast?" "That it's a sometimes food?" Her voice lifts hopefully at the end. "Mm-hmm. And is today a sometimes?" She twists in my arms, those bright eyes, so much like Jack's it sometimes hurts to look at them, wide and pleading. "It could be. I did clean up all my crayons yesterday without being asked." "You did do that." I tap her nose gently. "All right, small handful of chips. And I mean small." "Giselle Marie." "Yes!" She pumps her fist in the air. We move around the kitchen in our practice dance. I crack eggs while she measures out the milk, tongue poking out in concentration. The milk sloshes a bit over the side of the measuring cup, but I don't say anything. She's trying, and that's what matters. "Can you grab the flour from the cabinet?" "On it, Mama." While she retrieves it, I pull out the griddle and set it on the stove. The old thing's seen better days. There's a scratch across the surface from when I dropped it during the move 3 years ago, but it still works. That's all we need. "How many pancakes do you want?" 17. Try again. 3? She grins at me, knowing full well she's being ridiculous. 3 sounds much more reasonable than 17. We mix the batter together, her small hands wrapped around the whisk while mine guide her movements. She hums while she works, some song she probably learned at school. The melody's off-key, but I wouldn't change a single note. "Go set the table, baby." She hops down from the step stool and skips to the cabinet, pulling out our plates. They're mismatched, some from the dollar store, others from a yard sale down the street, but she's picked the brightest ones. A yellow plate for her, a turquoise one for me. The colors clash against our scratched wooden table, but somehow it works. "Forks or spoons?" she asks. "Forks and napkins?" Right. She nods seriously, like I've just given her a mission of utmost importance. I pour the first round of batter onto the griddle, watching it sizzle and bubble. The smell of cooking pancakes fills our small kitchen, mixing with the scent of the coffee brewing in the pot. It's not fancy, none of this is fancy, but it's home. Mama, can I tell you about my art project? Always. She launches into an elaborate explanation of her latest masterpiece while carefully placing a fork at each setting. Something about a rainbow garden where the flowers grow upside down and the butterflies paint the sky. I listen, flipping pancakes and nodding in all the right places. That sounds incredible, Gigi. Do you think Miss Patterson will like it? Miss Patterson would be crazy not to like it. I slide 3 golden pancakes onto her plate, adding a small dollop of butter and a drizzle of syrup. You're the most creative kid in that class. Maya's pretty creative too. True, you're both very talented. I make my own pancakes, smaller ones since my appetite's never big in the morning. But you know what makes you extra special? What? You always think about making other people happy with your art. Like those drawings you did for Mrs. Chavez downstairs when she was sick. Giselle's face lights up at the memory. She put them on her fridge. She sure did. We sit down at our small table, knees almost touching in the cramped space. Giselle attacks her pancakes with enthusiasm, syrup somehow ending up on her chin within the first bite. Tell me something you're looking forward to today, I say, taking a sip of my coffee. She chews thoughtfully, swinging her legs under the table. Art class and recess. Oh, and Tommy said he might bring his new comic book to show everyone. Sounds like a good day. What about you, Mama? What are you looking forward to? Coming home to you, I think. But that's not the kind of answer that helps a 5-year-old understand her mama's got to clean other people's houses all day. Finishing Mrs. Rodriguez's house. She always leaves me sweet tea in the fridge. That's nice of her. It is. I reach across the table to wipe the syrup from her chin. There are a lot of nice people in the world, baby. Like you. My heart squeezes in my chest. Like you, too. We finish breakfast, and I start clearing the plates while Giselle runs to brush her teeth. The routine so familiar I could do it in my sleep. Rinse, stack, leave them in the sink for later, 'cause the bus will be here soon, and there's never enough time in the morning. Mama, I can't find my backpack. Where'd you leave it? I don't remember. I find it in her room, tucked under her bed, alongside 3 stuffed animals and what looks like the beginning of a fort made from blankets. Here you go. I hand it to her, then kneel down to her level. Let me look at you. She stands still while I check her over. Teeth brushed, check. Face clean mostly. Hair needs a quick fix, so I smooth down a few wayward curls and adjust the bright purple headband she insisted on wearing. You look beautiful. You always say that. Because it's always true. I pull her into a hug, breathing in that little girl scent of syrup and lavender and something uniquely Giselle. I'm so proud of you. You know that? Her arms wrap around my neck. I know. You're smart and kind and creative, and I'm the luckiest mama in the whole world. Even when I forget to clean my room? Even then. I pull back, holding her face gently between my hands. You're going to have the best day today, okay? Okay? And if anything's wrong or you feel sad or you just need to talk, the teacher can call you. I know, Mama. The sound of air brakes hisses from outside, the bus. That's your ride, baby? You got everything? She pats her backpack. Yep. We rush to the door and I watch from the building threshold as she bounds down the steps. She turns back at the bottom, waving frantically. Love you, Mama. Love you more. Not possible. She grins, then runs for the bus. I stay in the doorway until the bus pulls away, Giselle's face pressed against the window, still waving. Only when it turns the corner do I step back inside and close our door. The apartment feels too quiet without her. I move through the space. picking up the stray crayon she missed last night, straightening the drawing on the fridge, a picture of the two of us holding hands under a smiling sun. My chest tightens with that familiar mix of love and worry that comes with single motherhood. But there's no time for dwelling. I've got work in 45 minutes, and I still need to change. In my room, I pull out the light blue uniform from the closet. It's pressed and ready because I iron it every Sunday night without fail. Presentation matters, even if I'm just cleaning someone else's bathroom. The fabric's soft from too many washes. The color faded around the collar. But it's clean and professional, and that's what counts. I change quickly, then move to the bathroom mirror. The woman staring back at me looks tired. There are shadows under her eyes that concealer can't quite hide, worry lines starting to form at the corners of her mouth. 27 looks a lot older when you're carrying the weight of two people's futures on your shoulders. I adjust my hair, smoothing it back into a neat bun. A few curls escape. They always do, but it'll have to work. I add the small gold hoops Giselle picked out for me last Christmas, the ones she saved her allowance for 3 months to buy. They make me smile every time I see them. Back in the living room, I grab my bag and check the contents. Lunch, which is just leftover chicken and rice from last night. Water bottle, phone charger, keys. And there, tucked in the front pocket, 3 of Giselle's drawings that she insisted I take. For luck, Mama, I traced the crayon lines of the top one. Another rainbow, because that girl's obsessed with rainbows lately. Deep breath in, deep breath out. It's just another day. Just another shift cleaning houses for people who probably don't even remember my name. Just another 8 hours before I get to come home to the only person who matters. I sling my bag over my shoulder and head for the door. The drawings crinkle slightly in the pocket, and I pat them once, for luck.
Chapter 2. Jack. The wine's too sweet. That's the first problem. The second is that Paula won't stop talking about Valentine's Day, and it's only mid-January. I think February 14th should be a national holiday, she says, cutting into her salmon with surgical precision. Like, officially, people should get the day off work. Across from me, Manny laughs like she said something brilliant instead of insane. You know what? You're absolutely right. That's genius, Paula. I take another sip of the too-sweet wine and watch snow fall past the restaurant window. Fat, lazy flakes that drift down onto Park Avenue like they've got all the time in the world. Must be nice. Jack? Paula's voice cuts through my thoughts. What do you think? About what? Her smile falters, just slightly. About Valentine's Day being a national holiday. I think Hallmark would love that. Manny kicks me under the table. Not subtle. Paula laughs anyway because she's nice. That's the thing about her. She's perfectly nice. Pretty too, with her dark hair swept up in some complicated style that probably took an hour. She's wearing a cute red dress and has inundated her whole body with expensive perfume that should be enticing to any other man with hot blood running through his veins. But I feel absolutely nothing. Jack's just grumpy because of work, Manny says, shooting me a look that clearly means, play along, jerk. Tell them about the Riverside project. There's nothing to tell. Come on, don't be modest. You've been working on this huge merger. It fell through. The words land on the table like a dead fish. Paula's fork pauses halfway to her mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. These things happen. I drain the rest of my wine glass, signal the waiter for another. Damn it. Manny's date. Christina leans forward with that sympathetic expression people get when they don't know what to say but feel obligated to say something anyway. Was it your fault? Jesus, Christina, Manny mutters. What? I'm just asking. Yeah, it was my fault. The waiter appears with a new glass and I nod my thanks. I missed a clause in the contract review. Cost the company $8 million. Paula touches my hand across the table. Her fingers are soft, manicured. I'm sure it wasn't entirely... It was. I pull my hand back, not harshly, just enough. Entirely my fault. The table goes quiet except for the ambient noise of the restaurant. Clinking silverware, muted conversations, some piano stuff playing through hidden speakers that's probably supposed to be romantic. I hate this place. Well, Paula says brightly, because she's nice and she's trying. Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is how you move forward, right? I look at her. Really look at her. She means it. She genuinely believes that moving forward is just a matter of deciding to do it. Like it's that simple. Maybe for people like her, it is. Right, I say, because Manny's glaring at me again. Exactly! Manny jumps in, clearly relieved we're past the awkward moment. You can't dwell on crap. You gotta keep pushing. That's what separates the winners from the losers. Profound. I'm serious. Take it from someone who's been there. You fall down, you get back up. When have you fallen down? I ask. Your biggest crisis this year was when they discontinued your protein powder flavor. Christina snorts into her wine. Manny points his fork at me. See, this is why you're miserable. You don't appreciate the people trying to help you. I appreciate you. I just don't appreciate the crap motivational speaker routine. Boys, Paula says, still smiling, still nice. Let's not fight. She's right. We're making a scene. I can feel eyes on us from other tables, the kind of discreet glances rich people give when someone's breaking the unspoken rule about keeping your dysfunction private. I force myself to relax, lean back in my chair. You're right. Sorry. It's fine. She takes a sip of her own wine, something white and probably perfect for the fish she ordered. You're under a lot of stress. I get it. But she doesn't. She can't. Nobody can, because nobody knows about Camryn except Manny, and even he doesn't really get it. He thinks I should have moved on by now. It's been years. She left, disappeared without a word, without a trace, like I meant nothing. Maybe I did. The snow's coming down harder now, accumulating on the windowsill outside. I wonder if Camryn liked snow. We never had a winter together. Just that one summer, burning bright and fast until it burned out. Or until she burned it out. Earth to Jack. Manny waves a hand in front of my face. You still with us? Yeah. Then maybe contribute to the conversation? What conversation? Paula laughs, but there's an edge to it now. We were talking about weekend plans. I mentioned skiing in Vermont. Sounds great. You don't ski, Manny says. I could learn. You hate the cold. It's January. Everything's cold. See, this is what I'm saying. Manny gestures between Paula and me like he's presenting evidence. You two need to actually talk to each other. Like, really talk. Share interests. Find common ground. We have common ground, Paula says, but she sounds uncertain. Yeah? Name 3 things. She opens her mouth, closes it, looks at me like I'm supposed to help. I've got nothing. Christina clears her throat. This is uncomfortable. Thank you for that observation, I say. Manny drops his fork onto his plate with a clatter. All right, what is your problem tonight? I don't have a problem. Nonsense, you've been a jerk since we sat down. I'm always a jerk. You should be used to it by now. Not like this. He leans forward, lowering his voice even though I'm pretty sure the whole restaurant can hear us anyway. Look, I know work's been rough. I know you're dealing with stuff. But Paula agreed to this date as a favor to me, and the least you can do is pretend to give a damn. He's right. I know he's right. But pretending takes energy I don't have. I'm sorry, I say to Paula, and I mean it. You don't deserve this. You're nice and you're beautiful, and any guy would be lucky to be here with you. Her expression softens. But not you. But not me. At least she deserves honesty. She nods slowly, setting down her napkin. I appreciate you saying that. Paula, Manny starts. No, he's right. She looks at her brother with something like affection and exasperation mixed together. You can't force chemistry, Manny. And Jack clearly isn't over whoever he's thinking about when he stares out that window. Damn. I'm not... It's fine. She stands, grabbing her clutch from the back of her chair. Really? I'd rather know now than waste both our time pretending this is going somewhere. You don't have to leave, I say, standing too because that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, I do. But it was nice spending some time with you, Jack. I hope you figure out whatever's haunting you. She kisses Manny on the cheek. Call me tomorrow. Then she's gone, weaving through tables toward the exit with her head held high. Christina looks between Manny and me. Should I? Yeah, Manny says flatly. Probably. She leaves too, moving faster than Paula did. Manny and I sit back down. The waiter appears nervously. Is everything all right with your meals? Fine, Manny says. Just bring the check. We sit in silence while the waiter scurries away. The snow outside has turned the street white, muffling the city sounds. Inside, the piano music continues its relentless cheerfulness. Finally, Manny speaks. You're still hung up on her. It's not a question. I don't want to talk about it. Of course you don't. You never want to talk about it. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the careful styling. Jack, man, it's been years. She left. She's gone. You have to let it go. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, you're still stuck in the past, sabotaging anything good that might happen because you can't get over some girl who clearly didn't give enough of a damn to even say goodbye. The anger flares hot and immediate. Don't talk about her like that. Why not? It's true. You don't know what happened between us. Yeah, I do. You fell hard, she bailed, and you've been a miserable bastard ever since. He softened slightly. Look, I'm saying this because I'm your friend. Because I care. But you can't keep doing this. Doing what? Going through the motions. Pretending to try while secretly hoping everything fails so you don't have to actually move on. The check arrives. I grab it before Manny can, toss my credit card down without looking at the total. I'm not pretending. Then what are you doing? Good question. I watch the snow fall and think about summers that burn too bright, about disappearing acts and empty apartments and the way some people leave holes in your life that never quite fill back in. I don't know, I finally say. And that, at least, is honest.
Chapter 3. Camryn. The snow's falling harder by the time I pull up to the address my boss texted me this morning. I sit in my car for a moment, staring through the windshield at what can only be described as a mansion. No, scratch that. A damn estate. My beat-up Honda looks like it wandered into the wrong neighborhood and got lost. The gate alone probably costs more than I make in 6 months. You've got to be kidding me, I mutter, checking the address again. Nope. Same numbers. This is the place. I grab my bag from the passenger seat and step out into the cold. Snow immediately starts collecting on my shoulders, melting into the fabric of my uniform. Great. Nothing says professional like showing up looking like a drowned rat. The walkway's already been cleared, probably by some service that comes at dawn. My shoes crunch on the salt scattered across the stone path. Everything about this place screams money, old money. The kind that doesn't just buy things, it acquires them. I ring the doorbell and hear it echo inside. Actual chimes, not some buzzer. The door opens and a woman who must be in her 60s greets me with a warm smile. She's got silver hair styled perfectly and kind hazel eyes that crinkle at the corners. You must be Camryn? Come in, before you freeze out there. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I step inside, trying not to gape like a tourist. The foyer is bigger than my entire apartment. Marble floors. A chandelier that looks like it belongs in a museum. A staircase that curves up to the second floor like something out of a movie. I can feel my heart hammering against my ribs. I'm Jennifer Granger. She extends her hand, and I shake it, hoping mine isn't too cold. I'm so glad the agency sent you. My regular girl's out on maternity leave, and I desperately need help keeping this place from falling apart. Happy to help, Mrs. Granger. Please, call me Jennifer. She waves a hand dismissively. Mrs. Granger makes me sound ancient. Come, let me show you around. She leads me through the house, and each room is more impressive than the last. Living room, with furniture that looks antique, but somehow modern at the same time. A dining room, with a table that could seat 20 people easily. A kitchen with appliances I don't even recognize. The house is quite large, I know, Jennifer says, catching my expression. I rattle around in here most days. My husband passed years ago, and my son's usually too busy with work to visit as often as I'd like. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, dear. She pats my arm gently. The main areas that need attention are the kitchen, the living spaces, and the guest rooms upstairs. My bedroom and my son's old room when he visits. I can handle those myself. I'm not completely helpless. She smiles. Of course not. We continue the tour, and my mind's already calculating how long each room will take. This isn't a one-day job. This is a full week's worth of work, minimum. I understand you have a daughter? Jennifer asks, as we head back downstairs. The question catches me off guard. Yes, ma'am, Giselle. She's 5. What a beautiful name. I'm sure she's precious. She is? I shift my bag on my shoulder. She's in school during the day, so my schedule's flexible until 3. Perfect. I'm usually here, puttering about. So if you need anything, just ask. She pauses at the bottom of the stairs. I like to think I'm approachable. I know some people in my position can be a bit standoffish, but I believe in treating people with respect, regardless of what they do. Her words are kind, but there's still this invisible line between us. She's the employer, I'm the help. No amount of warm smiles can completely erase that dynamic. I appreciate that. The cleaning supplies are in the closet by the kitchen. I keep everything well stocked. If you need something I don't have, just make a list and I'll get it. She glances at her watch. I have a lunch appointment at noon, so I'll be out for a few hours. Make yourself comfortable. There's food in the fridge if you get hungry. Thank you, but I brought my lunch. Suit yourself, but the offer stands. She heads toward what I assume is her bedroom. I'll leave you to it then. Don't hesitate to ask if you have questions. Will do. And then she's gone, her footsteps fading down the hallway. I stand in the massive foyer, surrounded by more wealth than I've seen in one place in my entire life, and feel completely out of my depth. Deep breath, Cam. You've cleaned houses before. This is just a really big house. I find the supply closet exactly where Jennifer said it would be. It's organized like something out of a magazine, every product lined up perfectly, labels facing forward. I grab what I need and start with the kitchen. The counters are already spotless, but I wipe them down anyway. The floors gleam, but I mop them. Everything in this house seems to exist in a state of near perfection, which makes me wonder what exactly Jennifer needs me for. Maybe she just wants the company. The thought makes me sad. I work methodically, moving from the kitchen to the dining room to the living room. Each space is beautiful, but somehow cold. There are photos on the mantel. Jennifer with a man who must be her late husband. A younger version of Jennifer, holding a baby. But there's not much else that makes this place feel like a home. No drawings taped to the fridge. No toys scattered around. No mess. No chaos. No life. I think about my cramped apartment with its mismatched furniture and crayon marks on the walls. And suddenly I don't feel so bad about what we have. At least our place feels lived in. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimes 11. I've been at this for 2 hours and barely made a dent. My phone buzzes in my pocket. a text from Giselle's school, checking in about pickup arrangements. I confirmed that my neighbor, Mrs. Chavez, will be getting her today since I won't make it in time. Guilt twists in my stomach. Another afternoon I won't be there. Another day where someone else gets to hear about her adventures at school firsthand. But this job pays well. Really well. Better than anything else I've been offered in months. I need this. Giselle needs this. A little sacrifice now means more stability later. At least that's what I keep telling myself. I'm dusting the bookshelves in the study when Jennifer appears, dressed for her lunch date in clothes that probably cost more than most cars. "How's it going?" she asks. "Good. The house is beautiful, by the way." "Thank you. It's been in my husband's family for generations." She adjusts her pearl necklace. "I'm heading out now. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. I mean it. I hate seeing food go to waste." "I will. Thank you." She pauses at the door, turning back to look at me. "You know, you remind me of someone. Can't quite put my finger on who, but there's something familiar about you." I smile politely, not sure how to respond to that. "Anyway, I'll be back around 3. You're welcome to stay as long as you need to finish up." I appreciate it. The door closes behind her, and I'm alone again in this enormous house. I eat my lunch in the kitchen, sitting at the counter, because it feels wrong to use the dining room table. The chicken and rice taste bland after being reheated in what's probably a $1,000 microwave. While I eat, I think about Giselle. Wonder if she's having fun at recess. If Tommy brought that comic book. If she's thinking about me the way I'm thinking about her. My phone sits on the counter next to my lunch container. I pull up the photo I took this morning of her waving from the bus window. All wild curls and bright smile. "This is for you, baby," I whisper to the screen. The afternoon stretches ahead of me. More rooms to clean, more floors to mop, more surfaces to dust. I pack up my lunch and get back to work. By the time Jennifer returns, I've finished the main floor and made a good start on the upstairs guest rooms. My back aches, my feet hurt, but the house looks even better than when I started. "Camryn, this is wonderful." Jennifer walks through the rooms, inspecting my work. "You're very thorough." "Thank you. I aim to please." "I can tell." She smiles at me, and this time it feels a little less formal. "Can you keep doing this 3 times a week? I know it's a lot, but we can make it work if you want to." "Yes, ma'am." "Jennifer," she reminds me gently. "Jennifer, sorry." She walks me to the door and I step back out into the cold. The snow's stopped, but everything's covered in white. My car looks like an igloo. "Drive safe," Jennifer calls from the doorway. "I will." I brush off my car and climb inside, cranking the heat even though I know it'll take forever to warm up. Through the windshield, I can see Jennifer's house lit up against the darkening sky, warm and beautiful and lonely. I think about going home to Giselle, to our tiny apartment that's probably a mess because I didn't have time to clean before I left this morning, to mismatched plates and crayon drawings and laughter that fills every corner. And despite the ache in my body and the exhaustion settling into my bones, I smile. Yeah, I can do this. I can work hard, make good money, and still be the mama Giselle deserves. I just have to keep reminding myself why it matters. For her, it's always for her.
Chapter 4. Jack. The elevator ride to the 42nd floor feels longer than usual. I watch the numbers climb, each one lighting up and fading like they're taunting me. 38, 39, 40. My phone buzzes. Mom. Again. I let it go to voicemail. The doors open with a soft chime, and I step out into the lobby of Brooks & Associates. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the Manhattan skyline, all steel and glass stretching toward a gray January sky. My corner office sits at the end of the hall, door already open because my assistant knows I like it that way. Control the space, control the day. That's what Dad always said. Too bad I can't seem to control a damn thing lately. Morning, Mr. Brooks. Sarah looks up from her desk, perfectly professional as always. Your 9 o'clock called to reschedule, and your mother's been trying to reach you. I know. She said it's important. It's always important. Sarah's mouth twitches like she wants to smile but knows better. Coffee's on your desk. Black, 2 sugars. Thanks. I head into my office and close the door behind me. The coffee's still steaming, sitting next to a stack of files that probably contains more bad news about the Riverside merger fallout. My desk is mahogany, expensive, inherited from my grandfather along with the corner office, and the expectation that I'd be just as successful as he was. Hasn't worked out that way. I drop into my chair and stare at the skyline. From up here, the city looks clean, orderly, like everything makes sense and fits together the way it's supposed to. From down there, I know it's chaos. My phone buzzes again. Mom. Persistent as hell. I sigh and answer. Hi, Mom. Finally. I've been calling all morning. I was in the elevator. For 20 minutes. It's a tall building. She laughs. That warm sound that always makes me feel like I'm 10 years old, and she's bandaging my knee after I fell off my bike. Don't be smart with me. I raised you better than that. Did you? Jack. Her tone shifts, becomes softer, more maternal, layered with the kind of concern only a mother can pull off. How are you? Really? And don't give me your standard corporate deflection. I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking under my weight as I prop my feet up on the desk. My Italian loafers rest next to a quarterly report I haven't opened yet. I'm fine. That's what you always say. Because it's always true. Liar. Papers rustle on her end of the line, the familiar sound of her multitasking. She's probably at her desk too, tucked away in her home office that overlooks the sprawling garden house she's so goddamn proud of. Last time I visited, she spent 45 minutes showing me her heirloom roses. Sarah told me about the merger. My jaw tightens. Sarah's got a big mouth. Sarah cares about you. We all do. A pause stretches between us, heavy with unspoken worry. Well, I wanted to know if you need me to make some calls. I have connections with the board members at... No. The word comes out sharper than I intended. Jack, I don't need you fixing my problems. I'm 28 years old. I can handle my own stuff. Language. Sorry. More rustling. A sip of something. Probably her morning tea. Are you at least taking care of yourself? Eating? Sleeping? Yes, Mom. I'm eating and sleeping. Mostly lying, but she doesn't need to know that. And your love life? There it is. What love life? Exactly my point. Her voice takes on that encouraging tone that means she's about to give advice I don't want. You're young, handsome, successful. Debatable on that last one. And you spend all your time locked in that office. When was the last time you went on a date? I think about last night. Paula's disappointed face. Manny's frustration. The snow falling while I messed up yet another chance at normal. Last night, actually. Really? She sounds surprised. Hopeful. With who? Manny's sister. Paula! Oh, she's lovely. I met her at the charity gala last spring. Beautiful girl. How did it go? It didn't. The hope deflates. I can practically hear it through the phone. What happened? Nothing happened. That's the problem. Jack. Look, she's great, really. But there was no chemistry. No spark. Nothing. Sometimes those things take time to develop. Or sometimes they're just not there. She sighs, long and maternal. You know, Valentine's Day is coming up. Oh, for Christ's sake. Language! Don't remind me about Valentine's Day, please. I'm begging you. I'm just saying, it might be nice to have plans. Take someone to dinner. Maybe that new Italian place everyone's talking about. Mom, no. You need to loosen up a bit. Have some fun before you get too old and set in your ways. I'm 28. Exactly. Prime years. Don't waste them being miserable. I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling a headache building behind my eyes. I appreciate the concern. I do. But I'm not interested in dating right now. Because of work? Because of everything. Another pause. Longer this time. When she speaks again, her voice is gentler. Is this about that girl? The one from a few years ago? My stomach tightens. What girl? You know which one. The one you were so serious about that summer. What was her name? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It does if you're still hung up on her. I'm not hung up on anyone. Jack, drop it, Mom. But, I said drop it. The words come out harsher than I intended. Silence stretches between us, uncomfortable and thick. Finally, she speaks. I'm just worried about you, sweetheart. And damn if that doesn't make it worse. I know, I'm sorry, I need to go. I've got work to do. All right, but promise me you'll take care of yourself? Promise. And maybe give Paula another chance? For your mother's sake? Goodbye, Mom. I hang up before she can guilt me into anything else. The office feels too quiet now. Too big. I stare at the coffee on my desk, watch the steam curl up and disappear into nothing. Camryn. Just thinking her name hurts. 6 years. It's been almost 6 years since she left, and I still can't shake her. Can't move on. Can't find anyone who even comes close to making me feel the way she did. Manny's right. I'm stuck. My phone sits on the desk, screen dark. I could call her. I have her old number memorized even though I know it doesn't work anymore. I tried it dozens of times that first year, listening to the disconnected message until I finally accepted she was really gone. No note, no explanation. Just empty drawers and a leash she'd broken, and me standing in her apartment like an idiot, wondering what the hell I'd done wrong. I still wonder. The coffee's getting cold. I take a sip anyway, bitter and sweet at the same time. Outside, the city keeps moving. People going to work, living their lives, not stuck in the past like some pathetic jerk who can't let go. Sarah knocks on the door. Mr. Brooks? Your 10 o'clock is here. Send them in. I straighten up, push thoughts of Camryn back into whatever dark corner of my mind they usually hide in. Put on the professional face, the competent attorney mask that makes clients think I've got my stuff together. The door opens. Business continues. But even as I shake hands and discuss contracts and pretend everything's fine, I can feel her there. In the back of my mind, in the empty spaces between words. Camryn, the girl who disappeared, the ghost I can't exorcise, no matter how hard I try.
Chapter 5. Camryn. I'm on my knees scrubbing the grout in Jennifer's master bathroom when I hear her footsteps in the hallway. Camryn? In here, Mrs. I catch myself. Jennifer, in here. She appears in the doorway, holding a tray with 2 teacups and what looks like homemade cookies. The steam rising from the cups catches the afternoon light filtering through the window. Take a break with me? I rock back on my heels, brush escaping curls off my forehead with the back of my gloved hand. Oh, I'm almost done with this section. I can finish and then... The grout's been there for 30 years. It can wait another 20 minutes. She nods toward the sitting area in her bedroom. Please, I could use the company. There's something in her voice that makes it hard to refuse. Not demanding, just lonely. All right. I peel off the rubber gloves and stand, my knees protesting the movement. 3 hours of scrubbing will do that. I follow her to the small seating area by the bay window, overlooking her snowy garden. 2 cream-colored armchairs face each other across a delicate side table, that probably costs more than my rent. She sets the tray down and gestures for me to sit. I hope you like chamomile. I find it soothing in the afternoon. Chamomile's perfect. I settle into the chair, trying not to think about whether my uniform's clean enough to be sitting on furniture this nice. Jennifer pours the tea with practiced grace, adding a small plate with 2 cookies to my saucer. Snickerdoodles. I made them this morning. Couldn't sleep, so I baked. She hands me the cup. Story of my life lately? Thank you. I take a sip. It's good. Better than the store-brand tea bags I buy. The house is beautiful, by the way. I meant to say that last week, but I don't think I did. You did, actually. She smiles, settling into her own chair. But I appreciate hearing it again. Sometimes I wonder if maintaining this place is worth it. It's so much space for one person. It must have been lovely when your family was here. It was. Her gaze drifts to the window, watching the bare trees sway in the winter wind. My husband and I raised our son here. He's almost 30 now, focused on his career, C-suite executive at the family's company downtown. There's pride in her voice, but something else too. Sadness, maybe. That's impressive. It is. He worked very hard to get where he is. She takes a sip of her tea. But I do wish he'd slow down occasionally, smell the roses, as they say. Maybe even think about settling down, giving me some grandbabies to spoil. The word grandbabies makes me think of Giselle immediately. I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. Jennifer notices. You have that look, the one mothers get when they're thinking about their children. Is it that obvious? Completely. She leans forward slightly. Tell me about your daughter. Giselle, right? Right. I set my teacup down, the familiar warmth spreading through my chest that always comes when I talk about my girl. She's 5, started kindergarten this year, and she absolutely loves it. What's she like? Curious, creative. She's always drawing or painting or making up stories about magical gardens and flying cats. I laugh softly. Last week, she informed me that she's going to be an artist when she grows up. Or maybe a veterinarian, or possibly both. She sounds wonderful. She is. She's got this huge heart, you know. Always wanting to help people, make them smile. She draws pictures for our neighbors when they're sick. Shares her toys at school, even when she doesn't want to. I pause, realizing I'm probably talking too much. Sorry, I get carried away sometimes. Don't apologize. It's lovely to hear a mother talk about her child with such pride. Jennifer's eyes have this soft, wistful quality now. What does she look like? I pull out my phone, swiping to my photos. The lock screen's a picture from last month. Giselle covered in paint, grinning like she just won the lottery. Jennifer takes the phone gently, studying the image. Oh, she's precious. Look at those curls. And that smile. She gets the curls from me. The smile? I trail off, thinking about features I try not to dwell on. That's all her own. Biracial? Jennifer asks gently, handing the phone back. Yes, ma'am. Her father's not in the picture? The question should feel invasive, but somehow it doesn't. Maybe it's the way Jennifer asks, like she's genuinely interested rather than judging. No, it's been just the 2 of us for a while now. That must be difficult. Some days more than others. I take another sip of tea. But we manage. She's worth every sacrifice. I can tell. Jennifer nibbles on a cookie, quiet for a moment. You know, I always wanted to be a grandmother. Dreamed about it, actually. Buying tiny shoes, reading bedtime stories, spoiling little ones and sending them home on a sugar high. That sounds like the perfect grandma plan. Doesn't it? She sighs. But my son's so focused on work. I swear that job's his entire life. He barely makes time for friends, let alone dating. I try to encourage him, suggest he put himself out there, but he's stubborn. Maybe he just hasn't found the right person yet. Maybe. Or maybe he found her years ago and let her slip away. There's something knowing in her tone that makes me uncomfortable, though I can't say why. Either way, I've accepted that grandbabies might not happen for me, which is sad, but what can you do? I don't know what to say to that. The grief in her voice is real, tangible. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's not your burden to carry. She brightened slightly. Although I do have a thought. What's that? You mentioned Giselle's in school during the day. What about after? Who watches her? My neighbor, Mrs. Chavez. She's wonderful. Been a lifesaver, really. Picks Giselle up from the bus stop, keeps her until I get home. And on your days here? Same thing. Mrs. Chavez doesn't mind. Jennifer sets her teacup down, leaning forward with sudden enthusiasm. What if you brought Giselle here sometimes? After school, I mean. She could do her homework at the kitchen table while you finish up, and I could... She pauses, cheeks slightly pink. Well, I could get to know her, if that's not too forward. I blink, caught off guard. You want me to bring my daughter here? Only if you're comfortable with it. I don't want to overstep. I just thought, the house is so quiet, and it sounds like Giselle's such a bright little thing, and maybe it would be nice for all of us. She's talking faster now, like she's worried I'll say no. She could draw, or I have some old art supplies in the craft room that no one uses anymore. I could even make snacks. I love making snacks. The offer's so genuine, so kind that it makes my throat tight. That's incredibly generous. Is that a yes? I think about Giselle, about how much she'd love this big house with all its space to explore, about Jennifer's lonely eyes and her empty rooms, about how sometimes the universe puts people in each other's paths for a reason. I'd have to ask Giselle first, make sure she's comfortable with it. Of course. But if she's okay with it, then yes, I think that would be really nice. Jennifer's whole face lights up. Really? Really? I can't help but smile at her excitement. Fair warning though, she's a talker, and she'll probably want to show you every single drawing she's ever made. I would love nothing more. We finish our tea, and the conversation shifts to lighter topics. Jennifer tells me about the charity work she does, her book club that's currently reading something I've never heard of, her attempts at learning to knit that resulted in what she calls the world's ugliest scarf. I find myself laughing, really laughing, and it feels good. When I finally stand to get back to work, Jennifer touches my arm gently. Thank you for indulging me. I know you have work to do, and here I am keeping you from it. I didn't mind. It was nice. I'll see you again next time. Definitely. And maybe bring Giselle, even just to meet her? The hopefulness in her voice breaks something open in my chest. I'll ask her tonight. If she's up for it, I'll bring her on Friday. I'll make cookies. I head back to the bathroom, pulling on my gloves again. But as I scrub the grout, my mind's not on the work. I'm thinking about Jennifer's kindness, about how sometimes people surprise you, about how maybe, just maybe, coming to work in this big lonely house might turn out to be more than just a job. It might turn out to be exactly what both of us need.
Chapter 6. Jack. The restaurant Manny picks is the kind of place where they don't list prices on the menu because if you have to ask, you can't afford it. White tablecloths, crystal chandeliers, waiters who glide between tables like they're performing ballet. God, I hate this so much. What happened to some burger and fries, pizza, beer, and some nice sushi at a Loki place? This is excessive, I say, sliding into the booth across from him. Manny doesn't even look up from his menu. It's lunch. It's a Michelin-starred lunch. And we work hard. We deserve nice things. He finally meets my eyes, grinning. Besides, you're paying. I am. You got me this job. Least you can do is buy me a steak. He's not wrong. 6 months ago, when Manny was floundering at some mid-tier firm downtown, I'd pulled strings to get him a position at Brooks & Associates. My uncle, the current CEO, wasn't thrilled about it. Nepotism and all that. But Manny's good at what he does. Marketing, client relations, all the stuff I'm terrible at. The waiter appears, recites specials I don't listen to, disappears when we order drinks. So, Manny says, leaning back, about that last time we went out. Don't. Come on, man, we need to talk about it. We really don't. Paula was upset. I pick up my water glass, stare at the lemon wedge floating inside. I apologized, told her she deserved better. That's not an apology, that's a cop-out. It's the truth. Nonsense. He leans forward, voice dropping. You didn't even try. You sat there like a miserable jerk and watched her walk away. What did you want me to do? Chase her down? Beg her to give me another chance when we both know there's nothing there? There could be something if you actually put in effort. The waiter returns with drinks. Scotch for me, bourbon for Manny. I take a long sip, let the burn settle in my chest. Look, I say carefully, Paula's great, really. She's smart, funny, gorgeous. Then what's the problem? There's no spark. Because you won't let there be one. That's not how it works. Isn't it? He swirls his bourbon, ice clinking against glass. You go into every date expecting to feel nothing, so that's exactly what happens. Self-fulfilling prophecy and all that psychological crap. When did you get a degree in psychology? When my best friend turned into an emotionally constipated robot. I flip him off. He grins. Our food arrives. Steak for him. Salmon for me that I didn't actually want, but ordered anyway because the waiter was hovering and I needed him gone. We eat in silence for a few minutes. The restaurant hums with quiet conversation, the sound of silverware on china, someone's phone buzzing on vibrate. Finally, Manny sets down his fork. I want you to give her another chance. Manny, hear me out. He holds up a hand. Just one more date. A real one. Where you actually participate instead of mentally checking out and thinking about... He stops himself. About what? Nothing. Forget it. But I know what he was going to say. Camryn. He was going to say Camryn. I cut into my salmon, watching pink flesh flake apart under my knife. One date won't change anything. How do you know? Maybe if you actually talk to her, get to know her beyond surface-level stuff, you'll realize there's potential there. Or maybe I'll realize exactly what I already know. That we're not compatible. You won't know unless you try. I did try. That wasn't trying. That was going through the motions. He points his steak knife at me. I'm talking about a real effort. Taking her somewhere nice, having actual conversations, maybe even, and this is crazy, smiling once in a while. I smile. When? At funerals? Get off. He laughs, shakes his head. See? This is what I'm talking about. You're so locked down, so wrapped up in your own crap that you can't see what's right in front of you. And what's that? A good woman who's willing to put up with your moody face. I take another drink, longer this time. The scotch is smooth, expensive, wasted on me right now. Why does it matter so much? I ask. Why are you pushing this so hard? Manny goes quiet, sets down his knife, wipes his mouth with his napkin. When he speaks, his voice is different, softer. Because you're my best friend. Because I want you to be happy. And because... He hesitates. Because Paula's my sister, and I know she could be good for you if you'd just let her. There it is. You want me to date your sister so we can be brothers-in-law. Is that so bad? It's putting the cart about 10 miles ahead of the horse. Maybe, but think about it. We already work together, hang out constantly. If you and Paula got serious, we'd be family. Really family. Not just friends, but actual brothers. I can see it in his eyes. The hope, the fantasy he's built up. Manny's always been like this, planning futures that may never happen, seeing possibilities where I only see complications. That's a lot of pressure to put on a second date. I'm not asking you to marry her tomorrow, I'm just asking you to try. Really try. Give her a fair shot. The waiter returns, asks if everything's all right with our meals. We nod, send him away. Fine, I say, surprising myself. Manny's eyes widen. Yeah? One more date, but that's it. And if there's still nothing there, you have to accept it and stop pushing. Deal. He grins, raises his glass. To second chances. I clink my glass against his, wondering what the hell I just agreed to. We finish lunch, talking about work stuff. The Henderson account. The new associate who keeps messing up briefs. Office politics that matter and don't matter at the same time. When the check comes, Manny grabs it. I got it, he says. You said I was paying. Yeah, well, consider this a thank you for agreeing to give Paula another shot. I let him have it. Pick up my jacket, start to slide out of the booth. Oh, one more thing, Manny says, too casual. Valentine's Day. I freeze. What about it? You should take Paula out, make it special. Maybe even take some PTO, go abroad. Paris, maybe, or Italy. Chicks love Italy. Whoa, slow down. What? It's romantic. It's insane. We've been on one terrible date, and now you want me to whisk her off to Europe? Why not? You've got the money, the time. When's the last time you took a real vacation? That's not the point. Then what is? The point is, you're talking about Valentine's Day trips to Europe for a woman I barely know. That's... I search for the right word. Premature. Or it's grand, sweeping, the kind of gesture that shows you're serious. I'm not serious. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Not yet. But you could be. If you tried. We're back to that again. I run a hand through my hair, feel the headache from this morning coming back with a vengeance. I'll take her to dinner. Here in New York. Somewhere nice. But no trips abroad, no grand gestures. Just dinner. Manny considers this, clearly weighing whether to push harder or accept the compromise. Fine, he finally says. Dinner. But make it count. Reservations somewhere good. Flowers. The whole thing. You're worse than my mother. Your mother has great taste. My mother's been calling me all week about my love life. See? Even she knows you need help. I flip him off again. He just laughs. We leave the restaurant, step out into cold January air. The city's alive around us. Cars honking, people rushing past, the constant hum of Manhattan doing what it does best. I'm doing this for you, I say as we head back toward the office. You know that, right? I know. Because you're my best friend and apparently want to be my brother-in-law. Damn right I do. He claps me on the shoulder. And who knows? Maybe Paula will surprise you. Maybe you'll actually have a good time. Maybe. But I don't believe it. We walk in silence for a block, navigating around tourists taking photos and delivery guys hauling packages. The buildings tower above us, glass and steel reaching for a sky that's gone from gray to almost white. More snow coming. Hey, Manny says quietly. I appreciate this. Really. I know I'm being pushy as hell, but it's just because I care. About you and about Paula. I know. And if it really doesn't work out, I'll back off. I promise. I'm holding you to that. Deal. We reach our building, ride the elevator back up to the 42nd floor. Sarah looks up when we pass, gives me a questioning look that I ignore. Back in my office, I close the door and stare out at the skyline again. The city stretches endlessly, full of people living their lives, making choices, moving forward. And here I am, agreeing to second dates I don't want, planning Valentine's dinners for women I can't connect with, all because my best friend has a fantasy about family that I can't quite bring myself to crush. My phone buzzes. Text from Manny. Thanks again. Paula's gonna be thrilled. I don't respond, just set the phone down and get back to work. But even as I review contracts and return emails, part of my mind is already dreading February 14th and the next date and everything in between, already imagining the awkward dinner, the forced conversation, the inevitable moment when Paula realizes what I already know, that I'm not the right guy for her, that I'm not the right guy for anyone, not anymore.
Chapter 7. Camryn. Giselle's been practically vibrating in her booster seat since I picked her up from school this afternoon, chattering away nonstop about the house we're driving to. She hasn't taken a breath in what feels like 10 minutes. And you said it's really, really big? She asks for probably the third time, her voice pitching higher with each word. Huge, I confirm again, checking the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of her. Her eyes are wide with excitement, those gorgeous curls of hers bouncing and dancing as she shifts around in her seat, trying to see out every window at once. Remember what I told you about using your inside voice when we get there? I remember. She nods so enthusiastically her whole body moves with it. And being polite, and saying please and thank you. She starts ticking off each item on her little fingers, concentrating hard to get them all right. And not touching things without asking first, and no running inside. Perfect, baby. You got it all. Is the lady nice? There's just a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice now, like maybe she's starting to feel a little nervous about meeting someone new. Very nice. Her name's Mrs. Granger, but she told me she likes to be called Jennifer. That's a pretty name. Giselle presses her face right up against the window, her breath fogging up the glass as she watches the snowflakes that have started falling from the gray sky. Mama, look. It's snowing again. I see that, baby. I glance out at the white flakes drifting down, hoping they don't get worse before we make it there. The snow's coming down harder than the forecast predicted. Fat, wet flakes that stick to the windshield faster than my wipers can clear them. I slow down, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. We pull up to Jennifer's estate, and Giselle gasps. Mama, that's not a house, that's a castle. I can't help but laugh. It does kind of look like one, doesn't it? Does a princess live there? Just a very nice lady who's excited to meet you. I park in the circular driveway, help Giselle out of her booster seat. She immediately tries to catch snowflakes on her tongue, head tilted back, giggling. Come on, silly girl. Let's get inside before we turn into snowmen. Jennifer must have been watching for us because the door opens before we even reach it. You made it. Come in, come in. She ushers us inside, and I can see her eyes light up the second she sees Giselle. And this must be the famous artist I've heard so much about. Giselle suddenly goes shy, pressing against my leg. Can you say hello? I prompt gently. Hello, she whispers. Hi, sweetheart. I'm Jennifer. She crouches down to Giselle's level, which I appreciate. Your mama tells me you like to draw. Giselle nods, still clutching my hand. Well, I have a whole room full of art supplies that nobody uses. Would you like to see it after you settle in? That does it. Giselle perks up immediately. Really? Really? Crayons, markers, paint, glitter? I love glitter. Jennifer laughs, the sound warm and genuine. Then we're going to get along just fine. I squeeze Giselle's hand. Why don't you take off your coat and boots? I need to get started on the bedrooms upstairs. Can I help? Not today, baby. Today you're going to hang out with Jennifer and maybe do some drawing. Sound good? Okay. She's already shrugging out of her purple winter coat. Jennifer helps her hang it up, then leads her toward the kitchen. How about some hot chocolate first? I made cookies too. Mama, can I? Of course. Just mind your manners. I watch them disappear around the corner. Giselle's chatter already filling the quiet house. Jennifer catches my eye and gives me a reassuring smile that says, we'll be fine. Right, time to work. I head upstairs with my supplies, starting with the guest bedroom at the end of the hall. The window overlooks the backyard, and I can see the snow really picking up now. The trees are barely visible through the white curtain coming down. Focus, Cam. I strip the bed, even though I doubt anyone slept in it recently. Everything in this house stays pristine whether it's used or not. Fresh sheets from the linen closet, hospital corners the way I was taught, dust the furniture, vacuum the floor, clean the attached bathroom. The whole time I can hear Giselle's laughter floating up from downstairs. It makes me smile even as I scrub the sink. I move to the next bedroom, then the next. Each one's easier than the last because I'm getting the rhythm of Jennifer's house now. Where she keeps things, how she likes things arranged. I'm almost done with the third bedroom when I hear footsteps on the stairs. Mama, look what I made. Giselle bursts in holding a piece of construction paper covered in marker drawings. Jennifer follows behind, looking more animated than I've ever seen her. That's beautiful, baby. Tell me about it. This is you, she points to a figure with curly hair. And this is me, and this is Jennifer, and we're all having tea in her garden when it's not snowing. I love it. I crouch down, examining the drawing. Did you have fun? So much fun. Jennifer showed me her craft room. And Mama, there's so much stuff in there, and she let me use the fancy markers that smell like fruit. That was very nice of her. She's the best. Giselle throws her arms around Jennifer's legs, and I watch Jennifer's face just melt. Her hand comes down to gently stroke Giselle's curls, and the gesture's so tender it makes my chest ache. I was thinking, Jennifer says, Giselle could stay down with me while you finish up. We're having a tea party with her stuffed bunny. I brought Mr. Flops from the car, Giselle adds. He wanted to come. Of course he did. I brush a curl away from her face. You be good, okay? I'm always good. Mostly good, I correct with a smile. They disappear back downstairs, and I finish the last bedroom. The snow outside's really coming down now. I can barely see my car through the window. The forecast definitely didn't call for this much. I pack up my supplies, do a final check of each room. Everything's clean, fresh, perfect. Jennifer's standards met and exceeded. Downstairs, I find them in the living room having an elaborate tea party. Giselle's telling some story about Mr. Flops's adventure in the magical forest, complete with sound effects. Jennifer's listening like it's the most important story she's ever heard. All finished, I announce from the doorway. Already? Jennifer checks her watch. Goodness, where did the time go? Time flies when you're having tea parties. I smile at Giselle. Say thank you to Jennifer for the snacks and letting you use her art supplies. Thank you, Jennifer. Giselle hops up and gives her another hug. Can I come back next time? I would love that. Jennifer hugs her back, then looks at me. I'll see you on Monday then? Absolutely. I help Giselle back into her coat and boots. Thank you again for being so sweet with her. Are you kidding? This was the highlight of my week. She walks us to the door. Drive carefully. That snow's really coming down. Will do. We step outside, and I immediately regret not leaving earlier. The wind's picked up, blowing snow sideways. My car's covered in at least 3 inches. Whoa! Giselle tries to catch snowflakes again. It's a blizzard. Not quite, but close. Come on, let's get in the car. I buckle her into her booster seat, taking extra care with the straps to make sure they're snug and secure. Then I turn my attention to the windshield, grabbing the scraper from the passenger seat and attacking the mounting snow with determined swipes. The flakes are coming down in thick, relentless sheets now, and for every inch I clear, another layer immediately takes its place. My fingers start to go numb, even through my gloves as I work, the wind whipping the icy crystals directly into my face. After what feels like an eternity, but is probably only 5 minutes, I give up the losing battle and climb into the driver's seat. My hands are shaking from the cold as I reach for the ignition. I crank the heat all the way up in anticipation, then turn the key with more hope than confidence. Nothing. The silence is deafening. I try again, holding my breath this time like that'll somehow make a difference. The engine makes a sad, pathetic clicking sound, weak and struggling, but doesn't turn over. No rumble, no roar, not even a cough. Oh, damn. Mama, bad word. Sorry, baby. I twist the key again, harder this time, as if force will accomplish what mechanics can't. Same result, just that awful clicking, getting weaker with each attempt. Come on, come on. Nothing, absolutely nothing. The battery's dead as a doornail? Of course it is. Of course. Because this day can't just end smoothly, can it? Because the universe apparently decided I haven't had enough challenges thrown at me lately. I rest my forehead against the steering wheel, the cold leather biting into my skin even through my exhaustion. My mind races, trying to figure out what to do next. Call a tow truck? In this weather? That'll take hours if they even come at all, and I don't have hours to spare. I need to get Giselle home, fed, bathed, and into bed at a reasonable hour. She's got to be tired from all the excitement, even if she's not showing it yet. A tap on my window makes me jump. Jennifer's standing there in her coat looking concerned. I roll down the window manually. Car trouble? Dead battery. I'm so sorry. I'll call someone. Nonsense. Come back inside where it's warm. I'll call my son. He's good with cars. He can come help. Oh no, I couldn't ask that. I'm sure he's busy. He's never too busy to help someone in need. She's already pulling out her phone. Besides, you can't sit out here in the cold with your daughter. Come on. Jennifer, really? I insist. Her tone leaves no room for argument. Now come inside before you both freeze. I look at Giselle in the rearview mirror. She's already shivering despite her coat. Okay, thank you. We pile back out of the car and follow Jennifer inside. The warmth of the house feels incredible after just those few minutes in the cold. Sit, Jennifer gestures to the living room. I'll make some fresh tea. And hot chocolate for you, Giselle? Yes, please. I sink onto the couch while Jennifer makes the call, my stomach twisting with anxiety. This is too much. I'm her employee, not her friend. She shouldn't have to call her son because I couldn't afford to replace my car battery. Jennifer comes back, phone in hand, looking satisfied. He's on his way. Should be here in about 30 minutes, traffic permitting. You really didn't have to. I wanted to. Now stop worrying. She pats my shoulder. Everything's going to be fine. I hope she's right. But something tells me that when Jennifer's son shows up, fine is the last thing this situation's going to be.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts. and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Jack. The box of chocolates sits on my passenger seat, mocking me. Godiva. The expensive stuff. Dark chocolate assortment because I remembered Paula mentioning she didn't like milk chocolate that one time at the restaurant when everything went to hell. Next to it, a bouquet of roses. Not red, too presumptuous after how badly I messed up, but pink. The florist assured me pink meant appreciation and admiration, which sounds about right for an apology that won't lead anywhere. I'm stopped at a red light 2 blocks from Paula's apartment when my phone rings. Mom's name flashes across the screen. I let it ring once, twice, weighing my options. Ignoring her will just result in 17 more calls, each increasingly concerned. Better to answer now and get it over with. Hey, Mom. Jack, sweetheart, thank God. I need your help. The light turns green. I ease through the intersection. Kinda busy right now. It's an emergency. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. What kind of emergency? Are you hurt? No, nothing like that. But my housekeeper's car broke down in this awful weather, and she has her daughter with her. They're stranded here, and I called AAA, but they said it could be hours in this snow. Mom, call a tow truck. I did. They said the same thing. Hours. She's using that tone. The one that means she's already decided I'm going to help, and is just waiting for me to catch up. You're good with cars. Remember when you fixed my Mercedes that time? That was changing a flat tire, and I was 16. Same principle. Besides, you have those jumper cables in your trunk, don't you? I glance at the rearview mirror, then at the chocolates and flowers on the passenger seat. Paula's expecting me in 20 minutes. We're supposed to have this whole conversation where I apologize properly, explain that I need to give us a real shot, all the nonsense Manny convinced me to do. But Mom sounds genuinely worried, and it's just a dead battery. Jump it. Be a good Samaritan. Get out of there. 15 minutes tops. And if I'm honest, postponing the Paula conversation doesn't sound terrible. Fine, I'll be there in 10. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. You're a lifesaver. Yeah. I hang up and make a U-turn at the next light, heading toward my mother's place instead. The snow's coming down harder now, fat flakes that stick to the windshield faster than the wipers can clear them. Traffic crawls. Everyone drives like they've forgotten what winter is. 10 minutes turns into 20. When I finally pull up to Mom's house, the circular driveway already has 2 cars in it. Mom's sleek Lexus and a beat-up Honda Civic that's seen better days. The Civic's covered in snow, clearly dead in the water. I grab my jumper cables from the trunk and head toward the front door. Mom opens it before I can knock. Jack, come in. It's freezing out there. I'm just here to jump the car. Nonsense, warm up first. They're in the living room. The housekeeper and her daughter. I follow Mom inside, shaking snow off my jacket. The house smells like her. That familiar mix of vanilla and something floral. Photos line the hallway. Family pictures, vacation shots, that embarrassing one from my high school graduation where I looked like I'd rather be anywhere else. Some things never change. They're right through here, Mom says, leading me toward the living room. The little girl is precious, Jack. You'll love her. I'm not here to love anyone. I'm here to jump a battery and leave. But then I step into the living room, and my whole world stops. Camryn. She's sitting on Mom's couch, a mug of tea halfway to her lips, and when she sees me, she freezes. Her jaw falls open. Her eyes go wide, those same brown eyes that used to look at me like I was the only person in the world. Next to her sits a little girl. maybe 5 or 6 years old. Curly dark hair, bright eyes, clutching a stuffed bunny. Camryn has a daughter. The room spins. Or maybe I'm spinning. I can't tell. Jack? Mom's voice sounds distant. Are you all right? I force myself to speak. Fine. The word comes out rough. Wrong. Camryn sets down her mug with shaking hands. Jack. Just my name. That's all she says. But hearing it in her voice after all these years... Damn, I can't breathe. You two know each other? Mom looks between us, delighted. Oh, how wonderful! Small world. Camryn starts, then stops. Her hand moves to the little girl's shoulder. Protective. We used to know each other. A long time ago. Used to know each other. That's what 6 years gets reduced to. A past tense acquaintance. The little girl, Giselle, I remember Mom mentioning a name. Looks at me with open curiosity. Are you the car-fixing man? Her voice snaps me back. Yeah, that's me. My name's Giselle. This is Mr. Flops. She holds up the bunny. Nice to meet you both. I can do this. I can be normal. Professional. Just jump the battery and leave. Don't think about how Camryn looks exactly the same except for tiny lines around her eyes. Don't think about the fact that she has a daughter. Don't think about... I should get to work, I say abruptly. The car won't fix itself. I can help. Camryn starts to stand. No need. I've got it. Our eyes meet for half a second, and it's too much. Too much. I turn and head for the door before anyone can say anything else. Outside, the cold air hits like a slap. I suck in a breath, then another, trying to get my stuff together. Camryn. Here. In my mother's house. With a daughter. My hands shake as I pop the hood of her Civic. The engine's old, probably original to the car. Everything looks worn down, held together by hope and duct tape. The battery terminals are corroded as hell. I wipe them down with a rag from my trunk, attach the jumper cables. Red to positive, black to negative. The familiar routine calms me slightly. Get in your car. Start the engine. Let it run. Simple. Except nothing about this is simple. I slide into my Mercedes, turn the key. The engine purrs to life, because of course it does, because I maintain myself and don't drive cars that should have been retired 5 years ago. The Civic's engine turns over after a few seconds. Weak at first, then stronger. Success. I should feel accomplished. Instead, I feel nothing. Everything. How is she here? How does my mother not know who she is? And that little girl. The passenger door opens. Camryn slides into the seat before I can stop her. Don't, she says quietly. Just don't. Don't what? Whatever you're thinking. Whatever questions you have. Not here. Not now. I stare straight ahead through the windshield. Snow's still falling. The world's turned white while my insides have turned to chaos. How long have you been working for my mother? This was my first week. Jesus Christ. She doesn't know, Camryn continues. About us. I didn't know she was your mother. I swear, Jack, I had no idea. Stop. My voice comes out harder than intended. She flinches. I soften slightly. Just stop. I can't do this right now. I understand. But she doesn't move. Just sits there, close enough that I can smell her shampoo. Something coconut. Different from what she used to use, but somehow familiar anyway. The little girl, I hear myself say. Giselle. My daughter. Her voice is fierce, protective. She's 5. 5 years old. The math hits me. 5 years since Camryn left. Is she... I can't finish the question. Can't even think it. I need to go, Camryn says, reaching for the door handle. Thank you for helping with the car. Camryn, please. She looks at me then, really looks at me, and her eyes are full of something that looks like pain. Please just let me go. She's out of the car before I can respond. moving quickly toward the house where my mother and her daughter wait. I sit in my running Mercedes, jumper cable still attached to her dying Civic, and watch her disappear inside. Then I rest my forehead against the steering wheel and try to remember how to breathe. Chocolates and roses sit on the passenger seat where Camryn just was. I should go to Paula's, apologize, try. Instead, I disconnect the cables, pack them in my trunk, and sit in my car watching snow cover everything, while my past and present collide in ways I'm nowhere near ready to handle. My phone buzzes. Text from Manny. How'd it go with Paula? I don't answer. Can't answer. Because Camryn's back, and she has a daughter, and my mother hired her. And nothing, absolutely nothing, makes sense anymore.
Chapter 9. Camryn. The park's buried under 6 inches of fresh snow. Giselle's bundled in her purple coat, matching hat, and mittens that make her hands look like clubs, but she doesn't care. She's too busy making snow angels with abandon, her laughter echoing across the empty playground. I sit on a bench that someone cleared off earlier, watching her. My hands are wrapped around a thermos of coffee that's already going lukewarm, but I hold it anyway because it gives me something to do besides think about Jack's face when he saw me yesterday. Mama, look! Giselle waves her club hands at me. I made 3 angels. They're a family. Beautiful, baby. Can you make one too? Please. In a minute, she goes back to her angels, smoothing out the wings with careful attention. She's always been meticulous about her art, even when the canvas is just snow that'll melt by tomorrow. My phone rings. Jennifer's name flashes on the screen, and my stomach drops. This is it. She's calling to fire me, to tell me that having her son's ex-girlfriend working in her house is too weird, too complicated, too much. I almost don't answer, but I need this job, desperately. Hello. Camryn, I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. Her voice sounds warm, normal, not like someone about to end my employment. No, I'm just at the park with Giselle. What's up? Well, I wanted to talk to you about what happened at my house recently. She pauses, and my heart hammers against my ribs. About you and Jack. Here it comes. I'm so sorry, I say quickly. I swear I had no idea he was your son when I took this job. The agency just gave me the address and... Camryn, honey, breathe. I stop talking. Take a breath like she said. I'm not calling to fire you. You're not? God, no. Why would I do that? She sounds genuinely confused. I'm calling because I wanted to make sure you're okay, that you still feel comfortable working for me. Wait, what? I'm the one who should be asking you that. Why? Because Jack's your son, and we have history. Complicated history. I glance at Giselle, making sure she's still absorbed in her snow angels, and not listening. I don't want to make things awkward for you. The only thing that would make things awkward is if we pretend there's a problem when there isn't one. Jennifer's voice is firm but kind. You're wonderful at your job, Camryn. And more than that, I genuinely enjoy having you and Giselle around. I'm not about to let a bit of ancient history ruin that. Ancient history. If she only knew how unancient it feels. It won't affect my work, I promise. I swear, whatever happened between Jack and me, that's completely separate from... I know it won't. I'm not worried about that at all. She laughs, and it's such a light sound that some of the tension in my shoulders eases. Honestly, I'm more worried about you feeling uncomfortable. I don't want you dreading coming to work because you might run into him. I won't run into him though, right? I mean, how often does he visit? There's a pause. Well, that's the thing. He usually only comes by once a month or so. But lately, she trails off. He's been having a rough time. The business deal that went south really hit him hard. I've been trying to get him to come around more often. But you know how stubborn men can be. I do. I really do. So there's a chance our paths might cross again. Possibly. But Camryn, I want you to know that this is your space too. You shouldn't have to feel like you're walking on eggshells. Her voice softens. Can I ask you something? Sure. How serious was it between you two? The question catches me off guard. I watch Giselle gather snow for what looks like a snowman, her mittens collecting white clumps. Pretty serious, I say quietly. Did he hurt you? No, nothing like that. How do I explain this without explaining everything? It just didn't work out. Wrong time, wrong circumstances. Those are always the hardest ones to get over. Something in her tone makes me think she's speaking from experience. Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're both good people who deserve to be happy. And I hope you know that whatever happened between you doesn't change how I see you. She pauses. You're more than an employee to me, Camryn. You and Giselle both. You've brought life back into this house in a way I didn't realize I was missing. My throat tightens. That's really kind of you to say. It's the truth. So please promise me you won't let this situation make you feel like you need to leave. I would hate to lose you because of something as silly as my son's romantic history. Silly. Right. If only she knew just how not silly it all is. I promise. I'm not going anywhere. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. The relief in her voice is palpable. Now, I'll let you get back to your daughter. But I meant what I said about bringing her by more often. Maybe next Friday? I found my old watercolor set, and I thought she might enjoy it. She would love that. Perfect. I'll see you Monday then. See you Monday, Jennifer, and thank you for understanding. Nothing to thank me for, dear. Take care. The call ends, and I sit there staring at my phone like it might explain what just happened. Jennifer knows about Jack and me, and she doesn't care. She wants me to stay. Mama! Giselle's running toward me, snow flying from her boots. I need help with the snowman's head. It's too heavy. I shove my phone in my pocket and stand. All right, let's see what we can do. We work together, rolling the snow into progressively larger balls. Giselle directs me like a tiny architect, very specific about where each piece should go. When we finally get the head on top, lopsided but secure, she claps her mittened hands together. Perfect. Now we need a face. What about these? I gather some small stones from the edge of the path. Yes, and a stick for the nose. We decorate our snowman with whatever we can find. 2 stones for eyes, 3 for a smile, a twig for a nose that sticks out at a weird angle. Giselle insists on taking off her own scarf to wrap around its neck. Now he won't be cold, she says seriously. You're going to be cold without that scarf. I'm fine, Mama. He needs it more than me. That's my girl, always thinking about others. We step back to admire our work. The snowman's not going to win any beauty contests, but Giselle looks at it like it's a masterpiece. Can we take a picture with him? Of course. I set up my phone and we pose on either side of our creation. Giselle throws her arms around the snowman's middle, grinning wide. I snap the photo, then a few more for good measure. Let me see. She grabs the phone, scrolling through the pictures. These are so good. Can we send one to Jennifer? The request surprises me. You want to send Jennifer a picture? Yeah, she's nice. I think she'd like our snowman. Kids. They make everything so simple. Okay, we can send her one. Giselle picks her favorite, and I attach it to a text. Giselle wanted to show you our snowman. Hope you're having a good weekend. The response comes almost immediately. Oh, how precious. You both are so creative. I can't wait to see you Friday, Giselle. Another message follows. And Camryn, thank you again for everything. I pocket my phone and watch Giselle run circles around the snowman, her laughter carrying across the empty park. Jennifer's right. We do bring life to that big house. But what she doesn't know, what she can't know, is that life gets a whole lot more complicated when the past shows up looking like Jack Brooks, with his blue eyes full of questions I'm not ready to answer. Giselle tackles me from behind, wrapping her arms around my legs. I'm cold now. Can we get hot chocolate? Absolutely, let's go. We head toward the park exit, leaving our lopsided snowman to stand guard over the empty playground. Giselle chatters about Jennifer's art supplies and how she's going to paint the most beautiful picture ever on Friday. I half listen, making the right encouraging sounds at the right moments, but my mind's stuck on the past. On the way Jack looked at me when I climbed into his car, on the questions he almost asked, on the truth I can't tell him. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Mama? Yeah, baby? Are you happy? The question stops me mid-step. I look down at her, at those bright eyes that see too much for someone so young. What makes you ask that? She shrugs, kicking at the snow. You look sad sometimes, like right now. Damn. I thought I was hiding it better. I crouch down so we're eye level. I'm happy when I'm with you, always. But what about when you're not with me? Then I'm thinking about how lucky I am to be your mama. She considers this, then nods like it makes sense. Okay, can we get whipped cream on our hot chocolate? Extra whipped cream. And marshmallows? Don't push it. She giggles and takes my hand, and we walk toward the coffee shop on the corner. The one that always smells like cinnamon and plays music too loud. Jennifer's words echo in my head. You're both good people who deserve to be happy. Maybe she's right, but happiness feels like a luxury I can't afford right now. Not when I'm barely keeping my head above water. Not when every choice I make affects Giselle's future. Not when Jack's back in my life, whether I want him there or not. So I'll do what I always do. Focus on what matters. Work hard, love my daughter. Take things one day at a time, and hope like hell that this fragile balance I've built doesn't come crashing down around me.
Chapter 10. Jack. I don't plan to visit Mom's on a Tuesday, but here I am, standing on her front steps at 10 in the morning with no good reason except that work feels suffocating and my apartment feels empty, and Manny won't stop texting me about Valentine's Day plans I don't want to make. The door opens before I can knock. Jack! Mom's face lights up like I've just returned from war instead of showing up unannounced. What a wonderful surprise. Hey. I step inside and the familiar smell of vanilla and whatever fancy diffuser she's got running this week hits me. Thought I'd stop by. On a Tuesday morning? She closes the door, studying me with that maternal X-ray vision that sees through crap. Shouldn't you be at work? Took a personal day. Are you sick? Just needed a break. She doesn't look convinced, but she doesn't push. Instead, she loops her arm through mine and leads me toward the kitchen. Well, I'm thrilled you're here. Coffee? Sure. The kitchen's massive, all-marble countertops and stainless steel appliances that probably cost more than most people's cars. Mom busies herself with the espresso machine while I lean against the island, trying not to look like I'm scanning the room for signs of Camryn. Because that's why I'm really here, isn't it? To see if she's working today, to catch another glimpse of her, to torture myself some more. So, Mom says, pressing buttons on the machine. What's really going on? Nothing. Can't a guy visit his mother? Of course, but you usually call first. She glances at me over her shoulder. And you look terrible. Thanks. I'm serious. When's the last time you slept? Last night. For how long? Enough. The espresso machine hisses and gurgles. Mom pulls 2 cups from the cabinet, sets them on the counter with more force than necessary. Jack, talk to me. There's nothing to talk about. Nonsense. I raise an eyebrow. Language, Mom. She doesn't smile. Just stands there with her hands on her hips, waiting. Finally, I crack. Tell me more about your housekeeper. The question clearly surprises her. My housekeeper? Yeah, the woman who works for you. The one with the daughter. Camryn? Mom tilts her head. Why? Just curious. You drove all the way out here on a Tuesday morning to ask about my housekeeper. I was in the neighborhood. You live in Manhattan. I'm in Westchester. There's no neighborhood. Damn it. I run a hand through my hair, trying to figure out how to do this without sounding insane. I wanted to know more about her. About them. Why? Because I stop. Start again. What's her daughter's name again? The little girl? Giselle. She's 5. Absolutely precious. Mom's eyes narrow. Jack, what's going on? How long has Camryn been working for you? Not long at all. She started this month. Why are you asking all these? She stops mid-sentence, and I can see the wheels turning in her head. Oh, Jack. What? She's the girl, isn't she? Mom steps closer, voice dropping. The one from years ago. The one you never talk about. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me. I can see it all over your face. She reaches out, touches my arm. Camryn is the girl who broke your heart. She didn't break my heart. Then what did she do? She left. The words come out rougher than I intended. Mom's expression softens into something that looks like pity. And I hate it. Oh, sweetheart. Don't. Just don't. I pull away, move to the window. The backyard stretches out before me, covered in yesterday's snow. I need to talk to her. Jack, I need to know why. Why she left. Why she didn't say anything. Why she just disappeared like I meant nothing. Maybe she had her reasons. What reasons? What could possibly justify just vanishing without a word? I don't know. But bombarding her at her job probably isn't the best approach. I turn to face her. Then what is? Mom sighs, moves to the espresso machine, pours 2 perfect shots. She hands me one, keeps the other for herself. First, you need to calm down. I am calm. You're anything but calm. She takes a sip, watching me over the rim of her cup. Second, you need to understand that Camryn is my employee. A damn good one. And I don't want you running her off because you're in your feelings. I'm not going to run her off. Aren't you? Because showing up here unannounced, asking a million questions, demanding to see her, that sounds like running her off to me. She's right. Of course she's right. I drain my espresso in one shot, set the cup down harder than necessary. When does she work? Jack. Mom. Please. Something in my voice must get through to her because her expression shifts, softens. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, she says quietly. She does different sections of the house each day. It's a big property, so we split it up. And the little girl, Giselle? I told her that she can bring her on Fridays. Mom sets down her own cup, crosses her arms. Why are you asking about Giselle? Because I need to know if she's mine. The thought hits me like a freight train. 5 years old. The timeline fits. The way Camryn reacted when she saw me. The protective way she touched her daughter's shoulder. The panic in her eyes. What if... Jack? Mom's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. What's going on in that head of yours? Nothing. That's the second time you've lied to me in 5 minutes. I meet her eyes. How old did you say Giselle was? 5. Why? And Camryn's been working for you for a week? Yes. Where was she before? I don't know. I didn't ask. Mom steps closer, concern etched across her features. Jack, you're scaring me a little. What is this about? I just need to know. I stop myself, take a breath. Did she ever mention Giselle's father? Or did she keep that purposely vague? Understanding dawns across Mom's face. Oh. Yeah. Jack, you can't seriously think. Why not? The math works. 5 years since she left. 5-year-old daughter. I'm pacing now, can't stop moving. What if she left because she was pregnant? What if Giselle is... You're jumping to conclusions. Am I? Mom grabs my shoulders, forces me to look at her. Listen to me. Even if what you're thinking is true, and that's a massive if, you cannot ambush Camryn about this. You cannot show up here and demand answers. That's not fair to her, or to that little girl. So what am I supposed to do? Just pretend I didn't see them? Pretend everything's fine? No. But you approach this carefully, respectfully. Her grip tightens. Promise me, Jack. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. I want to promise. I do. But all I can think about is that little girl with the curly hair and bright eyes. The way she looked at me. The way Camryn pulled her close. I need to talk to her, I say again. Fine, Friday. Friday? She's coming Friday, bringing Giselle with her. Mom releases my shoulders, steps back. You can come by then. Have a conversation like adults. But Jack, so help me God, if you upset that woman or her daughter, I will never forgive you. I won't upset them. Good. She picks up both our empty cups, moves to the sink. Now are you staying for lunch? Or was this just a reconnaissance mission? I should get going. Of course you should. But there's no judgment in her voice, just understanding. I head for the door, Mom following behind. On the threshold, I pause. Thanks for not kicking me out. I'd never kick you out. You're my son. She kisses my cheek. But Jack, whatever happens Friday, whatever you learn, be kind. That's all I ask. I will. I make it to my car before the full weight of it hits me. Friday. I'm going to see Camryn again on Friday. And Giselle. A little girl who might be my daughter. Jesus Christ. I sit in the driver's seat, hands gripping the steering wheel, staring at Mom's house without really seeing it. My phone buzzes. Manny, probably. Or work. Or someone else who wants something from me that I can't give. I ignore it. Friday feels like forever away and far too soon all at once. 3 days to prepare for a conversation that could change everything. 3 days to figure out what the hell I'm going to say. I start the engine and pull out of the driveway, but I don't go back to the city. Instead, I drive. Nowhere in particular. Just moving, trying to outrun thoughts that won't stop coming. What if she's mine? What if she's not? Which answer would hurt more? I don't know. Don't have a clue. All I know is Friday's coming whether I'm ready or not. And nothing will ever be the same again.
Chapter 11. Camryn. The vacuum cleaner hums in my ears, drowning out everything except my own thoughts, which is both a blessing and a curse right now. I push it back and forth across Jennifer's bedroom carpet, watching the lines appear in the plush fabric, trying to lose myself in the simple satisfaction of a job well done. It doesn't work, because all I can think about is the fact that it's Friday. The fact that Giselle's downstairs with Jennifer right now, probably drawing another masterpiece, or having an elaborate tea party with Mr. Flops. The fact that January's almost over, and thanks to Jennifer's generosity with this job, February won't be the financial nightmare I was bracing for. And the fact that Jack could show up at any moment. My hands tighten on the vacuum handle. Jennifer mentioned he might stop by today. Casual, like it was nothing. Jack said he might swing by with some treats for Giselle. Hope that's okay. What was I supposed to say? No, please tell your son to stay far away from me and my daughter, because seeing him makes me feel like I'm drowning. Yeah, that would have gone over well. I finish the bedroom, unplug the vacuum, and wind the cord with more force than necessary. The weekend's finally here. 2 whole days with Giselle. No work, no stress. Just us. Except there's always stress. Always something to worry about. I heft the vacuum and head for the stairs. Taking them carefully. This thing's heavy, and the last thing I need is to tumble down Jennifer's grand staircase like some kind of tragic. A burst of cold air hits me as I reach the bottom step. The front door's opening, and Jack's walking through it, stamping snow off his boots, holding a bright pink box that I immediately recognize as being from that fancy donut shop in the city. The one that has a line around the block every weekend. Of course he went there. Of course. He looks up. Our eyes meet. The vacuum suddenly weighs about 1,000 pounds. Camryn, my name comes out rough, like he's been rehearsing what to say and forgot all of it the second he saw me. Jack, mine sounds breathless, caught. We stand there in the foyer, him by the door, me frozen on the last step, and the air between us crackles with every unsaid word from the past 6 years. He clears his throat, sets the donut box on the entryway table. I brought treats. For Giselle, and you, and Mom. He's rambling, which is so unlike him that it throws me off balance. There's Boston cream and jelly-filled, and some of those fancy ones with the glaze that... He stops. Sorry, you don't care about the donuts. A laugh escapes before I can stop it. Short, sharp, slightly hysterical. Sorry, he says again, running a hand through his hair. That same gesture I remember from 1,000 different moments. I'm not... This is weird, right? This is weird. So weird. I set the vacuum down because holding it is starting to make my arm shake. Or maybe I'm just shaking. I was just finishing up. Right, yeah, of course. He shoves his hands in his pockets. Pulls them out, crosses his arms. Uncrosses them. How have you been? How have I been? Is he serious right now? Good, fine. Busy. The words tumble out too fast. You? Same. Work's been... Yeah. He gestures vaguely at nothing. Business, you know? No, I don't know. I don't know anything about his life anymore. But I nod anyway, because what else am I supposed to do? That's good. That's... good. Yeah. Silence crashes over us like a wave. Heavy. Suffocating. Jack shifts his weight, and I notice the way his shoulders fill out his coat, the way his jaw's more defined than I remember, sharper somehow. There are tiny lines around his eyes that weren't there before. 6 years. 6 years of changes I wasn't there to witness. Giselle's down here, I blurt out, desperate to fill the quiet. With your mom? They're doing some kind of art project, I think. His expression shifts, softens. Mom mentioned she really likes having her around. Giselle loves coming here. She talks about Jennifer all week. That's really great. He takes a step closer, and suddenly the foyer feels about 10 times smaller. She seems like a great kid. Giselle, I mean. My heart hammers against my ribs. She is. Takes after her mom, I'm guessing. The way he says it, low, almost intimate, makes my skin prickle with awareness of how close he is, of the way he's looking at me like he's trying to memorize every detail, of how my body remembers his even though my mind's screaming at me to maintain distance. I gesture vaguely toward the vacuum. Put this away. Right. Yeah, don't let me stop you. But he doesn't move. And neither do I. We're standing maybe 3 feet apart, and I swear I can feel the heat radiating off him. Or maybe that's just my imagination, my traitorous body remembering what it felt like when that heat was pressed against me, around me, inside. Stop it. The weather's getting bad again, I say, grasping for anything resembling normal conversation. More snow coming tonight. Saw that on the forecast. His eyes haven't left my face. You driving back to the city? Yeah, after I finish here. Roads are gonna be bad. I'll be careful. You should stay. The words come out rushed, then he immediately backtracks. I mean, Mom has plenty of guest rooms, if the roads get worse. For Giselle's safety. We'll be fine. Camryn, we'll be fine, Jack. I grab the vacuum handle, needing something to hold on to, some barrier between us. We always are. Something flashes across his face. Hurt, maybe, or frustration. It's gone too quick for me to be sure. Right, of course. He steps back, giving me space I didn't ask for but desperately need. I should go say hi to Mom and meet Giselle properly. Panic flares in my chest. Jack. What? What? What am I even trying to say? Don't talk to my daughter? Don't be nice to her? Don't make her like you because I'm terrified of what happens when she starts asking questions I can't answer? Nothing, just she's shy sometimes with the new people. His mouth quirks up on one side, almost a smile. I'll be gentle. And there it is. That hint of the Jack I used to know. The one who could make me laugh with a single look. Who knew exactly what to say to put me at ease. The one who left me completely wrecked when I walked away. I'm sure you will be. I manage. He holds my gaze for another heartbeat. 2, 3. Then he picks up the donut box and heads toward the sound of Giselle's laughter, filtering up from somewhere deeper in the house. I stand there clutching the vacuum like a lifeline, watching him walk away. Again. Except this time, I'm the one who has to stay. Who has to watch him charm my daughter and be kind to his mother and exist in this space that was supposed to be mine. Safe, separate, nothing to do with Jack Brooks and the life I left behind. But the universe has other plans, apparently. I take a deep breath, square my shoulders, remind myself that I've survived worse than awkward encounters with my ex. Even if this particular ex still makes my pulse race and my defenses crumble with nothing more than a look. Even if seeing him hurts in ways I'm not ready to examine. I wheel the vacuum toward the hall closet, willing my hands to stop shaking. 2 more hours. That's all I have to get through. Then I can go home, lock the door, and pretend this day never happened, just like I've been pretending for the past 6 years. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Jack. The drawing sits on my desk, propped against my laptop like some kind of colorful accusation. It's It's a picture of me. At least I think it's me. The figure's got sandy hair, rendered in enthusiastic yellow crayon strokes, and blue circles for eyes. I'm wearing what looks like a cape, standing next to a car that's half my height. Above my head in Jennifer's careful handwriting because Giselle asked her to write it. Jack the car hero. My chest tightens every time I look at it, which is why I haven't put it away. Haven't filed it in a drawer or tossed it in recycling like a normal person would do with a kid's drawing. Instead, it's been with me since Friday when Giselle pressed it into my hands with both of hers, grinning up at me like I'd hung the moon. "Thank you for fixing Mama's car," she'd said. "You're a hero. A hero. Right." I drag my gaze away from the drawing and force myself to focus on the quarterly reports spread across my desk. Numbers blur together. Profit margins, projected growth, market analysis, all the stuff that used to matter before my world tilted sideways. Before Camryn walked back into my life with a 5-year-old daughter and eyes that won't meet mine. My phone buzzes. I ignore it. It buzzes again. And again. Manny. Of course it's Manny. I glance at the screen. 3 texts, each one more insistent than the last. "Dude, you coming to lunch or what? I'm already at the place. Ordered for both of us. If you stand me up, I'm eating your sandwich." I completely forgot about lunch. I grab my jacket and head for the elevator, barely acknowledging my assistant's greeting as I pass her desk. The ride down feels endless, giving me too much time to think about things I've been trying not to think about. Like how Camryn's hair still smells like coconut. Like how Giselle has my eyes. Stop it. You don't know that. You don't know anything. The restaurant Manny picked is one of those trendy spots in Midtown where everything costs twice what it should and comes garnished with microgreens nobody asked for. He's already at our usual table by the window, scrolling through his phone with one hand while stealing fries from the basket with the other. "Finally!" He doesn't look up. "Thought you were gonna bail on me." Got caught up with work. I drop into the chair across from him, shrug out of my jacket. Yeah. Work." He tosses his phone on the table. "You say that like I don't know you've been avoiding me all weekend." "I haven't been avoiding you. 3 missed calls, Jack, and you left me on red twice." "I was busy." "Doing what? Sitting in your big penthouse feeling sorry for yourself?" He leans back, studying me with that annoying best friend intuition that sees too damn much. "You look like crap, by the way." "Thanks. Love you too." The waitress appears with our sandwiches, some kind of artisanal turkey club for me, a burger loaded with everything for Manny. He flashes her his trademark grin, the one that usually gets him free dessert. "So," he picks up his burger, takes a massive bite. "How'd things go with Paula?" "Right. Paula. The woman I was supposed to be courting, apologizing to, making grand gestures for. The woman I completely forgot about after seeing Camryn in my mother's foyer." "They went fine." Manny's eyes narrow. "Fine, that's it. Dude, you brought her flowers and chocolate. You were supposed to grovel, sweep her off her feet, make her forget about that disaster at the restaurant." "I did all that. And nothing. It was fine. We talked. She appreciated the apology. The lies come easy because I've been lying to everyone, including myself, for days now. We're good." "Good how? Like, seeing each other good? Or just not actively hating each other good?" "Seeing each other, maybe. We're taking it slow." I pick up my sandwich, set it down without taking a bite. "She's cautious. After everything. Can't blame her. You did basically tell her you were still hung up on someone else." He dips a fry in ketchup, not noticing how his words are eating me up inside. I force myself to take a bite of the sandwich. Turkey, avocado, bacon, some kind of aioli that probably has a fancy name. It tastes like cardboard. "I'm not hung up." "Sure you're not. That's why you've been walking around like someone kicked your dog for the past week." "Business has been stressful." "Business," he snorts. "Right. Because the Jack Brooks I know gets this messed up over spreadsheets and market projections. Drop it, Manny. But Manny never drops anything. It's one of his least endearing qualities. Paula really likes you, man. Like, really likes you. He leans forward, lowering his voice like he's sharing classified information. She told our sister you're the first guy she's been interested in since her ex. That's huge. Guilt twists in my gut. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're half-assing this whole thing. I'm not. You are. You've got this amazing woman who's smart and gorgeous and actually gives a damn about you, and you're what? Pining over some chick who bailed on you years ago? Camryn didn't bail. She left because I wasn't enough. Because my life, my family, my world, none of it was what she needed. Or maybe that's just what I tell myself so it hurts less. It's complicated, I say finally. It's not, though. It's actually pretty simple. Manny counts on his fingers. 1. Paula's into you. 2. You're single. 3. You should be into her. Done. Not complicated. If only. I'm trying, all right? I'm doing my best here. Are you? The question lands heavy between us. Because it seems like you're going through the motions while your head's somewhere else entirely. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out, grateful for the interruption. Mom's name flashes across the screen. My pulse kicks up without permission. Is it about Camryn? Did something happen? Is Giselle? Stop. Stop doing this. I silence the call. Your mom? Manny asks. Yeah. I'll call her back. Everything okay? Fine. She probably wants me to come by this week. Help with something around the house. More lies. They're stacking up now, building a wall between what's real and what I'm pretending is real. Manny studies me for a long moment, then shakes his head. Man, I don't know what's going on with you, but Paula deserves better than whatever half-hearted crap you're giving her. I know. Do you? Because if you're not serious about her, you need to cut her loose. Let her find someone who actually wants to be with her. He's right. Of course he's right. Paula does deserve better. She deserves someone who thinks about her when he wakes up, not someone who lies in bed replaying conversations with his ex. She deserves someone who doesn't keep a 5-year-old's crayon drawing on his desk like it's some kind of sacred relic. I'm serious about her, I hear myself say. I'm just adjusting, getting my head straight. It takes time. Time's running out, man. She's not going to wait around forever while you figure your stuff out. I know. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Mom. Call me when you get a chance. Want to discuss Camryn's schedule. My heart slams against my ribs. Camryn's schedule. Which means Mom's planning when she works. Which means I could know exactly when to avoid the house. Or exactly when to show up. Damn. Jack. Manny waves a hand in front of my face. You still with me? Yeah. Sorry. I shoved my phone back in my pocket. What were you saying? I was saying Paula mentioned wanting to do dinner this week. Maybe Thursday? The 4 of us. You, her, me, and whoever I'm seeing at the moment. Sounds great. You didn't even hear what restaurant. I'm sure it'll be fine. Manny tosses his napkin on the table. All right, what the hell is going on? And don't give me that work stress crap. Something's up. Nothing. Everything. My entire world's imploding and I can't tell my best friend, because how do I explain that the woman I've been trying to forget is now working for my mother? How do I explain that she has a daughter who might be... No, don't go there. You don't know. I'm fine, I say for what feels like the 100th time. Just tired. Haven't been sleeping great. Join the club. He signals for the check. Look, I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I just want to see you happy. And Paula makes you happy. Or she could, if you'd let her. Paula doesn't make me happy. She makes me comfortable, safe, predictable. All the things Camryn never was. I appreciate it, really. I I pull out my wallet, toss enough cash on the table to cover both our meals. And I promise I'll try harder with Paula. That's all I'm asking. He stands, claps me on the shoulder. Now come on. We've got that 3 o'clock meeting, and if I have to listen to Sanchez drone on and on about risk assessment reports alone, I'm gonna lose my mind. We head back to the office together, Manny chattering about Sanchez's tendency to go off on tangents during meetings, and some girl he met at the gym over the weekend. I make the appropriate responses, nod in the right places, laugh when I'm supposed to. But my mind's elsewhere, on a crayon drawing sitting on my desk, on brown eyes that won't meet mine, on questions I'm terrified to ask, and answers I'm not sure I'm ready to hear.
Chapter 13. Camryn. The vacuum won't start. I jiggle the power cord, check the outlet, press the power button 3 more times, like that'll make a difference. Nothing. Just dead weight in my hands and an entire upstairs hallway that needs cleaning. Fantastic, I mutter, unplugging the cord and wrapping it around the handle with more force than necessary. Problem? Jack's voice behind me makes me jump. I spin around. Vacuum still clutched in both hands like a shield. He's standing at the top of the stairs, hands in his pockets, looking unfairly good in jeans and a dark sweater that probably costs more than my rent. It died, the vacuum. I gesture helplessly at the machine. Won't turn on. Let me see. He's already moving toward me before I can protest, closing the distance between us in 3 long strides. I step back instinctively, but there's nowhere to go except into the wall. Jack crouches down, examines the vacuum with the same focused intensity I remember from when he'd work on his car. That little crease appears between his eyebrows, the one that means he's concentrating. Stop noticing things like that. When's the last time the bag was changed? He asks. I don't know. Your mom might know. Right. He pops open the compartment, peers inside. Yeah, that's your problem. It's completely full. Safety mechanism won't let it run. Oh. He glances up at me, and there's something almost amused in his expression. You didn't know vacuums had bags? I knew they had bags. I just didn't know they'd refuse to work when they were full. Mine at home doesn't do that. What kind do you have? The kind that cost $40 at Target 3 years ago. Now he's definitely smiling. Just barely, but it's there. Fair enough. Where does Mom keep the replacement bags? Hall closet, I think. Maybe. Helpful. I've been here 3 weeks, not 3 years. He stands, and suddenly we're way too close in the narrow hallway. I can smell his cologne, something woody and expensive that makes my traitorous brain remember being pressed against his chest, breathing him in. Stop it. I'll go grab one, he says, unless you want to keep strangling that vacuum. I look down. My knuckles are strained from gripping the handle. I release it quickly. That'd be great. Thanks. He heads downstairs and I lean against the wall, willing my heart to slow down. This is ridiculous. We're 2 adults having a normal conversation about vacuum bags. There's nothing here to get worked up about. Except there is, because it's Jack. And being near him makes me feel like I'm 18 again, dizzy and reckless, and completely out of my depth. Footsteps on the stairs signal his return. He's carrying a pack of vacuum bags and wearing that same almost smile. Found them. Mom's closet organization is terrifying. Right. Everything's labeled and color-coded. It's like a container store exploded in there. She's always been like that. When I was a kid, she had a spreadsheet for my soccer schedule. He kneels down again, removes the full bag with practiced efficiency. Drove me crazy. Giselle would love that. She's obsessed with organizing her crayons by color. His hands pause for just a second at the mention of her name. Yeah? Won't let me help because I apparently don't understand the proper rainbow sequence. Sounds like she knows what she wants. Stubborn. Just like her. I trail off, catching myself before I say something I can't take back. Just like me. He fits the new bag into place, closes the compartment with a soft click. The vacuum hums to life when he presses the power button. There you go, good as new. Thanks, I appreciate it. I reach for the vacuum handle at the same time he does. Our fingers brush, and it's like touching a live wire. We both freeze. Jack's eyes meet mine, blue, intense, full of questions I can't answer. Camryn, I should get back to work. I take the vacuum, put it between us like a barrier. Jennifer's expecting everything done before she gets back from her committee meeting. Right. Of course. He stands, shoves his hands back in his pockets. I was actually supposed to help with something. Mom asked me to hang some pictures in the dining room. She didn't mention that. Last minute thing. You know how she is. He's watching me carefully. I can stay out of your way. You don't have to stay out of my way. It's your mom's house. But you're working. And you're helping. We can both exist in the same space for a few hours. Can we, though? Because right now, every cell in my body's hyper-aware of him standing there, looking at me like he's trying to solve a puzzle. Okay, he says finally. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. I'll be fine. He lingers another moment, then heads back down the stairs. I listen to his footsteps fade before allowing myself to breathe properly again. This is fine. Everything's fine. I'll clean upstairs, he'll hang pictures downstairs, and we'll barely see each other. Except 20 minutes later, I'm in the guest bedroom when I hear him call my name. Camryn, can you come down here for a sec? I set down my dusting cloth and head for the stairs. Jack's in the dining room, standing on a ladder with a large framed photograph in his hands. What's up? I need another set of eyes. Does this look centered to you? I step back, examining the placement. Little to the left. He adjusts. Better? More? Now? Perfect. He marks the spot with a pencil, climbs down to grab his drill. I should leave, go back upstairs. But something keeps me rooted in place, watching him work. You get good at this? I ask. The handyman stuff? Had to. Mom refuses to hire people for basic repairs. Says it's a waste of money and that I should know how to fix these little things myself. He measures twice, marks where the hook should go. What about you? Still hate asking for help with anything? The observation catches me off guard. I'm better about it now. Had to be. Can't do everything alone when you've got a kid. Must have been hard. Doing it all yourself. My stomach clenches. Does he know? Is he fishing? I manage. I'm sure you do. He drills the hook into the wall with quick, confident movements. You were always resourceful. More like stubborn. That too. He climbs back up the ladder, hangs the picture. How's that? Good. Really good, actually. He comes down, stands next to me to examine his work. We're shoulder to shoulder, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating off him. Remember that time you tried to fix your apartment's leaky faucet? He asks. Oh no, we're doing this. We're reminiscing. I did fix it. You flooded your bathroom. Only a little bit. Your downstairs neighbor called the landlord? That lady was a tattletale. Despite myself, I'm smiling. And you showed up with a toolbox acting like some kind of plumbing hero. Someone had to save you from yourself. I had it under control. You were standing in 3 inches of water, swearing at a pipe. The memory hits me full force. Jack appearing at my door, taking one look at the situation, and just rolling up his sleeves without a word. How we'd ended up soaking wet on my bathroom floor, laughing so hard we couldn't breathe. How he'd kissed me right there, surrounded by puddles and failed DIY attempts, and told me he loved me for the first time. My smile fades. That was a long time ago, I say quietly. Yeah. His voice has changed too. Lower. Rougher. It was. The air between us shifts, charges with something dangerous. All those years, all that distance. And somehow we're right back where we started, standing too close, wanting too much. Camryn, wait. He turns to face me fully. Can we talk? Actually talk? About what? About everything. About why you left. About... He gestures between us. This. Whatever this is. My heart's hammering so hard, I'm sure he can hear it. Jack, I don't think... Please. Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. I should say no. Should grab my cleaning supplies and retreat upstairs where it's safe, where the past can't reach me and the truth can stay buried. But I don't. 5 minutes. I hear myself agree. We move to the living room, sitting on opposite ends of Jennifer's expensive couch. The distance between us feels both too much and not nearly enough. Jack runs a hand through his hair. I don't even know where to start. Then maybe we shouldn't. That's not fair. You can't just show up after 6 years and expect me not to have questions. I didn't show up. I took a job. I had no idea your mom. I know. I get that. But you're here now and I need to understand. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. Why'd you leave, Cam? What did I do? The old nickname hits me like a punch. Nobody's called me that in years. You didn't do anything? Nonsense. People don't just disappear for no reason. I had my reasons. What reasons? Help me understand, because I've spent 6 years trying to figure out what the hell happened, and I've got nothing. My throat tightens. This is it. The moment I've been dreading since I saw him in Jennifer's foyer. Tell him, just tell him. But I can't, not yet. Maybe not ever. We were young, I say instead. We wanted different things. It wasn't working. It was working fine until you decided it wasn't. Jack, I loved you. The words explode out of him, raw and honest and devastating. I was completely in love with you, and you just walked away like it meant nothing. It meant everything. My voice cracks. That's why I had to go. He stares at me, confusion and hurt warring across his features. That doesn't make any sense. I know. Then explain it to me. I can't. Can't or won't. Both? Neither. I don't know anymore. This was a mistake. I stand, needing distance. I should get back to work. Camryn, please, just please. He rises too, closing the space I just created. I'm not trying to make this harder. I just need answers. Some things don't have answers. Everything has answers. You just don't want to give them. He's too close again. To everything. His eyes searching mine, looking for something I can't let him find. What do you want from me? I whisper. The truth. If only it were that simple. The truth is, I left because staying would have destroyed us both. We were from different worlds, Jack. Your family, your life. Everything about it was so far from anything I could ever be part of. I saw that, even if you didn't. That's crap. My family would have... What? Welcome me with open arms? I shake my head. I was a maid's daughter working 2 jobs to make rent. You were a Brooks. It was never going to work at the time. You didn't even give us a chance. I gave us a whole summer. 1 summer. His voice drops. And 6 years wondering what I did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Then why does it feel like I lost something I was supposed to keep? The question breaks something inside me. All the defenses I've carefully constructed, all the reasons I've told myself for leaving, they crumble under the weight of his pain. I'm sorry, I whisper. I'm so sorry. For what? For everything. For leaving, for coming back, for bringing Giselle into this mess without preparing for what happens when the truth comes out. For hurting you. That was never my intention. What was your intention? Survival. The word comes out bitter. I was trying to survive. He's quiet for a long moment, studying my face like he's memorizing it. And did it work? Did leaving make things better? Better? No. Easier? Maybe. Lonelier? Absolutely. It made things different. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. The tension between us vibrates, heavy with unsaid words and buried feelings. 6 years collapsed into this single moment, this single conversation that's both too much and not nearly enough. Finally, Jack steps back. Okay? Okay? If you can't give me more than that, I won't push. But Camryn, he catches my eyes and holds them. This isn't over. Whatever happened between us, whatever reasons you had for leaving, we're going to have to deal with it eventually. I know. Good. He heads toward the dining room. I should finish hanging those pictures. And I should get back to cleaning. We stand there another beat, neither moving, both knowing this conversation's changed something fundamental between us. Opened a door that maybe should have stayed closed. For what it's worth, Jack says quietly, I'm glad you're okay, that you and Giselle are safe and happy. That makes me happy. Then he's gone, leaving me alone in Jennifer's perfect living room with my imperfect truths and the ghost of what we used to be. I sink back onto the couch, pressing my palms against my eyes. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Getting too close. Letting him in. Remembering what it felt like when Jack Brooks looked at me like I was his whole world. Because I can't be that person anymore. Can't be the girl who believed love conquered all. I'm someone's mother now. Someone who needs stability and safety more than she needs romance and passion. Even if that romance is with the only man who ever made me feel truly seen. Upstairs, the vacuum's still waiting. The guest rooms still need dusting. Jennifer will be home in 2 hours, expecting everything perfect. So I stand, straighten my shoulders, push everything I'm feeling into that locked box where I keep all my Jack-related emotions. And I get back to work, because that's what I do. That's who I am now. Someone who survives. Even when surviving feels an awful lot like slowly dying inside.
Chapter 14. Jack. I'm halfway out the door when I realize she left her coat. Not just her coat, but her wallet too. I saw it sitting on the kitchen counter when I helped Mom clean up after Camryn left, the worn leather conspicuous against the marble. I should just leave it with Mom. Let her handle it. Except I'm already in my car, following the tire marks hers made as she left our neighborhood. Not many others are on the road at this time. The address on her employment file is burned into my brain from when Mom mentioned it last week. Clinton Hill. Not a great neighborhood, but not terrible either. The kind of place where people work hard and mind their business. The snow's coming down heavier now, fat flakes that stick to everything. By the time I pull up to her building, it's full-on winter wonderland territory. Her car's in the lot, the same beat-up car that barely started this morning. I grab her coat and wallet, rehearsing what I'll say. Quick drop-off. That's it. Hand over her things, make sure she's okay. Leave. Simple. The building's old but maintained. Someone cleared the stairs recently, though fresh snow's already accumulating. I climb to the second floor, find apartment 2C, and knock. Footsteps. The peephole darkens. Then the door flies open and Camryn's standing there, eyes blazing. Are you kidding me right now? I blink. What? You followed me home? Seriously? She crosses her arms, blocking the doorway. That's so far over the line, Jack. I can't even... You left these. I hold up the coat and wallet. At Mom's. I was just... Her anger deflates instantly. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I extend them toward her. Figured you'd need them. She takes them slowly, clutching them to her chest. I didn't even realize. I was so focused on getting Giselle and getting out of there. It's fine. No, it's not. I just accused you of stalking me. To be fair, I did follow you home. A smile tugs at her lips despite everything. I guess you did. Snow's collecting on my shoulders, on her doormat. The temperature's dropped at least 10 degrees since I left Manhattan. Well, I shove my hands in my pockets. I'll let you get back to your night. I turn to go. Jack, wait. I pause, look back. She's biting her lip, that same nervous gesture from 6 years ago. It's really coming down out there. Do you want to come in? For tea or coffee or something? It's the least I can do after... She gestures vaguely. After everything. Every smart part of my brain screams no. Walk away. This is dangerous territory. Sure, I hear myself say. Her apartment's small. Tiny, really. But it's warm and lived in, with crayon drawings taped to the walls and mismatched furniture that somehow works. It smells like vanilla and cinnamon, completely different from Mom's sterile perfection. It smells like home. Sorry about the mess. Camryn's already moving around, gathering toys from the couch. Giselle's at Mrs. Chavez's place, downstairs. She'll stay there until I go get her. So we're alone. The words come out rougher than intended. Camryn freezes mid-reach for a stuffed animal. Yeah, we're alone. She sets the toy down carefully. To talk. Privately. Right. Talk. Tea or coffee? She asks, moving toward the kitchen. Coffee, black. Of course you still take it black. She fills a kettle, sets it on the stove. Some things never change. Some things do. She looks at me over her shoulder, and something passes between us. Heavy. Loaded. The kettle whistles, breaking the moment. Camryn pours coffee into 2 mismatched mugs, one with faded flowers, and one that says, World's Okayest Mom. Giselle got me that one for Christmas, she says, catching my stare. She thought it was hilarious. She's got good taste. We sit at her small kitchen table, the mugs between us like a demilitarized zone. Outside, snow keeps falling. Inside, the silence stretches. So, Jack, I wanted to talk to you about... Is Giselle mine? The question explodes out of me before she can finish her sentence. No preamble, no careful build-up, no gentle easing into the conversation that's been eating me alive for weeks now, keeping me up at night, making me question every goddamn thing I thought I knew about the past 6 years. Just the raw, unfiltered truth I've been choking on since the moment I saw that little girl's face. Camryn's mug clatters against the table hard enough that I'm surprised it doesn't crack. Coffee sloshes over the rim, spreading across the worn wood surface in a dark puddle that neither of us moves to clean up. What? The word comes out barely above a whisper. You heard me. I lean forward across the small table, closing the distance between us, holding her gaze and refusing to let her look away. Is she mine? Jack, I don't know what you're... Don't. I cut her off, my voice harder than I intended. Don't insult my intelligence. Don't play dumb. Just answer the question. She opens her mouth, closes it again. Her chest rises and falls with rapid breaths. 5 years old, I continue, each word deliberate. You left 6 years ago. You disappeared without a trace, without a word, without giving me any explanation. The math works, Camryn. The math works perfectly. Her hands shake visibly now, trembling so hard the remaining coffee in her mug ripples. She grips it tighter, knuckles going taut against her dark skin, like the ceramic is the only thing keeping her grounded. "Why would you even think that?" she asks, but her voice wavers, lacks conviction. "Because I'm not blind. Because she has my eyes. I'm standing now, can't sit still. Because every instinct I have is screaming that little girl is my daughter. You can't just... Am I wrong?" I close the distance between us. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong. She stands too, and we're face to face across her tiny kitchen. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. "Jack? The truth, Cam. That's all I want. Just tell me the truth." A tear escapes, tracks down her cheek. "Yes." The word punches the air from my lungs. "Yes? Yes." Her voice breaks. "Giselle is yours." I stumble back against the counter. 5 years. I have a 5-year-old daughter. "Why?" The word comes out strangled. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I was scared. Because we were so young and I didn't know what to do. Because..." She wipes at her eyes furiously. "Because I thought I was protecting you." "Protecting me? From what?" "From this. From being trapped in something you didn't ask for. From resenting me and the baby and the life you'd have to give up." She's crying openly now. "You had plans, Jack. Your career. Everything mapped out. I couldn't be the reason you threw it all away. That wasn't your choice to make. I know, God, I know. But I was 21 and terrified and alone, and I made the best decision I could with what I had. I want to be angry. Should be angry. But looking at her, this woman who carried my child alone, who built a life for both of them with nothing but determination and grit, all I feel is overwhelming sadness for everything we lost." "You should have told me," I say quietly. "I know. I would have helped. I would have been there. I know that too. Now." She wraps her arms around herself. "But back then, all I could see was the gap between our worlds getting bigger, and you eventually realizing I wasn't worth it. I didn't want to be left alone or abandoned, so I did things on my own terms. And I'm sorry." I cross the kitchen in 2 strides, cup her face in my hands. "You were always worth it. Always." Her breath catches. We're so close, close enough that I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, the tiny scar on her chin from when she fell off her bike as a kid. Close enough to kiss her if I just leaned down. "Jack." My name's a whisper, a warning, a plea. I had a daughter for 5 years and didn't know. I stroke my thumb across her cheekbone, catching another tear. 5 years, Cam. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I believe you. And I do. I can see it in every line of her face, feel it in the way she's trembling under my hands. But we've got a lot to figure out. I know. Starting with Giselle. She needs to know. Fear flashes across her face. She's only 5. She deserves to know who her father is. And I deserve to know my daughter. You're right. You're absolutely right. She pulls back and my hands fall away. But can we go slow? She doesn't understand any of this yet. I don't want to confuse her or scare her. Whatever you need. Whatever she needs. I lean against the counter, trying to process everything. Does anyone else know? No. Not even your family? They knew I was pregnant, not who the father was. I told them he was out of the picture. She manages a weak smile. Technically true. Jesus, Cam. I know I'm a mess. I've always been a mess. No. I step closer again. Can't seem to help myself. You're amazing. You raised our daughter alone. Gave her a good life. That's not a mess. That's remarkable. Her eyes meet mine and something shifts. The air charges, crackling with 6 years of want and regret and unfinished business. We should probably talk logistics, she says, but her voice has gone breathless. Custody and visitation and... Later. Jack. Later. I cup her face again, and this time she leans into the touch. Right now, I just need to know we're okay, that we can figure this out together. Together, she repeats, like she's testing the word. Yeah, together. Outside, the snow keeps falling, blanketing the city in white. Inside Camryn's tiny apartment, with her face in my hands and the truth finally between us, everything feels possible. Terrifying, complicated, completely overwhelming, but possible. I had a feeling, I admit. The second I saw her, something just clicked. Really? Yeah, those eyes. They're mine. Camryn laughs, watery but genuine. She's going to have so many questions. We'll answer them. We'll figure it all out. It feels right. Like maybe despite everything, we can find our way back to each other. One truth at a time.
Chapter 15. Camryn. I need to get Giselle. The thought cuts through everything. All the tension, all the confusion, all the raw emotion hanging between Jack and me in my cramped apartment. I gesture toward the door. Mrs. Chavez is expecting me. Giselle's probably wondering where I am. Jack nods, but he doesn't move. Just stands there looking at me like he's trying to memorize my face. Yeah, of course. Will you? I swallow hard. Will you stay for dinner? His eyes widen slightly. You want me to stay? Do I? My brain screams no, but something deeper, something I've been ignoring for 6 years, whispers yes. Giselle should see you and get to know you properly. You're not just some guy who fixed our car. I wrap my arms around myself. We don't have to tell her tonight. About you being hurt. We don't have to say anything, but she should know you better. I'd like that. His voice comes out rough. I'd really like that. Okay, give me 5 minutes. I escape into the hallway before I can change my mind, taking the stairs down to Mrs. Chavez's apartment, 2 at a time. My heart's hammering so hard, I can feel it in my throat. This is happening. This is really happening. Mrs. Chavez opens the door before I can knock, Giselle's hand clasped in hers. Right on time, mija. We were just finishing up our puzzle. Thank you so much for watching her. Anytime. This one's a joy. She pats Giselle's head affectionately. See you soon? Absolutely. Giselle chatters the entire way back upstairs. Something about the puzzle pieces being tricky, and how Mrs. Chavez let her have 2 cookies instead of 1. I make the appropriate responses, but my mind's elsewhere. On Jack waiting in my apartment. On what I'm about to do. Mama? Whose car is that outside? Giselle tugs on my hand. The nice one? We have a guest for dinner, baby. A guest? Her eyes light up. Who? Someone Mama used to know. His name's Jack. Jack. She bounces on her toes. The car hero Jack? Right. The drawing she made. The one she gave him at Jennifer's house. Yeah, that Jack. We reach our door. I hesitate, hand on the knob. Be polite, okay? Use your manners. I always use my manners. She sounds offended, which would be funny if I wasn't so terrified. I open the door. Jack's standing by the window, looking out at the snow. He turns when he hears us, and something crosses his face when he sees Giselle. Something raw and overwhelming. His eyes go glossy. Hi. Giselle lets go of my hand, takes a tentative step forward. You're the car hero, Jack. That's right. He crouches down to her level, and I watch his hands shake slightly. It's really nice to see you, Giselle. Did you like my picture? The one I drawed of you? Drew, I correct automatically. The one I drew, she amends, never taking her eyes off Jack. I loved it. His voice sounds thick. It's on my desk at work. I look at it every day. Giselle beams. Really? Really. She moves closer, studying him with that intense curiosity only 5-year-olds possess. You have pretty eyes. They're blue like the sky. Jack blinks rapidly. Thank you. Your eyes are pretty too. Mine aren't as blue as yours. Yours are special. Giselle, let Jack breathe. I move into the kitchen, needing something to do with my hands. Why don't you show him your drawings while I make dinner? Okay. She grabs Jack's hand without hesitation, pulling him toward her corner of the living room where her art supplies live. I have lots of drawings. I draw every day. Mrs. Chavez says I'm very talented. Jack lets himself be led, looking back at me with an expression I can't quite read. Gratitude, wonder, fear, all of it maybe. I turn to the stove, pulling out ingredients for the chicken stew I'd planned to make. Comfort food, something warm and hearty that'll fill our bellies and maybe calm my racing heart. Behind me, Giselle's voice carries on, showing Jack each drawing with the detailed explanations. He asks questions, genuinely interested, and she eats up the attention. They sound good together. The thought makes my chest ache. I brown the chicken, chop vegetables, let the familiar rhythm of cooking ground me. Through it all, I'm hyper-aware of Jack in my space. His presence fills the small apartment, makes it feel even smaller, but not in a bad way. Mama, can Jack stay for my bedtime story too? I glance over my shoulder. They're sitting on the floor now, Giselle's drawings spread around them like a colorful carpet. Jack's listening to her explain something about rainbows with an expression of complete focus. That's up to Jack, baby. He might have other plans. I don't. Jack's eyes meet mine. I don't have any other plans. Then I guess he can stay. Giselle claps her hands. Yay! I'm reading a book about a princess and a dragon. It's really good. Sounds exciting, Jack says, and he means it. I can hear it in his voice. The stew simmers, filling the apartment with savory smells. I set the table, pulling out our mismatched plates and the napkins Giselle decorated with markers last week. Nothing fancy, nothing like what Jack's probably used to, but he doesn't seem to care. Dinner's ready, I announce. Giselle scrambles up, washing her hands without being asked. Jack follows her lead, and I catch him looking around the apartment like he's trying to memorize every detail. We settle at the small table, Giselle between us, and I serve the stew into bowls. Steam rises, carrying the scent of herbs and vegetables. This smells amazing, Jack says. It's Mama's special recipe, Giselle informs him importantly. She makes it when it's cold outside. Smart Mama. We eat, and conversation flows easier than I expected. Giselle dominates most of it, asking Jack questions about his car and his job and whether he's ever seen a real dragon. He answers everything patiently, never talking down to her, treating her questions with the seriousness she deserves. I watch them interact, my heart doing complicated things in my chest. The way he looks at her, like she's precious, like she matters, it undoes something inside me. Can I have seconds? Giselle holds up her empty bowl. Please, I correct. Can I have seconds, please? I ladle more stew into her bowl, catching Jack's eye across the table. He's smiling. Not his practiced business smile or his polite social smile, a real one. After dinner, Giselle helps clear the table, carrying her bowl to the sink with exaggerated care. Jack brings his own dishes, standing close enough that I can feel the heat from his body. Thank you, he says quietly, for letting me stay. You're her father. You have a right to know her. Still, you could have said no. I could have. I rinse a bowl, avoiding his eyes. But I didn't want to. Bath time comes next, and Jack excuses himself to the living room while I wrangle Giselle into clean pajamas. She talks the entire time about how nice Jack is, how funny, how she hopes he comes back again. My heart clenches with every word. Is Jack important to you, Mama? I freeze, toothbrush halfway to her mouth. What makes you ask that? You look at him funny, like he's special. Out of the mouths of babes. Yeah, baby, he's important to me. Good, I like him. I'm glad. We emerge from the bathroom to find Jack still on the floor. Looking at Giselle's drawings, he glances up when we enter, and Giselle immediately climbs onto the couch with her dragon book. Story time, she announces. Jack moves to the couch too, and Giselle settles between us, opening the book with reverent care. She reads slowly, sounding out the harder words, and Jack helps when she gets stuck. I watch them. This impossible picture. My daughter and her father, heads bent together over a story about dragons and princesses. When Giselle's eyes start drooping, I carry her to bed. She's already half asleep, murmuring something about Jack coming back soon. He will, baby. I promise. Back in the living room, Jack's standing by the door, coat in hand. I should go. Let you get some rest. Okay. I walk him to the door, suddenly nervous. Thank you for tonight, for being so good with her. I didn't do anything. You did everything. We stand in my doorway, close enough that I can see the flecks of darker blue in his eyes, close enough to remember what it felt like when those eyes looked at me like I was his whole world. Camryn, my name's a whisper. Yeah? He reaches out, cups my face with one hand, his palms warm against my cheek, his thumb brushing my skin with devastating gentleness. Then he leans in, presses his lips to my other cheek. Soft, reverent, lingering just long enough to make my breath catch. Friday, he says against my skin. Can I come back Friday? Yes. He pulls back, his hand still cradling my face. She's incredible. You did an amazing job. We did. The words slip out before I can stop them. She's half you too. Something like pain flashes across his face. I wish I'd been there. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. He strokes my cheek one more time, then lets his hand fall away. Just let me make up for lost time. Okay. He lingers another moment, and I think he might kiss me for real this time. But he just smiles, soft and sad and hopeful all at once, and steps into the hallway. Good night, Cam. Good night, Jack. I close the door, press my back against it, touch my cheek where his lips were. My skin feels warm. My whole body feels warm. Like maybe, just maybe, everything's going to be okay.
Chapter 16. Jack. The restaurant's one of those trendy spots in Soho that Manny loves. Exposed brick, Edison bulbs, a menu full of things described as artisanal or locally sourced. I'm here because I promised. Because Manny's been on me about spending time with Paula. Because being a good friend means showing up even when your head's somewhere else entirely. Even when it's in a cramped apartment in Clinton Hill, watching a 5-year-old write about dragons. Jack! Paula waves from a corner booth, her smile bright. She's wearing something green that brings out her eyes, her hair styled in loose waves that probably took an hour. She looks beautiful. I feel nothing. Hey. I slide into the booth next to her, leaving space between us. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was hell. You're not late. Manny and his flavor of the week aren't even here yet. She touches my arm, lets her hand linger. I ordered us a bottle of wine. The Pinot you like. Great. Thanks. The waitress appears with said wine, pours 2 glasses. Paula raises hers in a toast. 2 second chances. I clink my glass against hers. Take a drink that tastes like guilt. So, she settles back, studying me. How was your week? Busy. Closed a deal on Tuesday. Had meetings all day yesterday. Sounds exhausting. It was. I rotate my wine glass, watching the liquid catch the light. How about you? Oh, same old. Work, yoga, brunch with the girls. She launches into a story about something that happened at her office, something involving a co-worker and a mishap with the coffee machine. I nod in the right places, smile when I'm supposed to. But my mind keeps drifting. To Giselle's laugh, to the way she trusted me instantly, pulling me toward her drawings with complete confidence. To Camryn watching us with an expression that made my chest ache. Jack. Paula's waving a hand in front of my face. Sorry, what? I asked if you wanted to split the burrata. Sure, whatever you want. Her expression flickers, just for a second. Then the smile's back in place. You seem distracted tonight. Just tired. You're always tired lately. She reaches for my hand across the table. Is everything okay? With work, I mean. Work's fine. Then what is it? Before I can answer, or avoid answering, Manny appears with his date. Some blonde in a dress so tight I'm surprised she can breathe. He introduces her as Stephanie or Bethany or something that ends in a Y sound. Sorry we're late. Manny drops into the seat across from me. Someone took forever getting ready. Says the man who spent 20 minutes on his hair. Not Stephanie shoots back. They bicker playfully while ordering drinks. Paula leans closer to me, her perfume overwhelming in the small space. They're cute together, she murmurs. Yeah. Think it'll last? With Manny? Probably not. She laughs, squeezes my hand. You're terrible. Just honest. Dinner arrives in stages. Appetizers we share. Entrees that cost more than they should. Dessert that Manny insists we all try. The conversation flows around me. Manny telling stories, his date laughing too loud, Paula chiming in with observations. I participate enough to not be rude. Enough that no one calls me out. But I'm not really here. Not in the way that matters. So, Jack, Manny leans forward, that grin on his face. Paula tells me you two have plans next weekend. Do we? I glance at Paula. The charity gala, she prompts gently. For the children's hospital? I mentioned it last week. Right. The gala. Black tie event. Networking disguised as philanthropy. Yeah, looking forward to it. Liar. Manny laughs. You hate those things. I don't hate them. You literally told me last month you'd rather get a root canal than attend another rubber chicken dinner. That was before I had such lovely company. I glance at Paula, force a smile. She beams. Manny's date excuses herself to the restroom, and Manny takes the opportunity to lean across the table. Seriously, man, you good? You've been off all night. I'm fine. He's been stressed with work, Paula offers, her hand finding my knee under the table. Haven't you? Something like that. Manny studies me for a long moment. He knows. Of course he knows. We've been friends since college. He can read me better than anyone. But he doesn't push. Just sits back, takes a drink of his whiskey. Well, try to relax. It's Friday night. Live a little. If only he knew where my mind is truly wandering off to. Sitting in Camryn's apartment, watching our daughter read, feeling my entire world shift on its axis. The rest of dinner passes in a blur. More wine, more forced conversation, more of Paula's hand on my arm, my shoulder, my leg. She's trying. I can see that. Can appreciate it even. But it's not enough. Nothing's enough when all I can think about is brown eyes and crayon drawings and the ghost of her lips that I'm dying to feel against mine again. Finally, mercifully, the check comes. I grab it before anyone can argue, toss down my card. Let me get half, Manny protests. I got it. Jack, I said I got it. Outside, the temperature's dropped. Early February in New York, all wind and wet cold that cuts through your coat. Manny and his date head toward the subway, calling goodbyes over their shoulders. Paula shivers next to me. My place is just a few blocks. Want to walk me? It's not really a question. More like an invitation wrapped in politeness. Sure. We walk in silence for half a block. Then Paula loops her arm through mine, presses close. Tonight was fun, she says. Yeah. We should do it more often. The four of us. Maybe next time we could... She stops walking. I stop too, confused. We're standing in front of her building. A nice brownstone in the West Village, the kind with flower boxes and a doorman. This is me. She turns to face me, and even in the dim streetlight I can see the hope in her eyes. Want to come up? I have that bourbon you like. Every part of this moment's familiar. The invitation, the expectation, the easy way she fits against me when she steps closer. This is what I'm supposed to want. What I should want. A beautiful woman. No complications. No 5-year-old daughters or 6 years of baggage. Just simple. Easy. Uncomplicated. She rises on her toes, presses her lips to mine. Soft. Sweet. Tasting like wine and dessert. I kiss her back. Try to feel something. Anything. But all I can think about is that it's not Camryn. Paula pulls back, studies my face. You're not into this, are you? Paula. It's okay. She steps away, wrapping her arms around herself. I've known for a while, I kept hoping. Guilt crashes over me in waves. I'm sorry. Don't be. I pushed when I should have walked away. She manages a smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. There's someone else, isn't there? I should lie. Should protect her feelings. Should do the decent thing. But I'm so tired of lying. Yeah, there is. She nods like she expected it. The one from before. The one Manny mentioned. Yeah. Does she know how you feel? It's complicated. It always is. Paula digs in her purse, pulls out her keys. For what it's worth, Jack, you're a good guy. I hope she sees that. Whoever she is. Paula. Good night, Jack. She's already moving toward her door. Take care of yourself. Then she's gone, disappearing into her building before I can say anything else. I stand on the sidewalk watching her go. Another ending. Another person I've hurt. The story of my life. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Giselle keeps asking when you're coming back. Friday still work? Camryn. She must have gotten my number from Mom. My fingers fly over the keyboard. Friday's perfect. What time? 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. 6, I'll make dinner. I'll bring dessert. You don't have to. I want to. Another pause. Then, okay. See you Friday. I save her number. Stare at it for a long moment. Then I hail a cab and head home, my heart lighter than it's been in days. Paula deserves better than what I can give her. Deserves someone who looks at her the way I look at Camryn. The way I've always looked at Camryn. And yeah, it's messy. Complicated. Full of questions I don't have answers to. But it's real. More real than anything else in my life. The cab drops me at my building. I take the elevator up, let myself into my empty penthouse. It's late, but I'm not tired. Instead, I pour myself a drink, pull out my phone, look at Camryn's text again. See you Friday. 4 days. I just have to make it 4 more days. Then I can see Giselle again. Can sit at Camryn's table and pretend everything's normal while my world continues to shift beneath me. Can maybe, possibly, start to figure out what the hell happens next. I raise my glass to the empty room. Too complicated, I mutter. Then I drink and I wait for Friday.
Chapter 17. Camryn. The living room's covered in pink and red. Hearts dangle from the chandelier. Cupids smile from every surface. And there's enough glitter scattered around to supply a craft store. Jennifer's humming while she hangs a banner over the fireplace that reads, "Love is in the air," in looping script. I pause in the doorway with my cleaning supplies, taking in the spectacle. Little early for Valentine's Day, isn't it? She spins around, nearly dropping the banner. Oh, Camryn, I didn't hear you come in. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. No, it's fine. She climbs down from the step stool, brushing invisible dust from her hands. And to answer your question, it's never too early to celebrate love. Besides, I'm hosting a charity luncheon next week, Valentine's theme. Ah, I set down my supplies, eyeing the heart-shaped wreath she's positioned by the entrance. Need help with anything? Would you mind hanging this garland along the mantel? My arms aren't quite long enough. Sure thing. I take the garland, red and pink flowers interwoven with ribbon, and start draping it across the marble mantel. Jennifer watches, making small adjustments, clearly in her element. You really love this holiday, I observe. I do, always have. She hands me another section of garland. My husband proposed on Valentine's Day, 37 years ago. Took me to this tiny French restaurant in the city. Got down on one knee right there in front of everyone. That sounds beautiful. It was. Her voice goes soft. He was so nervous, poor thing. Dropped the ring twice before he finally got it on my finger. We work in companionable silence for a few minutes. I secure the garland while she fiddles with the placement of various decorations, stepping back every few seconds to check the overall effect. There. She clasps her hands together. Perfect. What do you think? It looks like Cupid exploded in here. She laughs. That's the idea. I climb down from the mantel, wiping my hands on my uniform. The living room really does look incredible. Over the top, maybe, but in that charming way Jennifer pulls off effortlessly. I should get started on the upstairs, I say, reaching for my supplies. Actually, Camryn, do you have a minute? I wanted to talk to you about something. The shift in her tone makes me pause. Of course. Everything okay? Everything's fine. Better than fine, actually. She gestures to the couch. Please, sit. I perch on the edge of the cushion, suddenly nervous. Is she unhappy with my work? Did I mess something up? Jennifer settles beside me, angling her body to face mine. I wanted to tell you how much I've enjoyed having you and Giselle around. These past few weeks have been, well, they've brought life back to this house. Relief washes through me. We've enjoyed it too. Giselle talks about you constantly. You're all she wanted to talk about at dinner last night. She's such a delight. Reminds me of Jack at that age, actually. Same curiosity, same creative spirit. That's sweet of you to say. Jennifer's quiet for a moment, studying me with those perceptive hazel eyes. Can I ask you something personal? Okay. Giselle's father. You mentioned he's not in the picture. My throat goes dry. That's right. Was it his choice or yours? The question should feel invasive, should make me defensive. But something about the gentle way Jennifer asks, the genuine concern in her expression, makes me want to answer honestly. Mine, I admit quietly. It was my choice. Do you regret it? Every single day. The words slip out before I can stop them. But I thought I was doing the right thing at the time. The right thing for whom? For everyone. For him. For me. I trail off, wrapping my arms around myself. It's complicated. Love usually is. I glance at her, caught off guard. Who said anything about love? Camryn. She reaches over, touches my hand gently. I wasn't born yesterday. I can see it in your face when you talk about him, even in the silence, when you don't talk about him. My eyes burn. I blink rapidly, refusing to let tears fall. I was 21, I hear myself saying, young and stupid and so completely out of my depth. He was from this whole different world, you know? Money and privilege and a future all mapped out. And I was just me, working 2 jobs, barely scraping by, no college degree, no prospects. And you loved him. God, I loved him so much it hurt. I swipe at my eyes, annoyed at the moisture gathering there. But love doesn't pay bills, doesn't change the fact that we were from completely different universes. What happened? I got pregnant. The confession hangs between us. Jennifer doesn't react with shock or judgment, just squeezes my hand tighter. And you didn't tell him, she says softly. How could I? He had plans, dreams, this whole life ahead of him, and I was going to be what? The girl who trapped him with a baby? The one who ruined everything? You don't know that's how he would have seen it. Maybe not. But I couldn't take that chance. I pull my hand back, needing the distance. His family would have hated me, would have thought I was after his money, trying to climb the social ladder. And maybe part of me believed that too, that I wasn't good enough for him, that I'd just drag him down. Oh, sweetheart. So I left, disappeared before he could realize what a mistake we'd been. My voice cracks. I told myself it was for the best, that he'd move on, find someone appropriate, build the life he was supposed to have. And you? What kind of life did you build? I think about my cramped apartment, my secondhand furniture, the way I count every penny at the grocery store. A hard one, but an honest one. Giselle has everything she needs. Maybe not everything she wants, but she's loved and safe and happy. She is, Jennifer agrees. You've done an incredible job with her. Thank you. We sit in silence for a moment. Outside, snow's starting to fall again, dusting the manicured lawn in fresh white. Can I tell you something? Jennifer asks. Sure. I had a feeling about you from the moment we met, something familiar that I couldn't quite place. She pauses. Now I think I know what it was. My heart hammers. What? You have the look of someone carrying a secret, a big one, the kind that weighs on you every single day. I can't breathe, can't speak. And I think, she continues gently, that secret has something to do with my son. The words hit like a physical blow. I stand abruptly, needing space, needing air. Jennifer. It's Jack, isn't it? He's Giselle's father. I spin around to face her. How did you... The eyes. Giselle has his eyes. I noticed it the first day you brought her, but I convinced myself I was seeing things. She stands too, moving toward me slowly. But then I started putting pieces together. Your age, the timeline, the way you reacted when you saw him in the foyer that day. I can explain. You don't have to explain anything to me. Her voice is firm, but kind. What happened between you and Jack is between you and Jack. But Camryn, he has a right to know. He knows. The admission comes out strangled. We talked, recently. He knows Giselle is his. Jennifer's eyes widen. And we're figuring it out. He's been coming over to our home, getting to know her. We haven't told her yet about him being her father, but we will, eventually. Oh, thank God. Jennifer sinks back onto the couch, pressing a hand to her chest. I was so worried you were keeping this from him, and it was eating at me, wondering if I should say something or mind my own business. I sit beside her again, exhausted suddenly. I'm sorry for not being honest with you from the start. You don't owe me an apology. You owe yourself grace for doing the best you could in an impossible situation. She turns to face me fully. But Camryn, can I give you some unsolicited advice? Okay. Don't let fear make your decisions. Not anymore. Her eyes are intense, serious. You were young when you left. You made a choice based on what you thought was right, but you're not that scared girl anymore. You're a strong, capable woman who's built a beautiful life for her daughter. Jennifer. And my son, he's not the same boy he was 6 years ago either. He's grown up, dealt with his own struggles, learned hard lessons. She takes my hands in both of hers. Maybe, just maybe, you both deserve a second chance. Not for Giselle's sake, though she'd benefit from having both parents in her life, but for your own sake, for the love you clearly still carry. Tears spill over now, tracking down my cheeks. What if it doesn't work? What if we try and fail and it's even worse than before? What if it does work? What if you're exactly what each other needs? I want to believe her, want to let hope take root in the devastated garden of my heart. I'm scared, I whisper. Of course you are. Love is terrifying. She pulls me into a hug, and I let myself sink into it. But you're also brave, braver than you give yourself credit for. We stay like that for a long moment. When she finally pulls back, she's smiling through her own tears. Thank you, I manage, for understanding, for not judging. How could I judge? You did what you thought was best for your child. That's what mothers do. She wipes her eyes delicately. Besides, I've always known there was something special about you. From that very first day. Now I know I was right. You're giving me too much credit. I'm giving you exactly the amount you deserve. She stands, smoothing her slacks. Now, I think we've both had enough emotional revelations for one morning. How about some tea? That sounds perfect. We move to the kitchen, and Jennifer busies herself with the kettle while I lean against the counter, feeling lighter than I have in years. The secret's out, at least part of it. And instead of judgment or anger, I found understanding and support. Maybe Jennifer's right. Maybe I am braver than I think. Maybe it's time to stop letting fear make my choices. The kettle whistles, and Jennifer pours 2 cups of chamomile, adding honey to mine without asking, because she's learned how I take it. To second chances, she says, raising her cup. I clink mine against hers. To second chances. Outside, the snow keeps falling. Inside, surrounded by Valentine's decorations and the warmth of unexpected friendship, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, love really is in the air. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Jack. The office at Brooks & Associates hums with pre-Valentine's energy. Someone's strung red hearts along the cubicle walls. There's a ridiculous Cupid cutout taped to the break room door. Even Sarah, my usually no-nonsense assistant, is wearing pink. It's annoying. I lean back in my chair, reviewing the Watson contract for the 3rd time. The numbers blur together. Same problem I've been having all week. Can't focus worth a damn. Jack? Sarah pokes her head through my door. The quarterly reports you wanted. Thanks. I gesture to my desk. Just leave them there. She sets down a thick folder, hesitates. Everything okay? You seem distracted. I'm fine. Just a lot on my plate. Okay. Let me know if you need anything. She pauses at the door. Oh, and there's a Valentine's happy hour tomorrow after work. The whole office is going. You should come. We'll see. Translation. Absolutely not. She leaves, and I stare at the reports without really seeing them. My mind keeps wandering. To Friday night. To Giselle falling asleep between Camryn and me while we read her dragon book. To the way Camryn looked at me when I kissed her cheek goodbye. Like maybe this could work. Like maybe we could figure out how to be a family. My phone buzzes. Text from Mom. Hey, honey. Just got back from brunch with friends. Camryn knows I know. We had a good talk. Give her some space to process. I read it twice, processing. Mom knows. About Giselle. About everything. And she's okay with it. Relief floods through me, unexpected and overwhelming. I start typing a response when my office door flies open. Manny storms in, face flushed. We need to talk. Jesus, man. Ever heard of knocking? Alone. He glances at the glass walls, the open door. Now. Something in his tone makes my spine straighten. I stand, close the door, hit the button that frosts the glass for privacy. What's going on? Paula and I were at the country club, having brunch with our sister. He's pacing now, agitated. And we ran into your mother. Okay. She was having tea with some of her charity friends. Real chatty. Real excited about something. He stops pacing, faces me. Want to guess what she was so excited about? I stay silent. She was going on and on about how she finally has a grandchild after all. After years of waiting, there's finally a little one in the family. His voice rises. A 5-year-old girl, Jack, named Giselle. My hands clench into fists. Manny, is it true? He steps closer. You have a daughter? That's none of your business. The hell it isn't. I've been pushing you toward Paula for months. Months, Jack. And this whole time you've had a kid with some woman you haven't seen in 6 years? Lower your voice. Don't tell me to lower my voice. What about Paula? What about my sister who's been falling for you while you've been playing house with your ex? Anger flares hot in my chest. I'm not playing anything. And Paula and I aren't together. She thinks you are. Then she's wrong. I broke things off last week. Manny's eyes widen. You what? I ended it. Told her I couldn't give her what she deserves. I move around my desk, needing space. It wasn't fair to her. Not when my head's somewhere else. Somewhere else meaning with Camryn. Yeah, with Camryn. And our daughter. Jesus Christ! He runs both hands through his hair. A daughter. You have a daughter. I do. For how long? When did you find out? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. Paula's been waiting for you to commit, and you've been... What? Sneaking around with your baby mama? Don't call her that. What should I call her? The woman who disappeared 6 years ago and suddenly shows up with your kid? Manny? I take a step toward him, voice dropping to something dangerous. You need to watch yourself right now. Or what? You'll defend her honor? He laughs, bitter. That's rich, coming from the guy who's been stringing my sister along. I never strung Paula along. I was always honest about where I was at. Honest? You told her you needed time, that you weren't ready to commit because of work stress. He jabs a finger at my chest. You never mentioned you had a child. Because I didn't know. Not until recently. That stops him. What? Camryn didn't tell me. She left when she was pregnant, disappeared, raised Giselle on her own. Manny's quiet for a long moment. She kept your kid from you for 5 years. She had her reasons. What reasons could possibly justify that? Her reasons, and they're between me and her. Unbelievable. He shakes his head. You're actually defending her. I'm not defending anything. I'm just saying it's complicated. It's not complicated, it's messed up. He moves toward the door. Paula deserves to know the truth. All of it. She does know. I told her there was someone else. But not about the kid. That's not her business. The hell it isn't. She was ready to build a life with you, Jack. She deserves to know why you couldn't do the same. I cross my arms. What do you want me to say, Manny? That I'm sorry? Fine. I'm sorry. Sorry I didn't fall in love with your sister. Sorry I have a daughter with someone else. Sorry my life doesn't fit into whatever neat box you had planned. This isn't about boxes. It's about you being a decent human being. I am being decent. I ended things with Paula before they got more serious. Before anyone got hurt worse. Too late for that. Guilt twists in my gut, but I push it aside. I'm not the bad guy here. No? Then who is? Camryn? For hiding your kid? Or you? For throwing away a good woman for someone who already proved she'll bail when things get hard? The accusation lands like a punch. Get out! Jack. I said get out of my office. Manny holds my gaze for a beat, then heads for the door. He pauses with his hand on the handle. For what it's worth, I hope she's worth it. Your kid and your ex. His voice is cold. Because you just blew up a lot of stuff for them. Then he's gone, leaving me alone with my rage and my guilt, and the truth I can't escape. He's right about one thing. I did blow up a lot of stuff. But what he doesn't understand, what he can't understand, is that none of it matters compared to what I found. A daughter. A second chance. The woman I never stopped loving. I sink into my chair, press my palms against my eyes. Sarah's voice comes through the intercom. Jack, your 3 o'clock is here. Cancel it. But cancel everything for the rest of the day. I grab my jacket. I'm leaving. Is everything all right? It will be. I hope. I head for the elevator, ignoring the curious looks from my staff. The ride down feels endless. Outside, the February air bites at my skin, but I welcome it. Need it to clear my head. My phone buzzes. Text from Mom again. Manny just called. He's upset. Be patient with him. I delete it without responding. Right now, the last thing I need is patience for Manny's crap. What I need is to see Camryn, to make sure we're solid, to remind myself why I'm willing to burn every bridge if it means being with her and Giselle. But Mom said to give her space, so I shove my phone in my pocket and start walking, no destination in mind. Just moving, just trying to outrun the feeling that everything's about to fall apart. Again.
Chapter 19. Camryn. The knock sounds urgent. 3 sharp raps that echo through my apartment. I glance at the clock. 2:47. Giselle's still at school. Won't need pickup for another hour. Another knock, more insistent. I wipe my hands on my jeans. Was just folding laundry, trying to keep busy on my day off, and head for the door. Through the peephole, Jack's face appears distorted by the fisheye lens. His jaws tight, eyes wild. My heart kicks into overdrive. I unlock the door, pull it open. Jack, what are you? He's on me before I can finish. One hand cups my face, the other slides into my hair, and then his mouth crashes against mine. The kiss steals my breath. It's fierce, desperate, full of 6 years of wanting. His lips move against mine like he's drowning and I'm air. I should stop this. Should push him away, demand to know what's happening. Instead, I kiss him back. God help me, I kiss him back with everything I've been holding in since the moment he walked back into my life. My hands fist in his shirt, pulling him closer, needing him closer. He groans against my mouth, backing me into the apartment. The door slams shut behind us. Jack. I break away just long enough to breathe. What's going on? Mom knows. His forehead presses against mine, breath ragged. She knows about Giselle, about us. I know, I told her yesterday. I needed to see you, needed to make sure. He cuts himself off, kisses me again, slower this time, but no less intense. Tell me this is real. It's real. My fingers thread through his hair. Jack, it's real. That breaks something in him. He lifts me, and my legs wrap around his waist automatically. Muscle memory from all those years ago, when we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Bedroom, I manage between kisses. Down the hall, he carries me like I weigh nothing, never breaking contact. His mouth moves from my lips to my jaw, trailing fire down my neck. We stumble into my bedroom. Small, cluttered with laundry baskets and Giselle's stuffed animals that migrated from her room. He sets me on the bed, and for a moment we just stare at each other. His pupils are blown wide. His chest heaves with each breath. Are you sure? His voice comes out rough. Camryn, are you sure? Instead of answering, I reach for his shirt, pulling it over his head in one smooth motion. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Finally, I lift my head to look at him. Jack? Yeah? What happened today? Why did you... My best friend found out about Giselle. He strokes my back absently. Confronted me at work. It got ugly. Ugly how? He was pissed. He's been wanting me to date his sister, and this messed up his plans, I guess. He was angry about me having a kid, about all of it. His jaw tightens. Said some stuff that needed saying, I guess. I shift, settling beside him but staying close. About me? About the situation. About how messed up everything is. He turns his head to look at me. But he doesn't get it. Doesn't understand that none of that matters. What matters? This. He cups my face. You, Giselle. Us being a family. My throat tightens. Jack, I know we have to figure out details, custody and co-parenting and all that stuff. But Cam, I need you to know I'm all in. Whatever this is, whatever we're doing, I'm not running. Tears prick my eyes. What if I run again? Then I'll find you. He kisses my forehead. And I'll keep finding you until you stop running. That's not healthy. Probably not, but it's honest. I laugh despite myself, brushing at my eyes. We're a mess. The best kind of mess. He pulls me closer. What time do you have to get Giselle? Half an hour. Damn. He glances at the clock. Guess we should? Yeah, probably. Neither of us moves. 5 more minutes? He says. 5 more minutes. We lie there, wrapped in each other, stealing time we both know we don't really have. But for now, it's enough.
Chapter 20. Jack. The next few days blur together in the best possible way. Monday morning, I show up at Camryn's apartment with coffee and bagels before she heads to work. She answers the door in her uniform, hair pulled back, eyes still sleepy. What are you doing here? But she's smiling, taking the coffee I offer. Thought you might need caffeine. Giselle appears behind her mother, already dressed for school in a purple dress covered in butterflies. Jack! She launches herself at me, and I catch her easily, lifting her up. My daughter. The words still make my chest tight. Hey, princess. You look beautiful today. Mama let me pick my own outfit. She beams with pride. Do you like butterflies? I love butterflies, especially purple ones. Camryn watches us over her coffee cup, something soft in her expression. We need to leave in 10 minutes. I'll drive you. The offer's out before I think about it. Both of you. Jack, you don't have to. I want to. So I drive Giselle to kindergarten in my Mercedes, listening to her chatter about her art project and how her teacher said she's the best drawer in the whole class. Camryn sits in the passenger seat, quiet but relaxed, occasionally meeting my eyes in the rearview mirror. When we pull up to the school, Giselle unbuckles herself but pauses before getting out. Will you pick me up today too? My throat goes tight. If your mama says it's okay. Please, Mama? Giselle clasps her hands together. Please, please, please. Camryn looks at me, something unreadable in her eyes. Okay, Jack can pick you up. Giselle squeals, gives us both quick kisses, and races toward the school entrance. We watch her go. When she disappears inside, Camryn finally speaks. You're spoiling her. Good. She deserves to be spoiled. Jack, I missed 5 years, Cam. I turn to face her fully. 5 years of birthday parties and first days of school and bedtime stories. Let me make up for it. Her eyes glisten. Okay, but don't buy her a pony or anything crazy. No promises. She laughs and the sound settles something in my chest. Tuesday, I take them both to dinner at a family-friendly Italian place in Brooklyn. Giselle orders spaghetti and gets sauce everywhere. Camryn tries to clean her up while I watch, memorizing every detail. The way Camryn tucks Giselle's hair behind her ear. The way Giselle giggles when she drops a meatball. The way they both look at me like I belong here, at this table, in this moment. Tell me about your week, I say to Giselle while we wait for dessert. She launches into an elaborate story about show and tell, complete with hand gestures and sound effects. I'm completely absorbed, asking questions, making her laugh. Across the table, Camryn's watching us with tears in her eyes. What? I mouth. She just shakes her head, smiles. Wednesday, I pick Giselle up from school again. This time I bring art supplies, fancy markers and glitter pens and paper that's way too expensive for a 5-year-old. Jack! She throws her arms around my legs when she sees me. You came back! Of course I did. I'll always come back. We spend the afternoon at their apartment while Camryn works at my mother's home. Giselle draws while I sit on the floor next to her, attempting my own masterpiece. Mine looks like something a drunk toddler created. Hers is actually impressive. You're not very good at drawing, she observes. Nope, but I'm good at other things. Like what? Like making your mama smile. She considers this seriously. That is a good thing. Mama doesn't smile enough sometimes. The observation guts me. Well, I'm gonna change that. Good. She goes back to her drawing. I like when Mama's happy, and she's happy when you're here. Christ, this kid. When Camryn gets home from work, she finds us both covered in glitter, surrounded by approximately 50 drawings. What happened here? Art explosion, I say seriously. It was unavoidable. Giselle giggles. Jack got glitter in his hair. I see that. Camryn tries to look stern, but fails. Bath time, Giselle. Now. But we're not done. Bath. Then maybe we can finish after. Giselle pouts but goes, leaving Camryn and me alone in the living room. She surveys the mess, hands on her hips. You're a bad influence. The worst. I stand, brush glitter off my jeans. It doesn't help. But she had fun. She did. Camryn steps closer, reaches up to pick glitter out of my hair. So did you, apparently. Yeah, I really did. Our eyes meet. Hold. Jack. I kiss her, soft and sweet, tasting like coming home. When I pull back, she's breathless. Friday, I murmur against her lips. I have plans for us Friday night. What kind of plans? The kind where my mom takes Giselle for a sleepover, and you and I actually get to be alone. Like, actually alone. No interruptions. Her breath catches. A sleepover? Mom's been dying to have Giselle stay over. Says the house is too quiet. This way, everyone wins. Jack, I don't know if... Say yes, Cam, please. She searches my face for a long moment. Okay, yes. Relief floods through me. Yeah? Yeah. Friday arrives with fresh snow and clear skies. I show up at 6 with flowers for Camryn and a new stuffed dragon for Giselle. You didn't have to, Camryn says, but she's smiling as she arranges the roses in a vase. I wanted to. Giselle's practically vibrating with excitement about her sleepover at Grandma Jennifer's house, though she doesn't know yet that Jennifer's actually her grandmother. Soon, though, we'll tell her soon. Mom arrives at 6:30, greeting Giselle with a huge hug. Ready for our adventure, sweetheart? Yes. Giselle has her backpack ready, stuffed with pajamas and her favorite books. Jack said you have the best beds ever. I do, and I thought maybe we could bake cookies tonight. What do you think? Chocolate chip? Whatever kind you want. They're heading toward the door when Giselle stops, runs back to hug both Camryn and me. I love you, Mama. I love you, Jack. The words hit me like a truck. I love you, Jack. Said so casually, so easily, like she's been saying it her whole life. I kneel down, pull her into a tight hug. I love you too, Princess. So much. When I look up, Camryn's crying. Mom's crying. Hell, I might be crying a little too. Giselle pulls back, studying my face with those blue eyes. Why is everyone sad? Not sad, I manage. Happy. We're all just really happy. Oh. Okay. She seems satisfied with this answer. Bye. Then she's gone, Mom shepherding her out the door with promises of cookie dough and hot chocolate. The apartment falls silent. Camryn and I stare at each other across the small space. We should talk, she says quietly. About telling her. About everything. Yeah, we should. We settle on the couch, close but not touching. Outside, car horns and city sounds filter through the windows. Inside, it's just us and the weight of 6 years. I think we should tell her this weekend, Camryn says. About you being her father. About Jennifer being her grandmother. You sure? No. But I think it's time. She turns to face me. She loves you already, Jack. Anyone can see that. And she deserves to know the truth. Okay. This weekend, then. We'll do it together. Sit her down. Explain it in a way she can understand. What if she's angry? What if she doesn't understand why I wasn't there before? Then we'll answer her questions. Be honest. Age-appropriate, but honest. Camryn takes my hand. Kids are resilient. And Giselle's smart. She'll adjust. What about my mom? How do we explain that Grandma Jennifer is actually Grandma? We tell her the truth. That I work for Jennifer. That you're Jennifer's son. That we used to know each other a long time ago and now we've found each other again. I pull her closer, kneading her against me. I'm scared. Me too. We sit like that for a while, holding each other, gathering courage. Finally, Camryn pulls back. We have all night. No interruptions. No 5-year-old needing bedtime stories. She stands, holds out her hand. What did you have planned? I take her hand, let her pull me up. Honestly, nothing specific. I just wanted time with you. Real time where we can actually talk. Or not talk. Whatever you need. I need... She trails off, biting her lip. I need you to hold me. Just hold me and tell me everything's going to be okay. Come here. I pull her into my arms and she melts against me with a shaky exhale. We stand there in the middle of her living room, swaying slightly, finding our rhythm. Everything's going to be okay, I murmur into her hair. I promise. We're going to figure this out together. All of it? All of it. The co-parenting, the telling Giselle, the figuring out what we are to each other. I pull back to look at her. Because, Cam, I need you to know, I'm not just here for Giselle. I'm here for you too. For us. Her eyes search mine. What are you saying? I'm saying I want this. Want you. Want to try again. For real this time. Jack, I know it's complicated. I know we have a ton of baggage in history, but none of that changes how I feel. I cup her face in my hands. I love you. I've always loved you. If you'll let me, I want to spend the rest of my life proving it. A tear escapes, tracks down her cheek. I love you too. God, I never stopped loving you, even when I tried. Even when I should have. I kiss her then. Slow and deep and full of promises neither of us made 6 years ago because we were too young, too scared, too stupid to know what we had. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Bedroom? She whispers. Absolutely.
Chapter 21. Camryn. I lead him down the short hallway, hyper-aware of his hand warm in mine, of the heat radiating from his body just inches behind me. My bedroom door's already open. I cleaned earlier, changed the sheets like some part of me knew this would happen. The bedside lamp casts everything in amber. Warm, intimate. Jack pulls me against him the second we're inside, his mouth finding mine with a hunger that steals my breath. Different from the other day. Less frantic, more deliberate, like he's savoring every second. His hands slide under my shirt, palms hot against my ribs. I arch into his touch, needing more, needing everything. Cam, my name's a growl against my throat. Tell me what you want. You, just you. He strips my shirt off in one smooth motion, follows it with my bra. His eyes darken as he takes me in, and heat floods through me at the naked want on his face. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Eventually he pulls out, rolls to his side, pulls me against his chest. I settle into him easily, like my body remembers exactly how we fit together. That was, he trails off. Yeah. Better than I remembered. We were pretty young before. I traced patterns on his chest. Didn't really know what we were doing. Speak for yourself. I knew exactly what I was doing. I pinch his side and he yelps, catching my hand. Violent woman. You love it. I do. He kisses the top of my head. Love you. My throat goes tight. Love you too. We lie there in comfortable silence, listening to the sounds of the city filtering through my windows. Car horns, distant sirens, someone's music playing too loud. I can make us dinner, I offer eventually. Nothing fancy, just homemade. He pulls back to look at me, something soft in his expression. You'd cook for me? I cook for you all the time when you're here with Giselle. That's different. That's you being a good mom. He cups my face. This is you wanting to take care of me. Is that okay? It's more than okay. He kisses me gently. I'd love homemade dinner. I slide out of bed, pulling on his discarded shirt. It falls to mid-thigh, swallowing me. Jack watches with hooded eyes. Keep wearing my clothes, and we're not making it to dinner. Down, boy. But I'm smiling as I head for the door. Come on, you can help. He follows me to the kitchen, wearing only his boxers, and settles on a stool at my tiny counter while I pull out ingredients. What are we making? Lemon chicken with roasted vegetables. Nothing complicated. Sounds perfect. I season the chicken while he watches, asking questions about technique, genuinely interested. It's domestic and easy and everything I never let myself imagine we could have. "Can I ask you something?" he says as I slide the pan into the oven. "Sure." "Earlier, when you said you haven't been with anyone else?" He pauses. "Did you really mean that? 6 years?" I meet his eyes. I really meant it. There were a few dates early on, set up by well-meaning friends, but I couldn't go through with anything. It felt wrong, like I was cheating even though we weren't together. "Cam." His voice breaks on my name. I know it's probably pathetic. It's not pathetic, it's... He stands, rounds the counter, pulls me into his arms. I haven't been with anyone in 2 years. Tried, at my best friend's insistence. Went on dates, kissed a few women. But I couldn't do more, because they weren't you. I press my face into his chest, breathing him in. "We're kind of a mess, aren't we?" "The best kind of mess." He tilts my chin up. "And I wouldn't change a damn thing if it means we ended up here. Even missing 5 years with Giselle?" Pain flashes across his face. "I'd change that if I could. But I can't. So I'm choosing to focus on the next 50 years instead." 50 years? At least. He kisses me softly. "Hope you're ready for me to stick around because I'm not going anywhere." Good. I kiss him back. Neither am I. The timer dings, pulling us apart. I check the chicken, baste the vegetables, try to focus on cooking instead of the man currently making himself at home in my kitchen. My kitchen. With Jack. Making dinner together like we've done this 1,000 times. Like we're building something real. Something that might actually last.
Chapter 22. Jack. The conference room's too bright. Fluorescent lights bouncing off the glass table, making my head pound. Or maybe that's just the lack of sleep from spending every night at Camryn's for the past week. Worth it, though. Completely worth it. I lean back in my chair at the head of the table, reviewing the quarterly projections while my executive team files in. Monique, my VP of Operations. Timothy, part of our accounting team. Linda, who handles our legal contracts. And Manny. He walks in last, jaw tight, not meeting my eyes. We haven't spoken since Friday. Haven't texted. Nothing. Fine by me. Morning, everyone. I tap my pen against the table. Let's make this quick. I've got another meeting at 11. Monique pulls up the PowerPoint on the screen. Q1 numbers are strong. We're up 15% from last year, with the Watson deal closing next week, putting us even higher. Good. What about the Rodney account? Still negotiating terms, Linda chimes in. But they're interested. Should have an answer by end of month. I nod, making notes. The meeting proceeds smoothly for the first 20 minutes. Numbers, projections, strategy discussions. Business as usual. Then Manny opens his mouth. "Speaking of commitments," he says, leaning back in his chair with that grin I know too well. "Anyone else notice our fearless leader's been distracted lately?" The room goes quiet. Monique shoots Manny a warning look. I set down my pen carefully. "Something you want to say, Manny?" "Just wondering if your personal life's affecting your professional judgment. You've been leaving early all week, skipping client dinners. Hell, you weren't even at the Chamber of Commerce event Thursday." "I had it handled. Sarah attended in my place." "Right. Because you were too busy playing house with your baby mama." The temperature in the room drops about 20 degrees. Timothy shifts uncomfortably. Linda suddenly finds her notes fascinating. Monique's eyes go wide. "Excuse me?" My voice comes out deadly calm. "You heard me." Manny leans forward now, something ugly in his expression. Everyone's tiptoeing around it, but I'll say what we're all thinking. You've been MIA for a week because you're too busy with some woman who kept your kid from you for 5 years. Manny. Monique's voice carries a warning. This is inappropriate. Maybe we should... No, it's fine. I stand slowly, bracing my hands on the table. Manny clearly has something to get off his chest. So let's hear it. What exactly is your problem? My problem is that you're letting this woman in this situation derail everything we've built. You're the COO, Jack. You don't get to check out because you knocked someone up 6 years ago. Red creeps into my vision. You want to rephrase that? Why, it's true, isn't it? You got some girl pregnant, she disappeared, and now she's back with a convenient sob story and a kid, and you're eating it up like an idiot. Get out. What? I said get out of my conference room. Manny laughs, but it sounds forced. You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? I straighten to my full height. Get out. Jack, come on. I'm just being honest. You're being a jerk. There's a difference. I move around the table toward him. You don't get to talk about Camryn like that. You don't get to talk about my daughter like that. And you sure as hell don't get to question my judgment in my own goddamn company. I'm your best friend. You're an employee. Same as everyone else in this room. His face flushes. That's not fair. I've been with you since the beginning, and I'm grateful for that. But that doesn't give you the right to disrespect me or the people I care about. I cross my arms. So I'll ask one more time. Leave. Manny stands, chair scraping. Fine, I'll leave. But this conversation isn't over. Yeah, it is. He heads for the door with measured steps, shoulders tight with anger. But he pauses with his hand on the handle, fingers gripping the polished metal like he's holding on to something more than just a door. He turns back, and there's something in his eyes that makes my chest tighten, a mixture of contempt and what might be genuine concern, twisted up together until I can't tell which is which. You're making a mistake, Jack. A huge one. His voice drops lower, more insistent. She's using you. Can't you see that? She shows up out of nowhere with a kid she claims is yours. And suddenly you're ready to throw everything away. Your focus, your company, your friends. Something inside me snaps. It's not a gradual thing. It's instant. Like a wire pulled too tight, finally breaking. All the frustration, all the loyalty I've given him over the years, all the times I've bitten my tongue when he pushed too hard, it all crystallizes into 2 words. You're fired. The words drop into the silence like a bomb, echoing off the glass walls and expensive artwork. I can feel everyone at the table freeze. Even Timothy stops pretending to work on his laptop. Manny's eyes widen, his hand falling away from the door handle. What? You heard me. My voice is steady now, calm in a way that surprises even me. You're fired. Effective immediately. He takes a step back toward the table, disbelief written across every feature. You can't do that. I just did. I don't blink. Don't waver. Security will escort you out. You'll receive 2 weeks severance and information about Cobra. Sarah will handle all the details. Jack, you're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking perfectly clearly for the first time in years. I move to my seat, sit down. Now get out of my building. Manny looks around the table, searching for support. Timothy studies his laptop. Linda's already on her phone, probably texting HR. Monique just shakes her head. This is crap. Manny's voice rises. You're throwing away our friendship over some woman. Her name is Camryn, and she's not some woman. She's the mother of my child, the woman I love. And yeah, I'm choosing her. Over you, over your opinion, over whatever toxic stuff you've been feeding me for months. I was trying to help you move on. By pushing me toward your sister when you knew damn well my heart was somewhere else. By manipulating situations to fit your agenda. I shake my head. That's not friendship, man. That's control. I wanted what was best for you. No. You wanted what was best for Paula, and I get it. I do. She's your sister. But you don't get to decide my life. You don't get to tell me who to love, or how to handle my own kid. Manny's jaw works. For a second, I think he might say something else. Apologize, maybe. Acknowledge that he crossed a line. Instead, he straightens his tie. You'll regret this. Maybe. But right now, all I regret is not standing up to you sooner. He leaves without another word. The door closes behind him with a soft click that somehow sounds final. Nobody speaks for a long moment. Finally, Monique clears her throat. So, should we continue with the projections? I almost laugh. Leave it to Monique to try to restore normalcy. Yeah, let's finish this. We push through the rest of the meeting, but my mind's elsewhere. On Manny's face when I fired him. On the years of friendship now burned to ash. On whether I just made the biggest mistake of my professional life. When everyone files out, Monique lingers. You okay? Honestly, I don't know. She sits in the chair next to mine. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. He was way out of line. He was my best friend. He was your friend when it suited him. Real friends don't manipulate you. They don't trash the people you love. She squeezes my shoulder. You've been different this past week. Happier. Whatever's happening with Camryn and your daughter, it's good for you. Thanks. Anytime, boss. She stands. Now go home. You look exhausted. I check my phone. 3 missed calls from my mother. 2 texts from Camryn. The first. Giselle wants to know if you're coming for dinner tonight. The second. Also, I want to know if you're coming for dinner tonight. I type back. Wouldn't miss it. Should I bring anything? 3 dots appear immediately. Just yourself. And maybe ice cream. Giselle's on a chocolate kick. Chocolate ice cream. Got it. See you at 6? Perfect. I pocket my phone, grab my jacket. The office is mostly empty, everyone at lunch or in meetings. My footsteps echo as I head for the elevator. In the lobby, I spot security escorting Manny out. He's carrying a box of his desk stuff, face set in hard lines. When he sees me, something flickers in his expression. Regret? Anger? I can't tell. We stare at each other across the marble expanse. All those years of friendship, of late nights building this company, of being there through breakups and family drama. Gone. Manny turns away first, pushing through the revolving doors into the February cold. I watch him go, waiting for the guilt to hit. The second guessing. The fear that I just torpedoed everything. But all I feel is relief. And beneath that, a bone-deep certainty that I made the right choice. My phone buzzes. Another text from Camryn. Changed my mind. Bring yourself ice cream and wine. I'm gonna need it after the day I've had. I smile despite everything. Bad day? Giselle painted the bathroom, with actual paint she found under the sink. It's purple now. Purple's a good color. Jack. What? I'm just saying. Could be worse. Could be orange. You're not helping. I'll help you repaint this weekend. 3 dots. Then, you're already helping just by being you. See you tonight. I read it twice. 3 times. See you tonight, baby. I head for my car, leaving Brooks and Associates and the wreckage of my friendship behind. Tonight I'll have dinner with my daughter. Kiss the woman I love. Help clean purple paint off bathroom walls. And tomorrow I'll deal with whatever fallout comes from firing my best friend. But right now, for the first time in 6 years, I know exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 23. Camryn. Snow falls in fat, lazy flakes, dusting the sidewalk in white. Giselle's hand is warm in mine as we make our way from the corner store, grocery bags swinging from my other arm. Can we make snowmen tomorrow, Mama? She tilts her face up, catching flakes on her tongue. If there's enough snow, baby. We'll see. Jack could help. He's really tall, so he could reach the top parts. My chest warms at how easily she talks about him now. How naturally he's become part of our daily conversations. Maybe. We'll ask him. We're half a block from our building when a man steps out from beside a parked car. Tall, dark hair, expensive coat. He's holding his phone, face tight with something that looks like anger. I pull Giselle closer instinctively. Camryn Henry? My stomach drops. Do I know you? Manny Montez. He extends a hand I don't take. Jack's best friend. Former best friend from what Jack told me yesterday, but I don't correct him. Okay, what do you want? Just a quick word. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. About Jack. Giselle tugs on my coat. Mama, I'm cold. I know, sweetheart. We're going inside in just a second. I meet Manny's gaze. Make it fast. You seem like a smart woman, hard worker, good mom. He gestures to Giselle. So I'm sure you'll understand when I tell you that Jack isn't who you think he is. Ice floods my veins. Excuse me? He's a player. Always has been. Right now he's telling you what you want to hear because he feels guilty about the kid. But trust me, it won't last. You don't know what you're talking about, don't I? He pulls out his phone, starts scrolling. See, the thing is, while Jack's been playing daddy with you, he's also been seeing someone else. My sister Paula. My heart hammers. That's not... Here. He turns the phone toward me. Proof. The first image shows Jack and a beautiful woman at a restaurant, her hands on his arm, both of them smiling. The timestamp says 3 weeks ago. That doesn't mean anything. I manage, but my voice sounds weak even to my own ears. No? He swipes. Another photo. Jack and the same woman. Her head's on his shoulder. 2 weeks ago. Swipe. Jack and the woman kissing in a place I don't recognize. 13 days ago. That's before we... I stop, aware of Giselle's hand tightening in mine. Before you what? Started sleeping together again? Manny's voice drips false sympathy. Yeah, about that. He didn't exactly break things off with Paula. In fact, he swipes again. This is from last week. The photo shows Jack and Paula together at what looks like a dinner party. They're not touching, but they're standing close. Too close. The timestamp makes my stomach turn. He's playing you both, Manny says quietly. Paula thinks they're working towards something real. You think he's committed to being a father, but Jack, he's just doing what he always does, keeping his options open. That's not... My voice cracks. He wouldn't he? Manny pockets his phone. Look, I'm telling you this because I don't want to see you get hurt. Or your daughter. Jack's not ready to be a father. He's not ready to settle down. He's just feeling guilty and nostalgic, and the second things get hard, he'll bail. Tears burn behind my eyes. I blink them back hard, refusing to let them fall in front of this stranger. You're lying. Am I? Ask yourself why he waited 6 years to look for you. Why he never tried to find you before now. Because I didn't tell him, I want to scream. Because I left without a trace. But doubt creeps in anyway, cold and insidious. Mama? Giselle's voice is small. Can we go inside now? I'm really cold. I look down at my daughter, at her wide eyes and trembling lips, and something in me hardens. Yeah, baby. We're going inside. I push past Manny without another word, pulling Giselle toward our building. Behind me, his voice follows. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you deserve the truth. I don't respond. Just keep walking, vision blurring, chest tight. Ignore him, I tell Giselle as we reach the door. My hands shake so badly I can barely get my key in the lock. Ignore everything he said, okay? He's just a confused man who doesn't know what he's talking about. Who is he, Mama? Nobody important. We climb the stairs to our apartment. Each step feels like wading through the mud, my legs heavy. my whole body numb. Inside, I set down the groceries with hands that won't stop trembling. Giselle watches me, worry creasing her small face. Are you okay? I'm fine, sweetheart. The lie tastes like ash. Why don't you go play in your room for a bit? I need to put the groceries away. But you said we could bake cookies. Later, baby. Please. Something in my voice makes her nod. She disappears down the hall, and I hear her bedroom door close softly. The second she's gone, I sink onto the couch, burying my face in my hands. The photos flash through my mind on repeat. Jack and Paula at dinner, at the gala, kissing. Together just last week while he was in my bed. Whispering promises about forever. My phone buzzes. Text from Jack. Just left the office. Picking up the ice cream now. See you soon, baby. I stare at the message until the words blur. Maybe Manny's lying. Maybe those photos are old, taken out of context. But what if they're not? What if Jack really is just playing me, using guilt and nostalgia to keep me on the hook while he figures out what he actually wants? Another text. Giselle requested chocolate and strawberry. Getting both because I can't say no to our girl. Our girl. I press my palm against my mouth, holding back a sob. God, I want to believe him. Want to trust that what we've been building this past week is real. But I've been burned before, left behind before. Chose to believe in someone only to watch them walk away. I can't do that again. Can't put Giselle through that. My phone rings. Jack's name lights up the screen. I let it go to voicemail. It rings again immediately. Then again. On the fourth call, I finally answer. Hey, his voice is warm, happy. You didn't respond to my text. Everything okay? Actually, no. Something came up. What's wrong? Is Giselle okay? She's fine. But I don't think you should come over tonight. Silence stretches for 3 heartbeats. Cam, what's going on? I just need some space to think. About what? Baby, talk to me. The endearment makes my chest ache. Don't call me that. Camryn. His voice drops, goes serious. What happened? Someone showed me some photos today of you and Paula. Damn, he exhales hard. Who showed you? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. Was it Manny? I don't answer. Christ. Camryn, listen to me. Whatever he told you, whatever he showed you, it's crap. Paula and I are not together. We haven't been together. The photos were from last week, Jack. I don't care when they're from. They're either old or taken out of context or outright fabricated. Manny's pissed because I fired him today. He's trying to mess with us. You fired him? Yeah, for saying stuff about you and Giselle, for trying to manipulate my life. His voice softens. Baby, please, don't let him get in your head. Tears spill over, tracking hot down my cheeks. I don't know what to believe anymore. Believe me. Believe what we've been building together. Believe that I love you and Giselle more than anything. What if this is a mistake? What if we're moving too fast and it's not a mistake? He sounds desperate now. Camryn, I'm coming over. We're talking about this face to face. No, I need time to think. How much time? I don't know. A few days, maybe a week. A week? He sounds gutted. You're asking me to stay away from you and Giselle for a week? I'm asking you to give me space to figure out if this is real or if I'm just being stupid again. You're not being stupid. You're scared. I get it. But running away isn't the answer. I'm not running. I'm protecting myself and my daughter. The words hang between us, sharp and final. Okay. His voice goes flat. If that's what you need, I'll give you space. But Cam, this doesn't change anything. I'm not going anywhere. When you're ready to talk, I'll be here. I can't speak past the lump in my throat. I love you, he says quietly. That's real. Everything we've been building is real, and I'll wait as long as it takes for you to believe that. The line goes dead. I sit there with the phone pressed to my ear, tears streaming, chest cracking open. From down the hall, Giselle calls out, "Mama, is Jack coming for dinner?" I close my eyes, let the tears fall. Not tonight, baby. Not tonight.
Chapter 24. Jack. The grocery store's a nightmare of red and pink. Heart-shaped balloons bob from every aisle. Chocolate displays take up half the entrance. Teddy bears holding "Be Mine" signs stare at me with their soulless button eyes. I grab a basket, head straight for the floral section. It's been 2 days since Camryn asked for space. 2 days of radio silence except for one text yesterday. "Giselle's asking about you. What should I tell her?" I'd stared at that message for 20 minutes before responding. "Tell her I love her and I'll see her soon." No response. So here I am, Valentine's Day morning, buying flowers and chocolate like some desperate jerk who thinks gifts can fix everything. Maybe I am that desperate jerk. The roses are picked over. Everyone else got here earlier, apparently. I find a decent bouquet, not too flashy but nice. Add a box of those fancy truffles Camryn mentioned loving once, back when we were together before. At the card section, I stand there like an idiot, reading sappy verse after sappy verse. None of them fit. None of them say what I need to say. Finally, I grab a blank one. I'll figure out the words later. The line's long. The woman ahead of me has a cart overflowing with Valentine's crap. Balloons, stuffed animals, enough chocolate to feed a small army. Her phone's pressed to her ear. "I know, but he loves grand gestures. It's romantic." I look down at my modest bouquet and single box of chocolates. Damn it. This isn't about grand gestures. It's about showing up. Being honest. Fighting for what matters. I pay, head to my car. The drive to Camryn's apartment takes 15 minutes through light traffic. I use the time to rehearse what I'll say. "Camryn, I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But we can't let Manny's crap destroy what we're building. No, too defensive. I love you. I love Giselle. Nothing Manny showed you changes that. Better, but still not right. By the time I park outside her building, I still don't have the perfect words. But I've got the flowers, the chocolate, and the card I scribbled in while sitting in the parking lot. I'm not perfect, but I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Give me a chance to prove it. Jay. Not poetry, but it's honest. I climb the stairs to her apartment, heart hammering against my ribs. At her door, I pause. Take a breath. Knock. Footsteps approach. The peephole darkens. Then nothing. "Cam?" I knock again. "It's me. I know you said you needed space, but I was in the neighborhood and The door opens. She's not dressed for work, just jeans and an oversized sweater, hair pulled back in a messy bun. Her eyes are red-rimmed, like she's been crying. My chest cracks open. "Hey!" I hold out the flowers. "Can we talk?" She looks at the bouquet, the chocolate, the desperate hope probably written all over my face. Something shifts in her expression. "Jack, you shouldn't have come." "I know, but I needed to see you. Needed to tell you that whatever Manny said, whatever he showed you, it's not the full story. Isn't it?" Her voice is quiet, defeated. "Because those photos looked pretty real to me. Some of them are real. I won't lie about that. Paula and I went to a few events together, but that was before I knew about Giselle, before we reconnected. There was a photo from last week. Last week I was at a charity gala for my mom's foundation. Paula was there because her family helps organize the event. We said hello. That's it. We didn't..." I step closer. "Cam, I swear to you, I'm not seeing her. I'm not seeing anyone but you." She wraps her arms around herself. I want to believe you. Then believe me. It's not that simple. Tears spill over. Jack, I can't do this again. Can't let myself fall for you only to watch you leave. And I definitely can't put Giselle through that. I'm not leaving. You don't know that. What happens when things get hard? When being a father isn't fun anymore? When the reality of co-parenting with your ex gets messy? Then we figure it out. Together. That's easy to say now. It's easy to say because it's the truth. I set the flowers and chocolate on the floor, take her hands in mine. Camryn, I love you. I've loved you for 6 goddamn years, even when I tried not to. Even when I thought I'd never see you again. And yeah, maybe I'm scared. Maybe I don't know how to be a father yet. But I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to show up every single day and do the work. She pulls her hands away. Starting a new relationship was a mistake. The words hit like a punch to the gut. What? This. She gestures between us. Us trying again. It's too complicated. Too messy. We should have just focused on co-parenting, not... Her voice breaks. Not this. Anger flares hot in my chest. You can't do this. Do what? Shut me out again. Keep Giselle from me because you're scared. Her eyes flash. I'm not keeping her from you. You can see her whenever you want. We'll work out a custody schedule, do everything by the book. But you and me? She shakes her head. That needs to stop. It does. Jack! No. I step closer, crowding her space. You don't get to decide this on your own. Not when I've been showing up, proving myself, being there for both of you. It's for the best. Best for who? You? Because it sure as hell isn't best for Giselle. She loves having me around. She's happy. She'll adjust. And me? What about what I want? What you want doesn't matter right now. Her voice cracks. I have to protect myself. Protect my daughter. And that means distance from you. The words land like blows. Each one carving out pieces of my chest, leaving me hollow and bleeding. So that's it? You're just done? I'm doing what I should have done from the start, keeping things professional, co-parenting only. Nonsense. You're running scared because Manny got in your head. Maybe he's right. Maybe you're not ready for this. Maybe I'm just some rebound while you figure out what you really want. You know that's not true. Do I? She swipes at her tears. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've been keeping your options open, playing house with me while staying close to Paula just in case. That's not... Christ, Cam! How can you think that after everything? Because I've been here before. I've been hurt before, Jack. And I won't do that again. I won't let Giselle go through that. My hands clench into fists at my sides. I'm not him. Whoever hurt you before, whoever made you think love means getting left behind. I'm not that guy. You're right. You're worse. Her voice goes cold. Because at least he didn't give me hope first. The accusation hangs between us, sharp and vicious. Camryn, please leave. We're not done talking about this. Yes, we are. She steps back, hand on the door. You can see Giselle. We'll work out visitation. But you and me, we're done. You don't mean that. I do. Fresh tears stream down her face. I really do. She starts to close the door. Panic floods through me. Wait. Goodbye, Jack. The door shuts in my face. The lock clicks. I stand there, staring at the worn wood, flowers, and chocolate still on the floor at my feet. From inside, I hear Giselle's voice. Mama, why are you crying? Camryn's response is muffled, but I catch enough. It's okay, baby. Everything's okay. It's not okay. Nothing about this is okay. I pick up the flowers, the chocolate. The card falls out, landing face up on the dingy carpet. I'm not perfect, but I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Give me a chance to prove it. Except she won't. She's shutting me out, building walls, choosing fear over faith. and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. I leave everything outside her door. The flowers, the chocolate, the card. Maybe she'll see them later. Maybe she won't. The walk back to my car feels endless, each step heavier than the last. Inside, I grip the steering wheel with both hands, breathing hard. She said I could see Giselle. That's something. That's more than I had 2 weeks ago. But it's not enough. Not even close. Because I don't just want to be Giselle's father. I want to be Camryn's partner. Want to wake up next to her every morning. Fall asleep with her every night. Want to build a life together. The three of us. Making up for lost time. My phone buzzes. For a second, hope flares. Maybe she changed her mind. Maybe. It's my mom. How did it go? Is she okay? I type back with shaking hands. She ended things. Says we can co-parent, but that's it. 3 dots appear immediately. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Come over, I'll make coffee. Can't. Need to be alone right now. Jack. I silence my phone, toss it on the passenger seat. The drive home passes in a blur. Stoplights. Traffic. The world moving forward while mine implodes. In my penthouse, I pour 3 fingers of whiskey even though it's not even noon. Down it in 2 swallows. Pour another. The alcohol burns, but it doesn't touch the ache in my chest. I sink onto my couch, head in my hands. She's scared. I get that. Manny messed with her head, showed her photos designed to make her doubt me. But she should have trusted me. Should have known I wouldn't lie to her, wouldn't play her. Except, would she? We were apart for 6 years. She doesn't know who I am now. Doesn't know what I'm capable of or what I'd sacrifice for her. How can I expect her to trust me when I haven't earned it yet? My phone buzzes again. I grab it, hoping against hope. It's Manny. Heard you showed up at her place. How'd that go? Rage explodes through me, hot and vicious. I call him. He answers on the first ring. What did you do? My voice comes out lethal. Gave her the truth. That's all. You showed her photos, manipulated the situation, lied to make me look bad. I didn't lie. Those photos are real. Out of context. Are they? You were with Paula last week. At a charity event where we exchanged pleasantries. That's it. Funny how you didn't mention that to Camryn. I didn't mention it because there was nothing to mention. Paula and I are done. Have been for weeks. Does Paula know that? I hesitate. A fraction of a second too long. Manny laughs, bitter and sharp. That's what I thought. You want Camryn, but you're keeping Paula as backup. Classic Jack Brooks move. Damn you. No, damn you. You fired me. Ended our friendship. All for a woman who just proved she doesn't trust you anyway. She doesn't trust me because you poisoned her against me. I showed her reality. If she believed it, that's on you. Not me. I want to reach through the phone, wrap my hands around his throat. Instead, I hang up, block his number, sit there with my useless rage and my broken heart. The whiskey bottle calls. I pour another drink, then another. By the time the sun sets, I'm halfway drunk and no closer to a solution. My phone's full of messages. Mom checking in. Monique asking about tomorrow's meeting. A few from colleagues wishing me happy Valentine's Day like I have anything to celebrate. Nothing from Camryn. I text her anyway. I meant what I said. I'm not going anywhere. When you're ready to talk, really talk, I'll be here. The message goes unread. I finish the bottle, stumble to bed. Tomorrow I'll figure out how to fix this. Tomorrow I'll come up with a plan. Tonight I just need to survive the loss of everything I wanted.
Chapter 25. Camryn. The morning light filters through my apartment windows, washing everything in pale gold. I'm still in my pajamas at 9:30, staring at my phone like it might suddenly reveal answers I don't have. Giselle's at school. The apartment feels too quiet without her chatter, too empty without Jack's laughter, filling the spaces between. I pick up my phone. Put it down. Pick it up again. Finally, I dial. Jennifer answers on the second ring. Camryn, I was just thinking about you. Hi, Mrs. Granger. My voice sounds steadier than I feel. I hope I'm not calling too early. Not at all. I'm just having my morning coffee. Is everything all right? You sound... I need to talk to you about something. I twist the edge of my sleeve between my fingers. About my position, working for you. Silence stretches for 3 heartbeats. I see. Her voice goes careful. What about it? I'm not sure I can continue. The words rush out before I lose my nerve. With everything that's happened between Jack and me, it's gotten complicated. Too complicated. And I think it might be better if I... No. I blink. Mrs. Granger. No, Camryn. I won't accept your resignation. I haven't technically resigned yet. Then don't. Please. Her voice softens. I know things are messy right now. Jack told me what happened with Manny, the photos, all of it. But you walking away from this job won't solve anything. Tears prick my eyes. It's not professional. Working for my ex-boyfriend's mother. Ex-boyfriend? She sounds surprised. I thought you two were working things out. We were. We tried, but it's too complicated. I swipe at my eyes. I ended things. We're going to co-parent Giselle, but that's it. Oh, sweetheart. Jennifer's sympathy makes my throat tighten. I'm so sorry, but that doesn't mean you need to leave your job. How can I keep working for you when things with Jack are... Because you're good at what you do. Because I trust you. Because Giselle needs the stability of your income. She pauses. And because running away won't make the hurt go away. The observation lands too close to home. I'm not running. Aren't you? I close my eyes. Mrs. Granger, let me make you an offer. Her tone shifts, businesslike now. Stay through this week, just this week. Give yourself time to think without making any rash decisions. I don't know. I'll increase your pay, 20% raise, effective immediately. My breath catches. That's too generous. In shorter hours, you've been working yourself to the bone. Cut back to 30 hours a week instead of 40. Same pay, less time. Mrs. Granger, I can't accept that. It's not fair to you. It's perfectly fair. You're worth every penny, and frankly, I should have offered this weeks ago. Her voice gentles. Please, Camryn, at least come tomorrow. Work this week. If you still want to leave after that, I won't fight you. I press my palm against my forehead, trying to think through the fog of exhaustion and heartbreak. The money would help. God knows I could use it, especially with Giselle growing out of everything and needing new clothes every other month. And the shorter hours would mean more time with her, less scrambling to make ends meet. But working for Jennifer means potentially running into Jack, means keeping that connection alive when I'm trying to sever it. What if I see him there? The question comes out small. What if he shows up while I'm working? I'll make sure he doesn't. I'll talk to him. Explain that you need space. Jack's many things, but he's not cruel. He'll respect your boundaries. Will he? Yes, no hesitation. He will. I want to believe her. Want to believe Jack would give me the distance I need, even though asking for it broke both our hearts. I don't want to take advantage of you, I say quietly. The raise, the hours, it's too much. You're not taking advantage. I'm offering because I value you, because I want you to stay, and because I can afford it. She pauses. And because I care about you and Giselle. This isn't just about the job, sweetheart. You're family to me now. The words crack something open in my chest. Family. I haven't had family outside of Giselle in so long. My parents don't live close by. My friends scattered to different cities, different lives. It's just been me and my daughter against the world for 5 years. The idea of belonging somewhere to someone is terrifying and tempting in equal measure. Just this week, I hear myself say, I'll work this week and then we can reassess. That's all I'm asking. Relief colors her voice. Thank you, Camryn. I should be thanking you. The raise, the hours. You've earned it. Now, will you be all right? Do you need anything? I glance around my small apartment, the breakfast dishes still in the sink, Giselle's toys scattered across the living room floor. The wilted roses Jack left outside my door yesterday, which I haven't been able to bring myself to throw away yet. I'll be okay. I lie. Just need some time. Time helps. So does talking. If you need someone to listen. Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Really. Jennifer. Please call me Jennifer. We say our goodbyes. I hang up, stare at the phone for a long moment. Just this week. I can do this week. And then what? I don't have an answer. Don't know if I'll still want to leave after 7 more days of missing Jack, of wondering if I made the right choice, of watching Giselle ask when she can see him again. My phone buzzes. Text from Jack. Can I pick Giselle up from school today, take her to the park, maybe grab dinner? My chest tightens. He's asking permission now, being respectful of the boundaries I set, even though I can feel his hurt bleeding through the formal tone. I type back, okay, but have her home by 7. It's a school night. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Thank you. I'll take good care of her. I know you will. Because despite everything, despite the photos, the doubts, the fear, I do know that. Know Jack loves Giselle with everything he has. Know he'd never hurt her, never let her down. It's me he might hurt. Me who might not survive loving him again only to lose him. Another text. How are you doing? I stare at the question, tears blurring the screen. How am I doing? I'm miserable, heartbroken, second-guessing every decision I've made in the past week, missing him so much it feels like I can't breathe, but I can't tell him that. I'm fine. Talk later. I silence my phone, toss it on the couch. The roses catch my eye again. Jack left them outside my door, along with the chocolate and a card I haven't been able to read yet. They're dying now. Petals brown at the edges, stems wilting. I should throw them out. Instead, I find a vase, fill it with water, arrange the flowers as best I can. They won't last much longer, but maybe they'll survive a few more days. Maybe we all will. The card sits on my counter, still sealed in its envelope. I pick it up, turn it over in my hands. Part of me wants to rip it open. Read whatever Jack wrote. Let his words wash over me. The other part knows that reading it will only make this harder. I set it down unopened. Tomorrow I'll go to work. I'll clean Jennifer's beautiful home, accept her generous offer, focus on providing for Giselle, and I'll try not to think about the man I sent away, the future I walked away from, the love I'm too scared to fight for. Just for this week. After that, I'll figure out what comes next. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Jack. The elementary school parking lot's already crowded when I pull up at 3:15. Parents cluster near the entrance, some chatting, others scrolling through phones. I find a spot near the back, kill the engine. My phone sits on the passenger seat. One unread message from Camryn. Have her home by 7. It's a school night. Professional. Distant. Like we're strangers coordinating logistics instead of two people who were tangled up in each other's sheets less than a week ago. I grab my phone, shove it in my pocket. Head toward the school entrance just as the bell rings. Kids pour out in a chaos of backpacks and laughter. I scan the crowd, searching for one small face with wavy hair and bright eyes. There. Giselle emerges from the double doors, her purple backpack nearly as big as she is. She's talking to another little girl, hands gesturing wildly as she tells some story. Then she sees me. Her whole face lights up. Jack! She breaks away from her friend, races toward me with that fearless sprint only 5-year-olds can manage. I catch her as she launches herself at my legs, scooping her up in one motion. Hey, princess. I settle her on my hip. Good day. The best. We learned about penguins and I got to be the line leader and my teacher said my drawing was museum quality. The words tumble out in one breathless rush. Museum quality, huh? That's pretty impressive. She said it was exceptional. Giselle stumbles over the big word but gets it out. That means really, really good. I know what it means. And she's right. You're an amazing artist. Giselle beams, wrapping her arms around my neck. The simple trust of it, the way she holds on to me like I'm solid ground, makes my chest tight. Where are we going? I thought we could grab dinner, just you and me. There's this diner I know that has the best mac and cheese in Brooklyn. Better than Mama's? I consider the diplomatic answer. Different, but really good. Want to try it? Yes! She bounces in my arms. Can we get milkshakes too? Absolutely. What kind? Chocolate. No, wait, strawberry. No. She scrunches up her face, thinking hard. Can I get both? I laugh, heading toward my car. Sure, why not? Mama never lets me have 2 milkshakes. Well, Mama's smarter than I am, but today's special. I buckle her into the booster seat I had installed 2 days ago, making sure the straps are tight. She kicks her feet, already chattering about her day, about the penguin facts she learned, about how her friend Madison brought in cookies for the whole class. The drive to the diner takes 15 minutes. Giselle keeps up a steady stream of conversation, barely pausing for breath. I let her words wash over me, responding when needed, mostly just soaking in her presence. My daughter. Still can't quite believe it. The diner's a retro place with red vinyl booths and a black and white checkered floor. Not fancy, but clean and family-friendly, with a kid's menu shaped like a rocket ship. The hostess seats us in a corner booth. Giselle scrambles onto the bench, kneeling so she can see over the table. This place is so cool. Her eyes are wide, taking in the vintage signs and old jukeboxes. Do those work? Some of them. We can try after dinner if you want. Yes, please. The waitress appears, an older woman with kind eyes and a name tag that reads Donna. Well, aren't you just the sweetest thing? What can I get you, honey? I want mac and cheese and chicken fingers and French fries and 2 milkshakes, Giselle announces. Donna raises her eyebrows at me. Quite an appetite on this one. We're celebrating, I explain. She'll have the mac and cheese and 1 milkshake. Chocolate. I'll take a burger, medium, with fries, and a coffee. You got it, hon. When Donna leaves, Giselle pouts. You said I could have 2 milkshakes. After dinner. If you finish your mac and cheese, we'll see about a second one. Promise? Promise. She seems satisfied with this, turning her attention to the coloring sheet and crayons Donna left. She gets to work immediately, tongue poking out in concentration. I watch her, memorizing details, the way her brow furrows when she colors, the careful way she stays inside the lines, the little hum she makes when she's focused. "Jack?" She looks up suddenly. "Why do you look sad?" Damn. Kid doesn't miss anything. "I'm not sad, Princess, just thinking." "About what?" "About your mother. About how badly I want to fix things between us. About how terrified I am of losing you both. About how lucky I am to have you." She smiles, going back to her coloring. "I'm lucky too. Mama says you're a good person." My heart stutters. "She does?" "Uh-huh. Last night when I asked why you didn't come for dinner, she said you're a really good person, but sometimes grown-ups need space to think." I clear my throat, trying to push past the lump forming there. "Your mom is pretty smart." "The smartest." Giselle switches to a purple crayon. "Is she sad too?" "Why would you think she's sad?" "Because she's been crying. I hear her sometimes at night when she thinks I'm sleeping." Those big blue eyes find mine. "Is it because of me?" "What? No. Baby, no." I reach across the table, taking her small hand in mine. "Your mama loves you more than anything in the world. If she's sad, it has nothing to do with you." "Then why is she sad?" How do I explain this without lying, without making Camryn look bad, without breaking this little girl's heart? "Sometimes grown-ups have complicated feelings," I start carefully. "Your mama and I, we care about each other a lot, but we're trying to figure some things out." "Like what things?" "Like how to be the best parents we can be for you." She considers this, head tilted. "Because you're my daddy?" The question lands like a grenade. We've been dancing around this for weeks. Camryn wanted to wait, wanted to find the right time to explain. But Giselle's looking at me with those earnest eyes, and I can't lie to her. "Yeah, Princess, I am." Her whole face transforms. "Really? Really? So you're my daddy and Mama's my mama and we're a family?" My throat closes. "That's right. Then why don't you live with us?" Christ, this kid. Donna saves me by arriving with our food. She sets down Giselle's mac and cheese and milkshake, my burger and coffee. Giselle immediately digs in, the momentous conversation apparently forgotten in favor of cheesy pasta. I pick at my burger, appetite gone. After a few bites, she looks up again. "Jack, can I ask you something?" "Always." "Do you love Mama?" I set down my burger. "Yeah, baby. I love her a lot." "Then why aren't you together? On TV, when people love each other, they get married and live together forever." If only it were that simple. "Life's a little more complicated than TV," I say gently. "Your mama and I need to figure some things out first, but that doesn't change how much I love her. Or you. I want you to live with us." Her voice goes small. "I like when you're there." Mama smiles more. My chest cracks wide open. "I want that too, Princess. More than anything." "Then why can't you?" "Because sometimes we have to respect what other people want, even if we don't agree with them. Your mama needs some space right now, and that's okay. We're going to give her that space." "But I don't want space. I want you there for breakfast and bedtime stories and movie nights." "And I want to be there." I reach for her hand again. "But your mama's the boss. She gets to decide what's best for you guys. And right now, she thinks this is best." Giselle's eyes fill with tears. "I don't like it." "I know, baby. I don't like it either. Can you tell her? Can you tell her we want you to stay?" "I've tried. But your mama's really smart and really strong. And when she makes up her mind about something, it's hard to change it." A tear spills over, tracking down her cheek. I'm around the table in seconds, sliding into the booth next to her, pulling her into my lap. Hey, no tears. Come on. I just want us to be a family," she sobs into my shirt. "Like Madison's family." Her mama and daddy live together, and they go to the park on Sundays and have pizza nights and everything. I hold her tight, pressing my face into her hair. We are a family, Princess. Just because I don't live with you doesn't mean we're not a family. I'm your daddy, and I love you, and nothing's ever going to change that. Promise? I promise. No matter what happens between your mama and me, I will always be here for you. Always. She sniffles, pulling back to look at me. Even if Mama says you can't come over. Even then, we'll figure it out. Maybe you can come to my place sometimes. We'll have special daddy-daughter days, just you and me. Can we go to the zoo? Absolutely, and the aquarium and the children's museum. Anywhere you want. A watery smile appears. Okay. I wipe her tears with my thumb. Okay? Okay. She takes a shaky breath. Can I still have my second milkshake? Despite everything, I laugh. Yeah, baby. You can still have your second milkshake. I flag down Donna, order a strawberry shake to go with the chocolate one Giselle's already halfway through. When it arrives, I help her navigate both straws, one in each glass. This is the best day ever, she declares. Chocolate on one side of her mouth, strawberry on the other. Yeah? I brush a stray curl from her face. Why's that? Because you're my daddy, and you love me, and we're having milkshakes together. She takes another sip. Even if Mama's sad, at least I have you. The words shred what's left of my heart. You'll always have me, I promise. And hey, maybe your mama won't be sad forever. Maybe she just needs a little time. Do you think she'll let you come back? I want to say yes. I want to promise her that everything will work out, that soon we'll be the family she wants us to be. But I can't lie to her. I don't know, Princess, but I'm going to try really hard to make that happen. Good, she nods decisively. Because Mama's happier when you're around, and I'm happier too. We finish our milkshakes in comfortable silence. Giselle leans against my side, drawing on her coloring sheet while I drink my coffee and try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do. Because this, sitting here with my daughter, feeling her trust and love, knowing she wants me in her life, this makes everything worth it. Even the pain, even the uncertainty, even the very real possibility that Camryn might never let me back in. I'll fight for this. For Giselle. For the family we could be. And somehow, someway, I'll prove to Camryn that I'm worth the risk.
Chapter 27. Camryn. The Valentine's decorations mock me from every corner of Jennifer's house. Red hearts dangle from the chandelier in the foyer. Pink ribbons twist around the banister. There's even a wreath on the front door, made entirely of silk roses. Because apparently one day dedicated to love isn't enough. We need to plaster it everywhere. I'm standing in the living room, feather duster in hand, trying not to let the irony crush me. I dust the mantel with more force than necessary, the ceramic Cupid figurines rattling under my assault. One of them topples over. I catch it before it falls, setting it upright with shaking hands. Get it together, Cam, I mutter. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out, half hoping it's Jack, half dreading that it is. It's just a reminder that Giselle's school picture day is next week. I silence it, shove the phone back in my uniform pocket. The house is quiet, except for the tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Jennifer mentioned she had errands this morning. Wouldn't be back until after lunch. Which means I'm alone with my thoughts, and about 1,000 heart-shaped decorations. Perfect. I move to the windows, spraying cleaner on the glass. My reflection stares back at me, tired eyes, hair escaping its bun, the ghost of someone who used to know what she wanted. The glass squeaks under my cloth. Outside, snow started falling again, thick flakes drifting past the window like they've got all the time in the world. I'm so focused on the rhythmic motion of cleaning that I almost missed the sound of a car pulling up the driveway. Jennifer must have finished early. I keep working, wiping down the last pane of glass before moving to gather my supplies. The front door opens, closes. Footsteps in the foyer. I'm in the living room. I call out, not turning around. Good. We need to talk. I freeze. That's not Jennifer's voice. I spin around, and there he is. Jack, standing in the archway between the foyer and living room, snow dusting his shoulders, face set in hard lines I've never seen before. My heart slams against my ribs. What are you doing here? My mom called, said you'd be working today. He steps into the room, and I back up instinctively. Told me I should give you space, respect your boundaries, but screw that. Jack, no, you've had your say, now I get mine. His voice is rough, edged with something that sounds like desperation. I clutch the spray bottle like it might protect me. I told you I needed space. And I gave it to you. Days of silence while I went out of my goddamn mind wondering if you were okay, if Giselle was okay, if you'd really meant it when you said we were done. I meant it. Nonsense. The word cracks through the air between us. I flinch. Jack runs a hand through his hair, snow melting into the blonde strands. I had dinner with Giselle yesterday. Took her to this diner she loved. Let her order 2 milkshakes because I'm a pushover where she's concerned. My chest tightens. How was she? Heartbroken. She asked me why I don't live with you guys. Asked if I love you. His eyes lock on mine. I told her the truth. That I do. That I love you both more than anything in this world. Tears burn behind my eyes. I blink them back hard. That doesn't change anything, doesn't it? Because it changes everything for me. He moves closer, and I hold my ground even though every instinct screams at me to run. Camryn, I know you're scared. I know Manny messed with your head. Showed you those photos, made you doubt me. They were real photos, Jack. Some of them. The ones from weeks ago, before we reconnected. Before I knew about Giselle. He's close now, close enough that I can smell his cologne, see the exhaustion in his eyes. But the one from last week, the gala photo, that was me saying hello to someone at my mother's charity event. We weren't together. We aren't together. There's only you. How can I believe that? Because I'm standing here begging you to give me another chance when I could be anywhere else. Because I spent yesterday convincing our daughter that we're still a family, even though you shut me out. Because I love you too much to walk away, even when you're pushing me as hard as you can. A sob catches in my throat. This is too hard, too complicated. Life's complicated, love's complicated, but that doesn't mean we give up. You don't understand. The words tear out of me. I can't do this again. Can't let myself fall just to watch you leave when things get difficult. I'm not leaving. He punctuates each word, hands clenching at his sides. How many times do I have to say it before you believe me? Words are easy. Then let me prove it with actions. Let me show up every single day. Let me be there for Giselle's school events and sick days and everything in between. Let me be your partner, not just her father. My vision blurs. I'm terrified. So am I. His voice drops, goes soft. I'm terrified I'm not good enough, that I'll mess this up, that I've already lost you. But I'd rather be terrified with you than safe without you. The spray bottle slips from my fingers, hitting the hardwood with a dull thud. Jack, I can't. Have dinner with me. I blink. What? Dinner. Tomorrow night. Just the two of us. He takes another step closer. Let me take you out. Show you that what we have is real. That I'm serious about this. About us. I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's the best idea I've had in weeks. His hand reaches for mine, fingers brushing my wrist. Please, Cam, one dinner. If after that you still want to keep things strictly co-parenting, I'll respect that. I won't push. But give me one chance to prove Manny's a lying piece of crap, and I'm the man you deserve. I stare at his hand on my wrist, feeling my pulse hammer beneath his touch. Every rational part of my brain screams no. This is too much, too fast, too risky. But my heart, that traitorous organ I've tried so hard to protect, whispers yes. One dinner, I hear myself say. Hope flares in his eyes. Yeah? One. And we're not telling Giselle, not until we figure out what this is. Deal. His thumb strokes the inside of my wrist. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. I'll pick you up. I can meet you. I'm picking you up. Let me do this right. I should argue, should maintain some independence, some distance. Instead, I nod. Okay. His whole face transforms, tension bleeding out of his shoulders. For a second, I think he might kiss me. My breath catches. Waiting. But he just squeezes my hand gently, then lets go. I should let you get back to work. Yeah, you should. He doesn't move. Neither do I. The grandfather clock ticks. Snow falls outside the window. Hearts and roses decorate every surface, mocking us with their artificial cheerfulness. Tomorrow, he says finally. Tomorrow. He walks backward toward the foyer like he can't bear to turn away from me. At the doorway, he pauses. Cam? For what it's worth, I'm glad you're scared. Means this matters to you as much as it does to me. Then he's gone, the front door closing softly behind him. I stand there in the living room, surrounded by Valentine's decorations, heart racing, mind spinning. One dinner. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 28. Jack. The reservation alone cost me $3,000, worth every goddamn penny. I straighten my tie in the rearview mirror, check my watch. 6:45. 15 minutes to get to Camryn's apartment, navigate the stairs, and somehow convince her not to bolt the second she sees what I've planned. No pressure. I adjust the bouquet from the passenger seat. Not roses. Too predictable. Instead, I went with peonies and garden roses in shades of blush and cream, wrapped in brown paper tied with silk ribbon. Elegant, but not over the top. At least I hope that's how she sees it. The drive to her neighborhood takes 12 minutes through light Friday traffic. I find street parking half a block from her building. Killed the engine. Deep breath. This has to work. Has to. Because if it doesn't, if Camryn walks away after tonight, I don't know what the hell I'll do. I make my way to her building, climb the stairs 2 at a time. Outside her door, I pause, adjust my tie again, run a hand through my hair. Christ, I'm nervous. When's the last time I was this nervous? Never. That's when. I knock. Footsteps approach. The peephole darkens. Then the door opens and every coherent thought evacuates my brain. She's wearing a dress. Black, fitted, hitting just above her knees. Simple but devastating, showing off curves I've traced with my hands, mapped with my mouth. Her hair's down in loose curls, and she's wearing makeup, not a lot, but enough to highlight those incredible eyes. Hi. Her voice comes out breathless. Hi yourself. I extend the bouquet. These are for you. She takes them, inhaling the scent. They're beautiful. Jack, you didn't have to. I wanted to. She disappears inside for a moment, returns without the flowers, grabs a small clutch from the table by the door. Where's Giselle? Downstairs with Mrs. Chavez. They're having a movie marathon and making popcorn. A smile tugs at her lips. She was very excited about getting to stay up late. Good. I offer my arm. Ready? She hesitates, staring at my elbow like it might bite her. Then she loops her hand through, and something in my chest settles. We make our way down the stairs in silence, Outside, I lead her to my car, open the passenger door. She slides in with a murmured thank you that I barely catch. The drive into Manhattan takes 25 minutes. I navigate traffic while she stares out the window, fingers twisted in her lap. You're quiet, I observe. Just thinking. About? Whether this is a good idea. She turns to look at me. Whether I'm making a huge mistake. You're not. How do you know? Because I've made enough mistakes in my life to recognize what isn't one. This? I gesture between us. This is the opposite of a mistake. She doesn't respond, going back to staring out the window. I pull up to the building on West 57th Street. The valet opens Camryn's door before I can, helping her out. I round the car, tip the kid, take her hand. She stares up at the gleaming tower. Jack, where are we? You'll see. The lobby's all marble and glass, security stationed at a desk near the elevators. I flash my ID. The building manager arranged access earlier, and we're waved through. In the elevator, Camryn watches the numbers climb. Jack, seriously, what is this? Patience. I'm not a patient person. I've noticed. The elevator opens directly into the restaurant. And when I say restaurant, I mean the entire top floor of the building, converted into an upscale dining space with floor-to-ceiling windows offering 360 views of the city. Normally, the place seats 100. Tonight, it seats 2. Camryn stops dead in the elevator doorway. What? Come on. I tug her hand gently, leading her into the space. Valentine's decorations fill every corner, but tasteful. White candles in crystal holders, rose petals scattered across white tablecloths, soft lighting that makes everything glow. A single table sits near the window, set for 2 with silver and fine china. A string quartet plays softly in the corner. Actual musicians, not a recording. Jack, Camryn's voice breaks. You didn't. I did. This must have cost. Don't care what it cost. I turn to face her, taking both her hands. You're worth it. This is worth it. Her eyes fill with tears, but she blinks them back hard. It's not even Valentine's Day yet. I know, but I couldn't wait. And besides, the restaurant was booked solid for the next few days. Tonight was the only option. I brush my thumb across her knuckles. Plus, this way we get to avoid the crowds. It's just us. She looks around again, taking in the musicians, the decorations, the view of Manhattan spread out below us like scattered diamonds. Just us and an entire waitstaff, apparently. As if on cue, a waiter appears. Older gentleman in a crisp tuxedo, white gloves, the works. Mr. Brooks, welcome. He nods to Camryn. Ma'am, if you'll follow me. We're led to the table by the windows. The waiter pulls out Camryn's chair, waits for her to sit before pushing it in. I take the seat across from her, and he produces menus bound in leather. We have a 7-course tasting menu prepared for this evening, paired with wine selected by our sommelier. However, if there's anything you'd prefer, the chef is at your disposal. Camryn stares at the menu like it might contain nuclear launch codes. 7 courses? Unless you'd like more, I say. More? Jack, I can't eat 7 courses. Then we'll take what we want home. Share it with Giselle tomorrow. The waiter clears his throat delicately. Shall I bring the first course, sir? Please. He glides away, and we're alone again. Well, as alone as 2 people can be with a string quartet and full staff 10 feet away. Camryn leans forward, voice dropping. This is insane. You rented out an entire restaurant. Technically, I rented the floor. The restaurant's attached to a hotel, so they're used to private events. Jack, what? This is too much. It's not enough. I reach across the table, covering her hand with mine. Camryn, I meant what I said yesterday. I want to prove to you that I'm serious, that what we have is real. And yeah, maybe this is over the top, but I don't care. You deserve to be spoiled. You deserve someone who'll move heaven and earth to show you how much you matter. Her breath hitches. Don't know what to say. Say you'll give me tonight. Give me this dinner to show you who I am, what I want. And if after all this you still want to walk away, I'll respect that. But please, Cam, just give me tonight. She stares at our joined hands, then up at my face. Whatever she sees there makes something in her expression soften. Okay, tonight. Relief floods through me so intense I could float. The waiter returns with the first course, some kind of delicate fish thing with microgreens and a sauce I can't pronounce. He sets the plates down with practiced precision, pours white wine into our glasses. Bon appetit. Camryn picks up her fork, takes a tentative bite. Her eyes widen. Oh my God. Good. Incredible. What even is this? I glance at the menu card the waiter left. Hamachi crudo with yuzu and edible flowers. It's amazing. She takes another bite, closing her eyes. I feel like I should be eating this slower, savoring it. We've got 6 more courses. Take your time. She does, working through the delicate fish with obvious pleasure. I barely taste mine, too focused on watching her. The way she closes her eyes when something tastes good. The little hum of appreciation in the back of her throat. The unconscious smile playing at her lips. Christ, I've missed this. Missed her. The second course arrives. Some kind of soup in tiny cups. Then a salad with ingredients I've never heard of. Each one better than the last. Each one earning those soft sounds of pleasure that make me want to skip dinner entirely and take her somewhere private. By the fourth course, duck breast with cherry reduction, she's relaxed enough to actually talk. Can I ask you something? Anything. Why? She gestures around. Why go to all this trouble? The restaurant, the decorations, all of it. You could have just taken me to any nice place. Because you're not just any woman. And this isn't just any date. I set down my fork. Camryn, I messed up 6 years ago. I let you walk away without fighting for you, without making you understand how much you meant to me. I've regretted it every single day since. Her eyes shimmer. Jack, I'm not done. I reach for her hand again. When I found out about Giselle, when I realized what I'd missed, it gutted me. But it also gave me something I didn't know I needed. A second chance. Not just to be a father, but to be with you. To build the life we should have had. A tear escapes, tracks down her cheek. I'm around the table in seconds, kneeling beside her chair, wiping it away with my thumb. Don't cry, baby. Please don't cry. I'm not crying because I'm sad. Her voice breaks. I'm crying because this is everything I wanted 6 years ago, and I'm so scared it's going to disappear. It's not. I cup her face in both hands. I'm not going anywhere. Not when things get hard, not when we fight, not when the reality of parenting kicks my face. I'm here and I'm staying. How can you be sure? Because I love you. Because every morning I wake up thinking about you, and every night I fall asleep wanting you next to me. Because Giselle asked me yesterday if we're a family, and when I said yes, it was the most honest thing I've ever said in my life. More tears fall. I catch each one, wiping them away gently. I love you too, she whispers. God, Jack, I never stopped, even when I tried, even when I should have. Then stop trying. Stop fighting this. Let me in, Cam. All the way in. Let me be what you need, what Giselle needs. Let me prove that I'm worth the risk. She searches my face, and I let her see everything. The fear, the hope, the absolute certainty that she's it for me. That she's always been it. Okay, she breathes. Okay? Okay. She pulls my face to hers, kissing me soft and sweet. One more chance. But Jack, if you hurt us... I won't. I swear to you I won't. I kiss her again, deeper this time, tasting salt and wine and promises neither of us made the first time around, but we're making now. When we break apart, she's smiling through her tears. We're making a scene. I glance at the waitstaff, all politely looking away, They're paid to be discreet. Still, she laughs, watery but real. You're on your knees in the middle of a fancy restaurant. Best place to be. But I stand, pressing one more kiss to her forehead before returning to my seat. The rest of dinner passes in a blur of good food and better conversation. We talk about everything. Giselle's school, my work, her goals, our shared past. The weight that's been sitting on both our chests for weeks finally lifts, leaving us lighter. By the time dessert arrives, some elaborate chocolate thing with gold leaf, Camryn's laughing freely, all traces of doubt gone from her eyes. "This is perfect," she says, fork halfway to her mouth. "All of it. Thank you. Thank you for giving me another shot. Thank you for not giving up when I pushed you away." I stand, move to her side of the table, offer my hand. "Dance with me." There's no dance floor. So, we've got the whole place to ourselves. She takes my hand, lets me pull her up. I lead her to an open space near the windows, the city lights twinkling below us like we're floating above the world. The quartet shifts into something slow. I pull Camryn against me, one hand at her waist, the other holding hers. She settles against my chest like she belongs there. We sway together, no real rhythm, just the two of us holding on. "I could stay here forever," she murmurs against my shirt. "Then let's do it." She pulls back to look at me. "What about Giselle and work and real life?" "Real life can wait until tomorrow." I brush a curl from her face. "Tonight it's just us." "Just us," she echoes. I kiss her again because I can, because she's letting me, because this woman in my arms is everything I've wanted for 6 years, and I'm not wasting another second. When we finally leave, hours later, the city dark below us, the staff probably desperate for us to go, I help her into her coat, keep my hand at the small of her back. In the elevator, she leans against me, content and relaxed in a way I haven't seen since we reconnected. "Take me home," she says. "Your place or mine?" "Yours. I don't want this night to end yet." My heart stutters. Yeah. So I drive us to my penthouse, and when we get there, I carry her to my bedroom and spend the rest of the night proving with my body what I've been trying to prove with my words. That I'm here. That I'm staying. That she never has to be scared again.
Chapter 29. Camryn. The diner smells like bacon and maple syrup, and Giselle can't stop bouncing in her seat. "Can I get pancakes? And waffles? And French toast?" She's kneeling on the vinyl booth, practically vibrating with excitement. I laugh, reaching over to smooth down her wild curls. "Pick one, baby. You can't eat all 3. "But it's Valentine's Day. Jack said Valentine's Day is special." Jack grins from across the table, looking unfairly good in jeans and a navy sweater that makes his eyes even bluer. "I did say that, but your mama's right. You gotta pick one." Giselle scrunches up her face, thinking hard. "Okay, pancakes with chocolate chips and whipped cream and strawberries." "That's my girl." Jack winks at her before catching my eye. "What about you?" "Just coffee and eggs. I'm not as ambitious as our daughter." "Our daughter." The words settle between us, warm and right. The waitress appears, a woman named Donna who clearly remembers Jack. Her eyes dart between us, taking in the way Jack's hand rests on the table near mine. The easy way we're sitting together. "Well, look who's back, and with company this time." She pulls out her notepad. "What can I get you, folks?" We place our orders. Giselle adds extra requests. Orange juice, bacon on the side, maybe some hash browns too if it's not too much trouble. Jack just smiles and tells Donna to bring whatever Giselle wants. "You're spoiling her," I say when Donna leaves. "It's Valentine's Day. I'm allowed." Every day is becoming I'm allowed day with you. Guilty. He reaches across the table, fingers brushing mine. "But can you blame me?" I've got 6 years of spoiling to make up for. Heat creeps up my neck at his touch, at the intimacy in his voice. Giselle's too busy coloring her placemat to notice, thank God. So, I clear my throat. What's the plan for today? Well, I thought after lunch we could hit that new teddy bear place in Brooklyn. Giselle mentioned wanting a Valentine's bear. You remembered that? I hadn't even remembered that, and I'm her mother. I remember everything she says. His thumb strokes the back of my hand. Everything you say, too. My heart does something complicated in my chest. Donna returns with the drinks. Chocolate milk for Giselle, coffee for me and Jack. Giselle immediately dives for her straw, coming up with a chocolate mustache that makes both of us laugh. What? She looks between us, confused. Nothing, baby. I grab a napkin, wipe her face. You're just cute. I know. She goes back to her milk, completely not self-conscious. Jack's watching me with this expression I can't quite name. Soft and fierce at the same time, like I'm something precious he's afraid to break. What? I ask. Just thinking about how lucky I am. Sap. You're sap, though. Debatable. Not from where I'm sitting. Giselle looks up from her coloring. Are you guys being mushy? Madison says her parents are mushy all the time, and it's gross. We're not being mushy, Jack protests. You're holding hands. I glance down. Sure enough, our fingers are laced together on the table. When did that happen? I start to pull away, but Jack tightens his grip. Yeah, we are, he tells Giselle. Because your mama and I are together. And when people care about each other, they hold hands sometimes. Giselle's eyes go wide. Together? Like boyfriend and girlfriend? Something like that, I say carefully. Does that mean Jack's gonna live with us now? The question lands like a grenade. Jack and I exchange a look. We're working on it, he says gently. These things take time, Princess. But yeah, eventually, that's the plan. How much time? Giselle, I start. Because I want it to be now. I want Jack there for breakfast and bedtime and everything. My throat tightens. I know, baby. But grown-ups have to figure things out first. Make sure we're doing everything right. You love each other, right? Yes, Jack says without hesitation. Then what else is there to figure out? If only it were that simple. Lots of things, I tell her. Boring grown-up stuff, but we're working on it, okay? In the meantime, you get to have special days like today with both of us. She considers this, lower lip jutting out. I guess that's okay, as long as there are more special days. As many as you want, Jack promises. The food arrives, and Giselle's attention immediately shifts to her massive stack of chocolate chip pancakes. They're decorated with whipped cream and strawberries, exactly like she requested. This is the best day ever. She digs in with enthusiasm, getting syrup everywhere. I work on my eggs while Jack attacks his burger. We eat in comfortable silence, broken only by Giselle's running commentary on everything from the pancakes to the couple in the next booth to the weird painting on the wall. That looks like a cow, she declares, pointing at what I'm pretty sure is supposed to be a landscape. Or a really fat dog, Jack offers. Jack! I try to sound scandalized, but I'm laughing. What? I'm just saying, the proportions are off. Giselle giggles, syrup on her chin. Fat dog cow? That's its name now, Jack says solemnly. Fat dog cow. We should buy it, hang it in my place. Please don't. Why not? It's art. Giselle appreciates art. Giselle also thinks mud is a food group. I do not. She looks genuinely offended. I ate mud one time. One time is plenty, I mutter. Jack's grinning at both of us, clearly delighted by this entire ridiculous conversation. We finish eating, and Donna brings the check with a smile. Jack hands over his card before I can even reach for my purse. I've got it. Jack, let me... Nope, my treat. All of it. You can't pay for everything forever. Watch me? Giselle's already sliding out of the booth, sticky hands and all. Can we go get my teddy bear now? Absolutely, Jack signs the receipt, leaves what I'm pretty sure is an enormous tip. Let's go. The teddy bear store is exactly the kind of place designed to extract maximum money from parents. Bright colors, cheerful music, rows and rows of unstuffed animals waiting to be brought to life. Giselle's in heaven. She races from display to display, oohing over each bear like it's the most amazing thing she's ever seen. Jack follows patiently, listening to her debate the merits of a regular brown bear versus a pink one versus something called a unicorn bear that I'm not entirely sure qualifies as a bear. What do you think? She holds up two options. This one's soft, but this one has sparkles. Both are great, Jack says seriously. Which one speaks to you more? She studies them with intense concentration. The sparkly one, definitely the sparkly one. Sparkly it is. We go through the whole process, picking the bear, stuffing it, choosing a heart to put inside, even recording a message. Giselle insists on recording herself saying, "I love you," so the bear can say it back whenever she squeezes it. At the dressing station, she picks out a little red dress with hearts on it, plus tiny sneakers that match. She needs shoes, Giselle explains, when I raise an eyebrow at the cost. Of course she does, Jack agrees, handing over his card again. By the time we leave, Giselle's clutching her new bear, named Sparkles, naturally, and practically glowing with happiness. This is the best Valentine's Day ever, she announces to the world at large. Jack catches my eye over her head, and the look on his face makes my chest tight. Yeah, he says quietly. It really is. We walk to the car, Giselle chattering nonstop about Sparkles and all the adventures they're going to have. Jack's hand finds mine, fingers lacing together like they belong there. Thank you, I murmur. For what? This, all of it. Making her so happy. Making both of you happy, he corrects. That's the goal. I squeeze his hand, letting myself believe, really believe, that maybe this can work. That maybe we can be the family Giselle wants. The family I've been too scared to hope for. In the car, Giselle buckles Sparkles into the seat beside her, making sure the bear is comfortable. Jack adjusts the rearview mirror, catching my eye with a smile that promises more days like this, more moments of simple happiness. Ice cream, he suggests. I know a place. You always know a place, I say. Part of my charm. Debatable. You keep saying that, but you're still here. Ice cream, Giselle shouts from the back seat. Sparkles wants ice cream. Then Sparkles gets ice cream, Jack declares, pulling into traffic. I lean back in my seat, watching the city slide past, listening to Giselle sing to her bear, feeling Jack's hand rest on my knee like it's the most natural thing in the world. And for the first time in 6 years, I let myself believe this might actually be real. That we might actually make it. That this, right here, right now, is exactly where we're supposed to be.
Chapter 30. Jack. Giselle's out the second her head hits the pillow. I tuck Sparkles in beside her. The bear's recorded, "I love you," playing softly when Giselle shifts in her sleep. Her face is peaceful, cheeks still pink from excitement, a smile playing at her lips. "Best day ever," she mumbles, eyes closed. "With my mommy and daddy." My heart clenches. Camryn stands in the doorway, watching, and when I meet her eyes, hers are wet. I press a kiss to Giselle's forehead, smooth down her curls one last time, then follow Camryn out, pulling the door almost closed behind us. In the hallway, she turns to me, wrapping her arms around my waist without a word. Just holds on tight, face pressed against my chest. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. You okay? More than okay. Her voice is muffled. Thank you for today, for making it so special. I usually hate Valentine's Day. Why? She pulls back to look at me. It always felt like this manufactured thing, you know? Everyone performing love instead of actually feeling it. Buying flowers and chocolate because they're supposed to, not because they want to. And today was real. She reaches up, fingers tracing my jaw. You didn't have to do any of this. The diner, the bear store, the ice cream. But you did it because you wanted to make her happy. Make us both happy. Always. She rises on her toes, pressing her lips to mine. Soft at first, tentative, like she's still testing if this is real. I cup her face, tilting her head back, deepening the kiss. She makes this sound in the back of her throat, half surprise, half need, that goes straight through me. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Come to bed with me, she whispers. I search her face. You sure? I've never been more sure of anything. She takes my hand, leads me down the short hallway to her bedroom. The door clicks shut behind us, and then her mouth is on mine again, hungrier this time. My hands find her waist, pulling her flush against me. She arches into the contact, fingers tangling in my hair. Jack, she breathes against my lips. Right here, baby. I'm right here. I walk her backward toward the bed, taking my time, savoring every second. When the backs of her knees hit the mattress, she sits, looking up at me with eyes dark with want. I kneel between her legs, hands sliding up her thighs. Tell me what you need. You. Just you. I lean in, pressing kisses along her jaw, down her neck, tasting skin I've been dreaming about for weeks. She tilts her head back, granting me access, fingers clutching at my shoulders. We have to be quiet, she murmurs. Giselle. I know. I nip at her pulse point, feel it jump beneath my teeth. I'll keep you quiet. She lets out a shaky laugh. Confident. Determined. My hands find the hem of her shirt, and I pause, waiting. She nods, raising her arm so I can pull it over her head. The fabric drops to the floor, forgotten. She's wearing simple cotton underneath. Nothing fancy, but Christ, she's beautiful. All smooth, dark skin and soft curves that I want to worship. Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. That was... She trails off, searching for words that don't exist. No words could be adequate for what just happened between us. Yeah, I agree, understanding exactly what she means. We should probably clean up, she murmurs, but makes no move to leave the warmth of my arms. In a minute. I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her hair, her skin, us together. Want to hold you a little longer? She hums contentment, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest, drawing invisible designs across my skin. I was so scared of this, of letting you back in. I know. But I'm not scared anymore. I tilt her face up to meet my eyes. No? No. She smiles, radiant and sure. Because I know you're not going anywhere. You proved that today. Hell, you've been proving it for weeks. I was just too stubborn to see it. You weren't stubborn. You were protecting yourself. Protecting Giselle. Maybe. But I don't need to protect us from you. She kisses me softly. You're not the enemy, Jack. You're home. The word breaks something open in my chest. Home. I love you, I tell her again, because I can't say it enough. I love you and Giselle more than anything in this world. You're my family. My everything. We love you too. Tears shine in her eyes, but they're happy ones. Welcome home, Jack. I kiss her again, tasting salt and promise and forever. This is what I've been searching for. Not just Camryn, not just Giselle, but this feeling of belonging, of being exactly where I'm supposed to be. Later, after we've cleaned up and crawled under the covers, she curls against my side, head on my chest. Stay, she whispers. Tonight, and every night after. Always, I promise. I'm not going anywhere ever again. She's asleep within minutes, breathing deep and even. I lie awake a little longer, listening to her breathe, feeling her warmth against me, thinking about the future we're building. It won't always be easy. There will be challenges, arguments, moments of doubt, but we'll face them together, the three of us. A family, my family, and that's worth everything.